Welcome, one and all, right back to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and I couldn't be more excited. We're reunited at last, and we're here to kick off this Week 5.
Yeah, I can't wait to be back. It's been a while since I last got to see some Challengers League, but we're going to be starting off. We don't have any money matches today, but we do have an action-packed weekend ahead of us.
We do indeed, and that's what I'm really excited about, because I think there's a lot on the line as we crest over into the second half of our split for a lot of these teams. Some of our teams already there. You have to remember it's a single round robin with 9 games for each team. So it's a tough one out there. We have a lot of room in the standings to really move around. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings here as well, because we have had a little bit of room in the middle to have a little bit of spice, but we are having some very differing edges of the standings.
Yeah, with not a whole lot of time throughout the entire regular season to differentiate yourselves, it's very interesting to see that Dragonsteel has been so dominant so far, but when you look at 2nd through 9th, there's only 2 series differentiating all of these teams, so that means that every single one of these matchups matters a lot, because every single L you have, you're going to have to hold it until playoffs.
Oh, yeah. And also the fact that we're so close to that middle of the pack, right? Like, especially with series like today, where we have DSG and CCG, like, it's going to be intense if the CCG are the ones that come off with the win, because we're going to get such tight contentions there across the board. But as you said, Dragonsteel, kind of the overlords right now of NACL. We'll see if anybody can put it up against them as we go further. But we also have to catch up a little bit on last week's action, as we have the Samsung SSD Fast 5. We take a look at some of the
5.
Right, it's the Samsung SSD Fast 5. We have some of the best stats from last week.
Honestly, really impressed that Winthrop have not just 1, but 2 first places in Aaron and Dark Wings, taking down the fastest legendary and the fastest ADC kill. But I still think that those ADC kills have room to come down.
We have room to grow. Mine, I would like to take away, or at least add another section where it says longest flank of all time, and just add Trevor in there, and it'll be just him. It's fine. But no, really interesting stuff. I love to see our top laners have a lot of fun with the fastest CS as well. Tenacity making his name known there too. But that is our Samsung SSD Fast 5. And that was from last week, so some stats from the last time around. But now we look forward. We move ahead as we go into our upcoming matches today. It is starting off with a banger, CCG versus DSG. And then we have Fear X Starforge versus FlyQuest in ZXT.
I'm really looking at this first one to tell us a little bit more about what the rest of the season is going to hold, because we know that these two teams will be halfway through their regular season, but it's also worth noting that Disguised, they've got a bit of a tougher rest of the road ahead of them, so finding a win here against CCG is paramount if they want to make sure that they make playoffs.
Indeed. I'm excited for the PC battle galore down there. NZXT versus Starforge. Gosh. Been waiting for it forever. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at the first series here. Because we have Disguised taking to the stage. Obviously, some very known names, but I think one, above all, needs to be recognized. Tomo, coming back to NACL, has been on an absolute tear.
He's been getting a lot of respect from other players in the league as well. I most recently had a chance to talk to Diamond. He was saying that Tomo is absolutely the best AD carry in the entire league. He's consistently able to stand in good places, and it's really been helping Disguise get some of their wins that they've had so far throughout the regular season. But it's important to remember that even though they're 2-2 in series wins, they are 4-6 in game wins. And so finding opportunities to pick that up here against CCG, Tomo's going to need to continue to step up.
And I think a little bit of momentum goes their way. Obviously, having just taken their win off of AoE. We'll see if that works out for them. My excitement is definitely to see if this couple carry combo of Young and Tomo can come alive. But let's go ahead and take a look at CCG on the other side. Coming off their first dub of the split. Let's go, as CCG have finally made good on the closeness of so many of their series.
I gotta say, though, who is this photo for Trevor? He's had a couple of different photos so far during the regular season, and I know that is not what Trevor looks like. So I'm really curious what's going on there. Maybe this is the evolution of Trevor after having to incubate for 3 minutes off in an alcove. But looking at this one, there is going to be a lot of pressure on Shochi and Minui. One of the core parts of the Fear roster that we've seen in previous seasons, they're really going to have to step up because Young and Tomo seem to have been performing quite a bit better than them throughout the course of the regular season thus far.
And it feels like both these two mid laners have a lot to prove in this matchup against each other, but also just as a whole, making sure that they can be stable, making sure that they can be consistent. But I really want to see some draft adaptations. I mean, these two guys for CCG were some of the dirtiest drafters we'd seen in NACL, and I loved when they were able to use that. They were attacking you from minute one in the draft, and I want to see them flex into that a little bit more. But I think this matchup has a lot on the line, not only or kind of the pride going through, but it's a single round robin against teams that you know are going to be really close to in the standings. And I think CCG are going to be wanting to take this one to try to use some of that momentum to come clean in the split.
Yeah, I'm really going to be putting a highlight here on Shochi in particular, because we know that in previous rosters, he has kind of been that guy. When you give him all the resources, he will carry. But as we've seen in the past couple of splits, trying to find different opportunities to play different styles has been a little bit more difficult. And now that they've added Crimson up in the top lane and Chad in the jungle, who both like getting a lot of resources themselves, it's not always been as easy for Shochi to just amass the kind of wealth that we're used to seeing him have.
And that facilitation for these carries that we talked so much about is going to come through the jungle. I think we have seen some carry performances from these two guys, but a lot of facilitation as well. I know talking to Chad, he's very willing to pick things that are very good for the team composition as well. I know he loves to farm. He loves to just sit back and relax, but we've seen him be very active on the map as well.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, because this is definitely one of those teams that have a lot of, you know, we'll call it rat play early on in the game, right? Where Chad just loves going into the enemy jungle. He always says, it's like, yeah, I would love to just 6-camp clear every game, but if my opponents are playing bad, you know, I gotta spank them whenever it comes up. This is an opportunity here for Chad to showcase that he can set himself up, and I feel as though Shochi, who loves playing a lot of these mid laners who get early priority, can double down on a lot of this early game aggression. We'll see if Disguise will be able to react to it.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is the draft is going to determine a lot of what we get in this best of. Obviously, we're in full fearless, so everything that gets picked not available in the further series. But I also want to check in on the camp and top side. It might be an island, but it feels like we might have two sides, right? Because it feels like Tenacity has a huge fan base from his time in dominating this league. He's come back, right? Crimson, the new guy on the block, has a big fan base coming with the generational talent of his family and following that one up. Do we have like a House of the Dragon situation here? You have to split houses. You know, we got to figure out who's on what side.
It's definitely going to be very exciting because we know that both Crimson and Tenacity are mostly known for their carry top laners, right? You were calling out before about how Crimson was playing the Riven earlier on this series, or not this series, but earlier this split, and we know that Tenacity loves playing a variety of different things, but he has always got that Ornn in his back pocket as well, and I think one of the things I'm really looking at from this Disguise roster, there's so many players who have had their moment in the spotlight before, and this is going to be an opportunity for them to make sure that they can continue to do that. And Tenacity is a player who has had splits where he just was that guy, Mazel, and this is going to be another opportunity where if he can continue being that guy over the new guy who might be the new guy, is going to be really important for Tenacity.
And I was talking with Jenkins when he was going into Crimson, and the biggest thing he highlighted was you always have to be careful for the counter picks that Crimson is willing to bring to the table. Kind of the niche counter picks to some extent as well, but we'll see if we get anything like that or if they're just thrown on the island. I love that you bring up the Ornn because it always just brings me back to that meme that was made at the time with the McDonald's handing out the Ornn and Papa Smithy. It's just incredible times. If you missed it, please go dig it up on Twitter. Anyways, a little bit more focus. We do have a delay on this draft, unfortunately, as is tradition with remote gameplay. So we'll be a little bit delayed getting into the game itself, but I guess that gives us a little bit more time to talk about the season as a whole, because I do find it interesting. We were talking beforehand a little bit about what draft has been like, especially with Full Fearless, and kind of what comfort means versus meta in a lot of these best of threes. And I think we have seen a differing in terms of what approaches we get from different teams. A lot of the time we see meta heavily opted into in game number 1, a lot of comfort coming out in game number 2 and 3, but some teams, especially with a lot of comfort picks, go for the comfort early, and I'd love to maybe open up that conversation while we wait for the draft.
For sure. I mean, I think it's important to recognize that when you watch games that are on Fearless versus not Fearless, it's very important that your opponent does not get both a Tristana game and a Corki game, right? With how dominant these two characters have been, it's really, really important that you get at least one of these. And so it means that game 1 often matters a whole lot more. And Disguise getting the blue side here, definitely going to have an advantage because they get to choose what side of the matchup they want to play, and they can prevent their opponents from getting anything similar. There's not actually a money match on this one. I believe our UI is lying to you.
I do also want to give a shout out to our graphics because we have the new draft here. I like to see it. But first and foremost, DSG on the blue side, they're going to take away the Ziggs and the Ashe. So very much opting into some of that comfort style that we were talking about, the flexibility between Manui and Shochi. It is going to be all that frontal engage, though, taken away by CCG on the red side with the Sejuani and the Leona.
Not a big surprise. Leona has been one of the best champions on the patch, even being first picked as Rengar getting taken away from Chad as well. And one of the things that I've heard for years is that the better you think your opponents are, the more meta your bans are. DSG has banned 1 meta champion, whereas CCG is currently banning 2. So it definitely looks to me as though Disguise is saying, yeah, we don't think we have to worry about you guys playing meta because we're going to play meta and we're going to be better at it. And immediately they're going to be going over towards the Tristana, which has had so much power, not just in this league.
It gives so much priority in mid lane. It's so hard to lose that mid lane so heavily and not be able to play around your jungle a lot of times. So Yukino's going to be very, very happy with that pickup first and foremost. But I would expect a traditional kind of answer into this. I think we have seen the Corkis. I like the Jaces and things like that. I want to see what this mid lane matchup has because we talked so much about it earlier, especially and a little bit of that stability or consistency we want to see from these two guys. It is the brand first pickup by CCG.
Yeah, we know that CCG wants to pick up the Corki probably before we get to the second phase of bans, just because, again, you do not want to give your opponents the opportunity to pick both Corki and Tristana throughout the course of the split, or the series, but you don't have to do it right now. They do end up doing it. They get some very strong power, and this is going to be really interesting, because I'm kind of expecting Yukino to go for a very similar style. Even though Talia is less popular in the meta, we did see it become very pivotal in the series earlier today in the LEC, but there's just so many AP junglers that you can play, and that's been one of the dominating factors of all of these interactions that we've seen as the Zyra and the Brand, the Tristana and the Corki all come through. Very meta things, but not necessarily the most amount of proactive play potential from either of these mid-jungle duos. It's going to be most about taking your opponents by surprise more than hitting your buttons really good.
Yeah, and I think Yukino is going to look back now and be even happier that he's going to have a bit of pressure from mid lane with the Tristana as well, because he'll be able to play a little bit more loosely on the Zyra. It is the blind Renekton. We have seen this just rise through the roof in priority. I find it hilarious, and it works. So many times it works, and I want to see now if that counter-picking style that Crimson was highlighted for is going to come alive. It is the Jax.
My cat is trying to open my door. Hold on.
Nice.
Out of nowhere, I just see him go like this at my door, so I'm going to let him out real quick. But I do love seeing this Jax come through from Crimson. It is one of those classic picks that we are so used to seeing from him, where he can create a lot of pressure off in the side lane, and that is going to be one of the major things that we tend to see in a lot of these games. Is just who has control of the side lane. You know that Corki and Tristana love playing off in a side lane. If they can find uncontested time in the side, they're going to be taking multiple structures, and now this Jax is also a major threat later on to do the exact same thing.
That's going to be hard to deal with as well. The side lane access, but also some of the backline teamfight access will be super interesting. Now we're in the second phase already, though. We get the Nautilus banned away against DSG, trying to take away any engage potential that they have still. It is the Senna banned away by CCG, a classic for them because they've been very willing to put Manui on more of the supportive characters as well.
Yeah, very interesting thing. Very unique to CCG in the fact that the traditional marksman is not playing the Senna, but as we look at it, we're very rapidly running out of engaged champions here, Mazel. It's basically just Rel and Alistar who are left as common picks. Also, Rakan is something that is constantly popping up, and DSG taking yet another one off the table, and it does leave Trevor in a position where he doesn't have a lot of champions available to himself, but he will leave the counter pick available for whichever one he chooses to go for.
Okay, so in the end, after everything is said and done, it's going to be Trevor with the counter pick, which I think is actually pretty powerful at this point. Trevor being known to maybe have a deep champion pool in some regards. But I want to see some safety maybe grabbed by DSG here, as the Zeri gives so much sustained teamfight damage, especially with the double marksman with the Corki. The Xayah is a great pick.
Yeah, their Khan comes through as well, so the Lovers duo is going to be down here in the bottom lane. CCG, they really need to find themselves some bit of engage right now. All it is flash stuns coming out from Crimson later on in the game. And Trevor, I mean, none of them have particularly exciting matchups into their Khan. I mean, the Alistar is good. The Thresh works a lot. The Blitzcrank might actually be pretty good here as well. What?
It's the Lissandra. Okay, I like it. We're cooking. That's the beauty of this.
Yeah, that was not on my bingo card at all, but the Lissandra are going to be coming through. This has been a classic support pick coming through, and also has a lot of tools available. But Mazel, as I look at these two drafts, one of the things that always jumps out about drafting in 14-12 and 14-13 really has been the fact that neither one of these teams has great ability to jump on the other side. The one thing that CCG does have is the fact that Trevor can actually ult himself, right? The fact that he's going to jump in and he's not going to instantly die to the double marksman. And I do feel as though CCG has a little bit more freedom to scale later on into the game, whereas DSG does have to put the pressure on relatively early.
And I think that's the interesting part, especially with the way that we kind of set these two teams up, the positions that we were really looking at. I think it's going to be time to keep a good focus on those two spots, especially mid and ADC. But this is also a situation where we wanted to see Manui step up against what is the best ADC in our league in Tomo right now. And I think it's a really good proving point for CCG, who are coming off their first win of the split over Blue Otter. And it was a knockout, drag-out series. And I think they want to try to leap off of that here. And I think the problem, though, is those entrances. I think the entrances are few and far between. We have to see Trevor really utilize this pick, because stability is the name of the game right now for DSG's draft, especially the way we've seen these picks work out in the meta.
Yeah, and I feel as though DSG have a pretty opposite view of this, right? CCG are fighting for the opportunity to stay in the postseason playoffs. Everyone except the bottom two will get in, and CCG are just hovering right there on the edge, whereas DSG is a team that has had a legacy of success in the Challengers League, and this is definitely an opportunity to continue building up themselves, to have not just an opportunity to play in playoffs, but also to build themselves up with a better seed. And with this draft coming through, there's going to be a lot of pressure here on Yukino to create a lot of pressure early on the Zyra. You clear so quickly, that having the opportunity to interrupt all the laning phases CCG are going to have could potentially put DSG very far ahead.
Yeah. Little update, you might are wondering why we're still in the draft. We are having a bit of a delay getting in game as well. We have some PCs freezing here, so we'll be getting into it soon. I don't know, maybe it was the Lysandra. Like, great minds think alike, Joshi. I don't know. Trevor is not only freezing the game, but he's freezing everybody. It is interesting, though, because I think the Lysandra is a bit of a double-edged sword, right? If you're ahead, it feels so oppressive. But if you're not ahead and you're pretty weak, you don't really have the confidence to take those engages. Because if you go in, you're going in.
Yeah. And that's one of the big things about the Lysandra, right? We touched on it a little bit, the fact that you can ultimate yourself. You can buy some time, but that just means that you're not going to be getting nearly as much crowd control down the other side. And as we actually load into game, finally, we will get to see how well Trevor will be pushing this lead. We do have to note here that Manui choosing to go with the barrier has been much stronger recently, but no cleanse available to Manui. And I don't imagine that the Lysandra is a character that's likely to build the NACLs.
I guess we'll find out. We'll see what the
Trevor's not a NACLs player.
Yeah, he's not a NACLs player. We'll see. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, though. DSG or Disguise or CCG or CCG Esports. And I was very excited coming into this one at the start of it, just because both these two teams have a lot to prove. Duck is there. We have a lot to prove between these two teams. We especially with maybe not the quietest start to the splits, but maybe not as boisterous as we would expect from these two mid laners. I really want to see what they give each other today.
Yeah. I definitely am kind of looking at Shoji to kind of prove himself, because he has had a lot of success previously, just hasn't necessarily been able to repeat it nearly as much. Now, we do see, as the vision does go in for just a moment, is that there's not an interrupt here on Yukino's early pathing. One of the important things that you always have to look at with a Zyra, just like with a Shaco, you can run in and interrupt the boxes, and that really slows down how quickly you're actually going to be clearing this first time around, whereas Yukino is going to be getting this absolutely ridiculous clear speed on the Zyra because he was not interrupted right off the bat. Instead, he's able to clear things from over the wall. He doesn't even need to walk around towards the Krugs, whereas Chad is just going to be languishing behind, and that does mean that he's the kind of player who will look for crazy plays when he knows he doesn't clear as fast.
It can just get so ridiculous how fast Zyra can clear if you get the right plant spawns.
It's gross, yeah.
Manipulated so well. We'll be looking like a quick clear right now for Yukino, but both junglers pathing up towards this top side. The priority in mid lane is going to be so important to keep eyes on as we do get to the culmination of the clears.
I'm really looking in particular how quickly Yukino will actually be able to move onto the map, because he is about half a camp ahead of where Chad is right now. Not really surprising. Again, this is just kind of how these champions do work, but Crimson has already put down some vision to make sure that Yukino does get spotted if they do try and go for anything. But as we were seeing previously, a lot of the Chinese teams in particular, Mazel, we're showcasing how easy it is to go for tri-lanes when you have the Zyra on your team, because you clear so quickly that you can be anywhere you want on the map and you're not losing tempo because you've already cleared your camps so long ago. We're going to be seeing a little bit slow actually overall on the Zyra.
A little slow, I'm just saying.
310. We gotta pump up those numbers. We can get a Samsung Fast 5 for fastest full clear.
Yes. No, I mean, hey, we're making fun of the situation, but it's still like a 310 clear. Yukino's going to be very happy with that one, because now he's first and foremost to get vision out onto the map and get a little bit of pressure. Looks like Chad will just seed this side of the map.
Haha, seed? Haha, are we talking about Zyra still?
Yeah.
Either way, Yukino will be getting that one. We'll have an opportunity to back away relatively quickly, but no real pressure getting put out from either jungler so far. One of the small adaptations that we haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to talk about here, Mazel, is the fact that Chad is going for the electrocute. This does say that he's going to be trying to be more proactive early on in the game, but hasn't necessarily had an opportunity to do so just yet. And now that Nasty goes out, we'll be warding out the Krugs. Chad does find himself on the bottom side of the map, but Luke is coming out on the same side at the same time. Yukino already has the Faded Ashes.
Little combo on bot side, but that's the problem for Trevor. You go in, you're in for a penny, in for a pound. gets huge chunks off of him. Poom does as well. That'll be both ignites used. The flash by Trevor down. Chad is here, but look, Yukino is right behind him. Chad gonna get flashed on here. Now Poom going for the grand entrance, but Chad burns his flash to get out to safety.
That's a big trade of flashes right there. Yukino really thought that he could go for something, but it didn't look as though the rest of his team was on the same page for that one. But hey, ultimately, it's just a lot of pressure being traded down in the bottom lane, back and forth, and no one really coming out with much of an advantage off of that one. However, we are going to be seeing relatively quickly how much Yukino is going to be outpacing Chad in this jungle clear, as he's already going to be moving towards the top half of the map. He just needs to throw down a couple of seeds and run away from this point on, whereas Chad has to fully auto-attack down every single one of these camps.
That's the difference, I guess. You get others to do it for you. It's fine.
Yeah, when the plants are able to do the auto tags, it is way faster. Now, we do have to know up in the top side that Tenacity is going to be forcing Crimson to back away relatively early on, whereas Tenacity going to be getting an extra 10 CS or so off of his back, and with the pickaxe coming through, he's got a lot of all-in potentially, especially now that he is level 6, and with Yukino in the area, we could be getting ready for a 2v2.
Yeah, I think we're getting ready for grubs as well, as we have a little bit of a roam from Poom up towards this top side of the map. I would be interested. Okay, we're just going to get the back from Chad. I was wondering if he was going to stay out on the map. Looks like Yukino will go for some deep vision. But this is the power you get when you have priority in your lanes. You just get to have ease of access to the enemy side of the map.
And one of the big things that comes through is Renekton was all... Trevor is here. All right, just kidding. One of the things that we're so used to seeing with Renekton in seasons past is that drafting Renekton meant that you got the first Rift Herald that spawned at 8 minutes basically for free. Now, you get to do a similar thing with the first grub spawn, right? We got to see that Poom heads back towards the bottom side of the map. There's no real contest. And CCG, at the very least, might have an opportunity to go for the dragon, but as you see on the mini-map, should be all right.
Crimson go for the trade as Tenacity took a couple tower shots there in the end. Got to pop the Dominus and look to go back, though. Slice and dice coming up there. Not going to pull it. There is the 3 grubs, though, for Disguise.
Yeah. Crimson not going to be testing his luck. He's thinking about it, though. But the Dragon trade never actually came through, and Disguise now have everybody in the area to potentially try and contest the Dragon. So they're just faster on the map, even though Chad will be getting the Scuttle Crab. Does he get level 6 off of it?
Oh. I don't know if we're actually going to get... Okay, it actually looks like Yukino wants to move down to this bot side here as well, because Poom's going to be clearing out some of the vision. They do have level 6 on Yukino and Chad, so we'll see if Chad moves back around here now that they know that potentially there could be some pressure here. Or do they know? Because they have no vision. And now Chad might be pushed out of his jungle.
Yeah, so deep here. Chad already throwing out a lot of these abilities, but it looks like it is just going to be a grub take, and you start to see some pings coming through. Looks as though CCG knows, and they definitely know now.
Oh, going to get their re-engage onto Trevor, though. Not level 6 yet, has no way out. The lockdown comes over on a Manui. Gets a big chunk from him. Nothing else going to come of it, but a back from bot lane of CCG. DSG have the run of the map here. They've literally just been deciding the pace of the game all game long.
And this is where the game becomes so frustrating to play for CCG as the trial lane comes through, but Shochi on his way.
One way to fix it is just send more bodies. We get the lightning crash down in bot side. The re-engage not going to be pulled off by Trevor, just trying to pull them off of that.
It's so tough. I mean, we just get to see Tomo, who has been one of the best players in the league, definitely the best marksman so far. He's going to be denying a couple of waves. He should be able to get an extra plate here, and even though nobody dies, we are going to see this give over 1,000 gold heat here very shortly, and Yukino even has the free time. Just go hit the dragon with so many plants. He can do it so quickly overall, and Disguise just playing a very clinical early game this time around, getting themselves some small advantages everywhere on the map, and so much of it just comes down to the fact that Yukino and the Zyra is just faster.
Yeah. A little delayed take of the dragon there. Do end up taking full objective control early on into this game. And again, it started from draft when we saw how much priority they were going to have in these solo lanes. It just means Yukino gets to have a lot more fun, it feels like. Now, I do want to take a little bit of a look on the other side, though, for CCG. They have a lot of strength in the team fights. We've seen a lot of sporadic fighting so far, and yes, there is a decent lead being gained by DSG, but CCG are going to be okay as long as they hold to this kind of even state. Maybe even look for an advantage in topside, though. Tenacity He's looking to take the 2v1 here, but that's a big croc being burned by the fire here, and he'll be roasted to a crisp. First blood for CCG.
Not a lot for Tenacity to do in that spot, but we do see that Chad finds the first blood for his team, gets himself on the board, and a couple of Dark Seal stacks as well. Really good opportunity here from Chad, because we know, as we were saying, he just clears so much slower. He needs to find opportunities to get his team back into the game, and crucially, this top lane, Tenacity really showcasing how strong of a laner he has been, even with that death, is still going to be up a little bit in terms of CS across the board. Let's see, can I... Oop, that's not the caster cockpit. Gold.
I do love to see that the plated steel caps got completed first and foremost from Young. We have seen this on the Tristana, just kind of dissuade some of the auto attack damage coming through, especially from CCG's composition. But that is huge for CCG. I was just talking about, they're perfectly fine in an even state. They just don't want to fall behind against a composition like this. And now they find themselves at a much more even state as well.
Yeah, and thank you to our wonderful observers, Caddy and Sam, showcasing that, yes, even despite that gank, Tenacity is still up in gold by 400 on the board. Just goes to show how much pressure that Tenacity has had in this early laning phase. But, Mazel, it might be your favorite time of day, because it is looking like it's going to be a grub again.
Bad down the hatches. We got to get the locks on the windows. There's something happening. I think it's Grubageddon. Oh no, but looks like an Armageddon on bot side. The big blade caller coming back from Tomo, and they're taking a 2v3 and making a 3v3. Now Young trying to get the reset, does get one, but burned down by Chad now. He will be able to make it out with the blast cone as he goes over the wall. DSG strike back to where CCG overextended.
And the Extendo Beam not going to catch Young on the backside either. The 2v3 coming out from Tomo and Poom fighting the third member as Young finally comes down to join the rest of the fight. We just get to see that this Lysandra pick coming through from Trevor does not seem to be paying off at all because it's so easily countered by the cleanse button.
Cleanse go wild as we see Essence Reaver completed by Tomo. First item here. Going to be a massive power spike. Speaking of massive power spikes, the Leandries has been completed by Chad. Trevor on the roam. This is where he is strong. Finding big picks, finding influence across the map. We'll see if he can do so on this wild Lysandra pick here, looking at top.
He doesn't even have the ult here, though, Mazel, and I think that's really going to slow down his ability to try and make any of these plays. It's a champion that really relies on having that R button whenever you actually jump in. We got to see that he was not able to use it on himself last fight. He had to use it aggressively, and Tom was like, well, that's cool. I do have a button as well. And now they're just pushing the bottom lane so far, continuing to balloon this lead down here in the bottom side.
And this is not exactly where you want to just let free reign go over to the spot lane. Again, we said it from the get-go. Tomo has been the best ADC in our league this split, and I think it's been really impressive to see how they've been willing to play down towards him or move him across the map in a lot of ways. And you have to remember, this guy was just spending his time in Dignitas and LCS, and it was having some really big pop-up moments to the end of the split. And I think it's really cool to see him come to NACL, come back, and be able to show such a level of dominance.
Yeah, Tomo's been a fascinating player to watch over the past couple of years, simply because he has had opportunities to play in both the Challengers League and the LCS, and he's always like right on that cusp where it's like, yeah, he's always one of the best marksmen that we have down here in the Challengers League, and then sometimes he has an opportunity to showcase everything that he's learned overall. But this is a fantastic game where we get to see the rest of his team just be like, yeah, if you have a pretty good player, why not make him look even better? We've been seeing a lot of time being spent by Yukino down in the bottom side of the map. They've gotten themselves 6 grubs, they got the first dragon, and they're constantly creating opportunities to push off Manui and Trevor here in the bottom side. And it just feels as though Disguise has put together a fantastic early game plan that should get them enough of an advantage to potentially try and snowball all of these dragons.
Yeah, I think their draft has set them up for success. We see a lot of very crucial picks going their way, but again, it all relies on that priority in their lanes that they've been able to play off so well. But the thing is, it requires execution after. You can't just pick the picks and be like, oh, we got free lanes!
Yeah, if you and I had these picks, we would not be winning this game.
It would not be going this well. So I think it really relies on a lot of the team effort, and that's what we have seen kind of recoup a bit as time has gone on from Disguise, because there had been some pretty rough early starts to it. I mean, obviously they had taken down TLC, but they had lost outright to FXS at the start of the split, and that was a devastating loss. Then they lost to Winthrop, and I think trying to find ways to make a lot of these well-known names come together and find a cohesive strategy has been really, really daunting, but they have now found a little bit of momentum behind them.
Yeah. It is going to be interesting to watch how Disguise does play out the rest of the season, because after CCG, they play up against FlyQuest this Sunday. Then they also have to play up against Supernova and Dragonsteel in week 7 and 8, and they will close it out with Blue Otter. And I think the thing that, you're talking about, yes, they ended up finding their first series win, but it was also up against AoE, who has yet to find a series win this split. And as Disguise start looking towards the rest of it, they want to showcase that they can do better than just be in the middle of the pack, right? This is a team that has a lot of players who I think we should be holding to a little bit of a higher standard. Yeah, they have a championship. They have a lot of players who have had opportunities to play in the LCS. And looking at their opportunities, right, I think the player that a lot of us were very excited about coming into this split was Yukino once again having an opportunity to play in the Challengers League. But I feel as though we're spending so much time talking about Tomo, who has been still very good.
And if you don't know, obviously Disguise in their first split came through and dominated the league. It was pretty impressive in winning the championship. Young, the only remaining member of that squad here on the team. But now I also, as we have a pause, I'm sure we'll be getting the game as soon as possible. Go back to the conversation of CCG a little bit, who I feel like have had some of the most heartbreaking series. I think them and Blue Otter have had some really, really bad heartbreakers in terms of having series kind of in their hands and slipping out between them. And I think this is a team that has a lot of confidence in themselves when they are able to find those wins. And I really want to see them leap off of their first win against Blue Otter. It was, again, a 2-1 series that was not easy. And I want to see them kind of use that to springboard that confidence, because when these guys are confident, they can be some of the best in the league.
They really can. However, kind of looking at this roster individually, so much of their confidence seems to come based on how they play off of the early game. I know one of the major things that we've criticized some of their players for in the past is, they have some really good early game plans, but as the game goes longer and you hit 30 to 35 minutes, that's where we start to see some of their players start to get caught out a little bit more, right? You see people trying to make some of these big plays, and it ends up finding them in hotter water than they were originally. And now, as his bot lane turret almost completely fallen, it looks as though at DSG, they still have Yukino around. He's not going to let them just leave.
Yeah, you just can't do anything. You can't be down in bot side with the amount of pressure there. As we get back into the game now, it is going to be complete dominance over bot side for DSG. They're going to steal away all of Chad's camps. This is the only side of the map that has camps for Chad right now, unless he wants to cross map over for the Scuttle Crab. But the problem is, you're going away from bottom side, which is going to seed pressure around this dragon that's about to spawn in 25 seconds as DSG take another turret.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold going over to Tomo. And even more than that here, Mizel, we know that we're going to be having a strong soul. It's not going to be the Chemtech soul. That means we get something interesting simply because you can't get the same dragon again. But Trevor and Chad looking to come topside. Tenacity has flash.
Yeah, I might actually have an angle here. Trevor has serious lockdown. Dominus waiting to be popped by Tenacity. He's going to pop it now. Flash early. There's the lockdown, though, and is it going to be enough? The croc goes down yet again, and Trevor, with the skin of his teeth, is going to make it out alive.
Barely getting out of that one. That will finally put Crimson in a position where he has more gold than Tenacity in this game, but it is going to be another dragon going over towards the side of Disguise, and Disguise does not look like they're going to be giving over the Rift Herald as well. It's just going to be a pressure play coming through from Disguise. You get a little bit of something for CCG, but Disguise feel as though they're going to walk away with even more.
Yeah, Disguise have their hand in two cookie jars right now, and they're coming away with chocolate chip and macadamia. Yeah. Like they got the dragon, they moved Tomo and Poom up topside preemptively.
Teleport?
They're going to take the tower, but they're in trouble now. They've got Crimson behind them, TP coming down. Avengers have been called, but Tomo's in trouble. He's going to use the Feather Storm. Here comes Young. Gets half his health obliterated from him immediately. Now the Blade Caller does huge work, but Tomo goes down too. It's CCG. They're using their combinations to fruition here. Poom, he's going to blow. He's not going to get hit. He does. Oh my goodness, Chad with the thumbs up, and that's some of that cohesive team fighting that this CCG composition has.
We gotta call out some of the mistakes that we see here from DSG. Tomo misses the ultimate, misses the cleanse opportunities going up against Crimson, and that just means that he does not have an opportunity. And then Young buster shots the Jacks right on top of his teammates again. They were clean out of that fight, and then suddenly Disguise just collapses, and this game suddenly becomes so even once again. It was looking very good for Disguise, but CCG just a little bit more clutch in all these situations. DSG know that they're going to have to look back at that one during the VOD review, because that could be where CCG comes back into the game. However, the Rift Herald is still alive. We do have Dragon still to play for in Disguise. They have to be feeling quite strong, especially because Yukino is here first. He's got the plans to just annoy Trevor all the time.
Yeah, and just take half his health just for walking up there as well. They'll move over to the Rift Herald here and start it up for DSG.
They also have Young still up on the top side. Just needs to breathe on this turret, and what do you know? There's going to be another structure going down. The gold lead will balloon a little bit further. But now Disguise, they're going to be hitting this. CCG will have the opportunity to respond in force, and there's no teleport available for Tenacity.
Got a little sneeze on the turret from Young there. Easy does it. Now the Rift Herald going very low. Trevor is front and center. Crimson on a flank. They do not know he is here as they have the control ward there. They're going to go for it. The flash plays coming through. They have the lockdown CC. Double counter-strike there. Gets Crimson to kill it. Tomo. They've been able to find him time and time again. And CCG, they do lose the Rift Herald, but they will deny the eye.
Yeah, ultimately, it's a fairly even gold trade coming through. Especially since Nasty off in the side lane, creating some pressure there, denying some minions away from Crimson. But you do have to be excited that CCG is fighting back a little bit in this game. And so much of it has to do with Trevor finding that flank onto Tomo, taking down the AD carry while the cleanse is down. Because the ultimate is on a much shorter cooldown than the cleanse, you do have some of these big opportunities to go for these fights. However, to start taking a look at the rest of it, we were talking a little bit about how much you love seeing Tristanas and Corkis off in the side lanes because they will be creating so much pressure. They do have the grub up getting coming through. They do have all 6 of the grubs there, which means that Twitch chat firmly in support of DSG in this game. And Tristana, we've been seeing so much of this, have so much free time in the side lanes, and we'll see how effectively Young can take down these side lane turrets, because every single one of those inner turrets you take down is 2 kills worth of gold that you pick up.
Yeah, it's a lot of standing gold on the map. I do want to highlight Rallies has been completed for chat. It's a massive spike for the brand. We'll see if he can get out on the map and be proactive with it. He will walk in his jungle here. Thumbs up as he goes in. And he knows he's dead there in the end. And Tomo going to pick up 350 smackaroos.
I mean, that's some good money going over towards Tomo, and it just cements DSG's control over the top side right now. Poom moving in to make sure Young has the support that he is free to hit this structure, and that's going to be half the top side turret gone in just a single wave. And Yukino continuing to block out any opportunity for Trevor to try and contest the top side anyway. So Young could very easily get this on the next push right here. They come through and look at that. All of that solo gold, 700 gold off of this one turret. Going to be going over to the Tristana.
A lot of money. A lot of money.
In a briefcase.
I will say, yeah, in a briefcase, untaxed.
Right
I think CCG have good entrances. The problem is DSG are realizing that they need to just group and kind of stick together. I think CCG have a lot of really good looks if they can split apart the team of DSG. And we saw that the last time around. If Tomo is not going to be peeled for, I think it's a lot of good looks for CCG as they move forward.
And CCG also are here at the Dragon first, which does mean that they can prevent DSG from walking in. Even though Zyra is definitely the queen of holding chokes in this game, Brand is pretty good at it as well. You get a lot of poke on your way in. But Trevor, not necessarily sitting in a spot where he is off on the side. And I mean, every single one of those plant auto attacks is going to be doing a ton of damage to the Lissandra at the same time. And now CCG is starting to group up. You have to be very careful with how much poke you're going to be taking from Yukino.
Gotta watch the entrance here as Dragon is up. And look at Tenacity coming over on the side. A little bit of engage here on the Trevor. He is going to ult himself there to stay to safety. They will not have that tool available, so some of their engage, some of their lockdown will not be there. Maybe they're going to cede a little bit of pressure here in the mid lane. Try to hover over towards this top side of the map. They can threaten at least the Baron on spawn, but it's more the Zyra who's going to be having a great time right now, taking a third dragon in a row for Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, as you kind of called out, as soon as the Lissandra Frozen Tomb is gone, that is all of the pressure gone from CCG. That is their ability to get into the fight. And look at this. We talked about it before. Remember what Young was doing on the top side of the map just a couple of moments ago? Well, now he's in the bottom side taking the Gromp, and he's going to be uncontested on the turn.
Oh, Trevor's in a lot of trouble here. He will be able to make it out, but the flash from Tomo, he wants that blood, and his feathers will be soaked in it. Now Manui trying to get the outplay. Manui locked down. He gets some. Manui stepping strong to Tomo. A double kill goes over to CCG. Now Crimson hovering over Tenacity here. The rest of the team trying to follow up, but Young is here to dissuade them now. CCG will turn right back around. They're pinging onto the Baron, and they're going to start it up.
DSG completely baits himself around this fight, and now they only have their 2 solo laners here to try and do this. Young is not strong enough.
That's a big croc, though. He's going in, slice and dice, going over the wall, looking for more kills. Young is dodging everything on the other side. Now Shochi's going down.
Gosh.
Tenacity! The big croc has arrived!
Trevor has the ultimate in a couple seconds.
Oh, resets. Young going for the flash. Rocket jump out. Now Tenacity going through. Poom has rejoined. It's a tag team matchup from Hell and CCG. They're going to lock down Tenacity. Finally, he's healing a decent amount, but a killing spree goes over to Crimson, and that's what you love to see for CCG.
Young might not have been strong enough, but Tenacity absolutely was. Diving right on in, getting himself over the wall to continue to chase down both of these marksmen on the far side. Even 1-3-1 with so much extra farm coming through. Tenacity finds more gold. You see 5-1-2. Crimson still going to be lagging behind in gold behind his opponent. And now this mid lane turret, not long for this world as DSG just wailing away on that one. Poom will get himself out, and DSG stop the Baron.
That is what CS differentials like this will give you. You can consistently play forward like that and still be ahead. Now Crimson will be scary in the side lane as time goes on. A nice little lead develop, about 2.5k for Disguise. CCG not ones to sit on their laurels here, though. Will continuously be looking in their topside jungle.
Yeah. Now I do have to look at Disguise a little bit. One of the things that Young did in that last fight was he came down to the fight. He had an opportunity to just take the entire bottom lane turret, and that's something that you look at players like Chovy or Cream, who we got to see a lot of play. They're not going to be coming to that fight. They know that by the time they actually get to that fight, the fight is going to be well over and done. So I would love to see Young just be a little bit more greedy in some of these plays, but look at the number of seeds that Young has already set up.
You like roses?
I do like roses. They're very pokey.
I don't know if you're going to like those roses. They probably hurt.
What if I'm a DSG fan?
Well, then maybe you do like roses.
Yeah.
Those kinds of roses. Trevor and Poop just Portal combating it up as we just have a old-style standoff here between Disguise and CCG over the Baron, because Yukino can threaten to do this at any time.
Yeah, and he will take almost no damage when he does it either, with all of these plants doing a ton. He's going to be throwing down the ultimate, so they do infinity damage.
Tenacity, they got Trevor! He's going to Frozen Tomb himself. Pyroclasm onto the backline. Look at the damage he's going to be doing with the burn. Trevor is out alive. Manui feeling very confident as he steps up. DSG forced off of it. Now the Buster Shot onto Crimson to get to safety.
Really good Buster Shot coming out from Young, but once again, it feels as though DSG is on 2 separate pages. Tenacity was looking for a turn, whereas now CCG looking to take this down. Tomo has the wave clear to save the turret.
Be a little careful.
But DSG, I mean, you could tell, you know, Yukino wanted to hit the Baron. He throws down the ultimate to get all the plants, the super mega extra damage, but Tenacity was looking for a fight. That ultimate needs to be saved if you're trying to go for a fight, but you also just don't go for the flank if you're trying to not hit the Baron. So it definitely looks as though DSG need to be calling whether or not they want to be hitting the Baron with the intention of burning it, or hitting the Baron with the intention of turning for the fight.
And those are when you get the most value out of Frozen Tomb, right? If you have everybody jumping on you, you're the perfect target. You just literally ult yourself, you heal up, and you're untargetable. So
yeah,
I think Trevor has big say, as you had mentioned from the draft, in terms of when he's using these abilities, and DSG have to be able to play around that. So far, we've seen CCG take advantage of that, but we have Dragon in under 30 seconds. That would be Soul, and an Ocean Soul at that for Disguised.
The Ocean Soul, if they pick it up, will almost entirely neutralize a lot of Chad's damage in these upcoming fights. And so Disguised are really going to be looking for this one. So I'm looking at where Yukino is. He is not playing around the Dragon. He's not getting set up around all these choke points. Instead, DSG looking to play around the Baron and Young on the bottom side of the map. This is where the rest of the team just says, hey, we see all 5 members. We can count that high. That means, Young, you are free to do whatever you want because CCG do not have the tools to be aggressive.
Yeah.
That'll be another 2 kills, 700 gold getting picked up here by Young, but he hasn't had an opportunity to spend it yet. So as Shochi comes around, he will at least get some of these minions.
He hit 3 items as he came out of base, so he has the
Oh.
lower doms now. Oh, he
Got
got
him.
the engage on top side. Young, oh no, he's not. Doesn't even need to be here now. He's gonna join out the TP coming through. Buster shot back. Crimson's in some trouble. Tenacity is finding a massive damage, but now Shochi and Manui blade collared. You step up and you're gonna get smacked. DSG smackdown hard on the CCG, and it's a full, total, clean ace.
That was a super clean fight coming out from DSG. They find a pick onto Chad right away. One of the players that we know has had some issues getting caught later on, and Disguise is going to be capitalizing on this to the maximum. They're going to get all 5 kills. They're going to get the Baron buff. They're also sending Young down towards the bottom side of the map. He's already spent all of his crazy money. He is now free to start hitting this Dragon, and with no easy teleports to come out from CCG, it's going to be DSG getting the Ocean Soul, the Baron, and all 5 kills.
And I feel like just a little bit of introspection on CCG. This is a little bit reminiscent of a lot of their games where they are able to give fights for a lot of the game, but then at some point the dam bursts open, and DSG have just done that here. 8,000 gold in the lead, the soul as well to boot. They are able to take fights where they please, and they'll continuously be looking on that. And this is the kind of domination that you can expect from a roster like this. It hasn't been seen consistently, but here, starting off this best of 3, it definitely is.
Yeah, when you get to see these players all be on the same page for the fights, it is hard to top some of their ability to team fight. So many players on this team are incredibly clutch with all of their movement on the map, with their ability to take these team fights. It's just taken a while for them to find that moment. And now, with the Rally Cry Baron buff coming through, already over 2,000 gold, they're going to be sieging up around all of these inhibitor turrets as well. They're bringing towards the top side of the map, and you know that they can send Young over there to clear it out. The one issue that they will be having is that even with the Baron buff, there's a lot of wave clear on CCG that you're going to have to push your way through, and that's why you want to be playing all parts of the map at the same time. Why Young is moving towards the top side, because the rest of his team can hold Prio in the mid lane and move up to him when Young has brought the wave.
And just deliver the evil that is this Tristana so far ahead. Almost 4 items now as well. And what a step up from Young. Obviously, we had said it earlier, but the only remaining champion from this DSG roster in their first split. And it really has been a rough and tumble last little bit for Young. It feels like since his time on Golden Guardians, his LCS stint, he said he learned a lot from that. And we'll see if it continues to be the case. Trevor going in as the engage comes through, but he's completely locked down. And the man I was just talking about goes unstoppable with yet another kill, a 6th to the tally.
Yeah, as we get to see even more pressure come through, the grub again just means that Twitch chat takes that down. Oh my god!
Dang, my man! He just absolutely takes out Chad. A little bit of a finger snap Thanos style there, and Young with the rest of DSG moving on to the last remaining turrets. Disguise looking down with pride as Shochi forced out of the fight. The little corky butt is out of there, and now you got the last Nexus turret going down. Disguised make good, and they will dominate this game number 1, and they're looking for more kills on top of it too. Put the hurt where it hurts the most. Game 1 holistically the Disguised.
I mean, Disguise, they had a couple stumbles along the way, but that was one of the cleaner games that we have been seeing so far in the Challengers League. Once they took control of the game, once they were all on the same page, you definitely know there was a moment in that last game. It was like, guys, follow my calls. And it's like, okay, you got it. And everything seemed to work after that.
Young will get our player of the game for this first one around. The Tristana coming clutch. Obviously, the priority in mid lane helped Disguise play so easily. And Young, the step up we wanted, truly, in this first game.
Yeah, so much pressure on the sides of the map as well. We got to see Young get the top lane inner turret, the bot lane inner turret, just doing classic Tristana things as well. And once he had all that money, once he hit the 3 items, that's when he started joining the fights, and that's when he started popping off in this game. And we love seeing that Disguise really having a game plan to get Tomo ahead early on, and then use that to snowball into a lead as well.
And it's pretty dominant as well from the blue side, where they were like literally blind picking a majority of their picks, and they just were confident in it. And the thing about full Omega Fearless, you can't pick these picks again. All 10 champions are going to be off the table. So some very heavy meta reliance going to be out of there, and we'll see what they want to go with. As we go to a little break to get ready for game number 2, go step away, get some water, hydrate yourself, and we'll see you there. Welcome back to NACL 2024 Summer. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi. And what a game one we had. DSG came out and down smashed CCG. We'll see if there's a bounce back at all, Joshi.
Yeah, we did take a little bit of time for DSG to figure out how they could get everyone on the same page, but once they did, it was nothing but net for the rest of the game. They were looking so good in that last part of it. But like you were saying, it's Super Omega crazy fearless draft that we have coming through. It means that all the players
it's catching on.
as long as we have more games, that means we do not get to see these same champions at all. And so everyone that you see currently on your screen, you will not be seeing in the next game. And so looking at that game, I love how you can tell exactly what is that 20 minutes
like
into the game,
yeah, a little bit,
25,
a little dip.
Yeah, 25 minutes. Like, oh guys, we're very good. We did it.
It quickly got out of hand. Literally 5 minutes later, less than 5 minutes later, the game was over. After the extreme fights around the objectives. But again, you have to harken back to it was just a good draft from DSG and some question mark drafts from CCG because you had just holistic strength. You had priority in all of your lanes, it felt like. You had Yukino, who could play around the map at his will, and that empowers that Disguise roster so much.
And we always love seeing like these teams come together in these ways because you just have so much more power on your team. One of the things that I always love seeing is when the Zyra comes through, you have a very cohesive game plan around it. Now, I also got to give a brief criticism to CCG because they walked in to check and see what was going on the bottom side of the map, but they didn't actually go in to step on all of the seeds. They didn't trample the guard, so it did mean that Yukino was able to move around the map much more freely than he maybe should have been able to.
And I don't know if we'll be seeing that Lissandra pick again. Maybe. We'll see. I think there were some good moments, but an R5 Lissandra did not come out on top here for CCG. So going back to the drawing table a little bit there in that regard. And that's where we can talk a little bit more about the draft itself as we get down to it. Because as you see, the 10 champs, we've said rather, 10 champions off the table, a lot of very strong ones. And especially on the side of DSG, a lot of the meta choices. But there still are plenty of AP junglers available for both these two guys, and I expect the compositions to be tailored around those. Yeah,
when you have a lot of these meta picks taken off the table, it does change the draft quite a bit. Now, when the Corki and Tristana are not available, oftentimes we've seen a lot of players go towards LeBlanc and Yone as kind of the next tier of champions. And LeBlanc you generally don't pair with these magic damage junglers. However, if you do have a Yone, suddenly all these magic damage junglers are still looking very strong because you have such a powerful AD mid in the mid lane at the same time. So I'm curious to see where they go. They both really, or Yone really shouts out as a Shochi type champion, whereas we know Young is a very strong LeBlanc.
There's a lot of strength to be had in that side lane as well. I personally want to see the Seraphine come through. I don't know where it's been, where it's gone, but I want to see it come back. And we saw Cupic obviously take it earlier in the split. But
may he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace. Huge shout out to Cupic. Now, I think
he's
going
not
into
dead.
draft,
he's just like
he's
back
just,
to streaming.
He said he might be back. Anyways, let's focus on this first series here because it is a very tough task for CCG to bounce back from that one, but they are a team I do expect to bounce. They've had so many heartbreaking losses, so many long series. We'll see if they can bring it back here to bring us to 3. We already on the first couple bans for DSG on the blue side are the Ziggs and the Ashe. It is the Rumble that makes a return ban by CCG.
I'm a little bit concerned here already looking at this draft, considering the fact that CCG choosing to be on the red side once again when we got to see that their big fancy counter pick on the Lissandra did not work. Like, we saw like one good play from Trevor that entire game. Other than that, DSG were very good at preventing him from ever really using the ultimate to strong opportunities. And now as CCG take away some of the very meta bans once again, DSG still has a bit of the pick of the litter. The LeBlanc is not going to be coming through, but now it could just be the Yone to come through for Young if he wants it.
I do really like the Karthus ban, especially towards Chad. Being willing to take that one and have a lot of farming style given to him. He's the kind of jungler that has said to us multiple times, if he could farm, he would. if he could just go through full clears. It is the first pick Leona, so long distance engage, but stability in bot lane already for Disguised.
We saw this Leona climb in priority in international play recently. It is just so strong. Everyone seems to recognize, like, yeah, it really pushes out things like the Nautilus. It really is good into almost everything you could be potentially looking to play. However, CCG, if you cannot play the engaged support game, there are ways to get around it. The Lucian paired with something like a Nami is a classic pick. You can also throw this into the mid lane as one of those, yet again, classic Shochi Minui flexes. Instead of going directly to showcase where it is that they want to put this Lucian, this Lilia hover is very interesting to come out from CCG. I feel as though when the only champion you know of is Leona, the Lilia is like, it's tougher to play.
That solar flare is going to be blinding Bambi all game long. We'll see if it actually does work out that way, but it is the Lilia, another one of those hard farming, quick clearing at least, AP junglers for Chad this time around. And the answer has to come out here, I'm sure, in jungle setup for DSG.
Yeah. With the Lilia already picked up, it does say that CCG very likely to go with another double marksman style of composition, which really pushes this Lucian towards the mid lane a little bit more, but Ezreal has been one of the best characters in League of Legends recently. A little bit surprising that it did not appear in Game 1's draft whatsoever, because it basically just wins every lane down in the bottom side of the map. You hit anybody with that Essence Flux, and suddenly your Mystic Shot is doing 1 billion damage. You hit 2 of those, and it suddenly feels like your opposing lane is already gone. And so CCG really feels like they're trying to battle uphill by picking some of these less common champions, whereas DSG are getting every meta pick that they could possibly ask for.
And it feels like rinse and repeat in terms of that regard for DSG, as they will get the Maokai, so a little bit of that preemptive setup, but the utility and the facilitation from Yukino. And I really like the Ezreal, a little bit of that safety returning for Tomo. He realizes he is probably the main target at this point after having a pretty strong game on the Xayah last time around. We will see the classic Minui Kaisa come through, and I love to see Comfort opted into for this guy who has to step up against Tomo.
It is a really interesting pick here because you seem very convinced it's Minui. I'm not 100% convinced. I think it's likely, but I know Shochi likes playing these weird things, right? He was the guy, or I guess it was Bradley Harper was the first person to play Ezreal mid in Challengers League. But Shochi is the kind of person who would do something very similar. Now, the 2 marksmen are picked up for CCG. The question is DSG going to be going for a second marksman as well? It's very weird to watch games of League of Legends when there's only 2 or even 3 of them in this day and age. But CCG definitely taking away one of the classic ones you see up in the top side. So I'm curious where they actually go from here, because you need to take away these auto attackers because they're one of the things that Lilia hates the most.
You just need to take away damage setup, because right now, like, the only thing that DSG is missing is damage to back up their poke, or like at least their setup. So they take away the Azir, so maybe trying to take away maybe the delayed follow-up in that regard, but still feel like there's a lot of powerful choices available for DSG. I do expect them to take away more of this front line.
Yeah. The front line is going to be one of the major things that CCG needs to find for themselves. The Braum, I think, should be a major shout here. It has been growing as one of the best champions and also one of the best counter picks to Leona, but it's not going to be on the table right now, so I would love to see CCG just go for this pick right away. It has so many tools available. It really just outfights Leona in a lot of situations, but it doesn't seem as though that's what CCG is favoring at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's 2 avenues, right? You have a little bit more of the safety. I feel like you can block a lot of the damage as well already from the Ezreal, but you have that extra setup of CC, the kind of guarantee of the multi-chain CC with the Rel. It was banned away against them in last game as well, so going to go ahead and grab that one.
Yeah, Hui going to be the pick here coming out for DSG, and Tenacity's Camille being blind picked here at the very end. One of the classic counter picks to Camille has always been the Gnar, which is kind of a marksman, so that we would still hit our quota of 4 marksmen in one game if we end up seeing that one come through. But now DSG, I really like this composition. They've got a lot of damage. They've got a lot of tools to get things started, whereas CCG, I actually really worry for this Lilia as the Olaf does come through. It is a good pick into the Camille. You are able to go for a lot of the fighting, but I do worry that you're going to struggle actually doing enough damage simply because Camille, Hui, and Ezreal can chew through an Olaf incredibly quickly.
You're going to have to see the entrances by the side of CCG. Again, they heartbreakingly lost the first game. Now they're coming back into it. Manui special of the Kaisa back at it again, but they have much more of a stable comp, it feels like, than they had in that game number 1. On the other side, the execution bar feels pretty easy for the side of DSG.
Yeah, it definitely does. And DSG, they've got some really strong tools. Now, the one thing that CCG can do going into Disguise in this game here, Mazel, is Shochi can do some similar things what we were seeing Young do in the last game with the Lucian. The only real threat he has in the side lane is going to be this Camille. But the Camille also kind of needs to be matching the Olaf if Crimson is ever going for a split, because Huey's not going to be able to do it. He's just going to die.
Yeah, that's the most difficult part. You got to keep Young a little safe here. He is going to be a ton of your consistent damage for DSG, and we know Young from that game number 1 has been able to step up so far. Him and Tomo been a masterclass carry combo for Disguise already this split, and right now all eyes on CCG to try to step it up. Both these teams coming off of a win, but CCG coming off their first series win of the split, want to keep that momentum going for themselves. So many series that have been so close. Now, as they get into game, they actually have a ton of momentum going for themselves with a much more stable comp for CCG.
Yeah, we would love to see DSG actually get this one in a 2-0. Every single game matters in this format, especially with only 9 series to play. DSG can find themselves 2 wins. It gives themselves a little bit better tiebreakers as we start getting into the second half of the season here for DSG, as we are going to be seeing Chad go for something a little bit funky up on the top side. Trevor also on the other side of the wall, trying to force Nasty into a hook shot.
Let's get the slow down. Every toe does do work here. Going to get the hook shot out of Tenacity.
It's a minor concession to come through from Tenacity, but it is still something at the very least, and they will be able to push forward and potentially get a little bit of vision down. Whereas Tenacity not going to be warding his own side of the map at all, and look at this, CCG. They are not leaving. This is... Oh, never mind. Chad is on vision, so this entire plan ultimately just going to be very even. And we also see Tenacity just trying to stop Chad from doing anything, and he still has a hook shot to just leave.
Get a little bit of damage in there, but Jungle will be found out. DSG going to be able to play around that one pretty heavily. Make sure you're spamming it before it goes away. Who you got in this one? DSG for Disguise or CCG for CCG Esports? And a lot of Disguise fans out there right now. And maybe rightfully so after that first game.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, it doesn't look as though CCG have much of any idea as Poom just goes in. A little bit of trading.
Oh, he's going to get a ton of the damage from the plasma stacks there as well. The Ignite coming down. Poom's going to have to flash early here. Now Tomo's in some trouble too. And that's why you grab the Rel, because the ease of the plasma stacking is so good.
Yeah, very aggressive coming out from Poom right off the bat. He lands the Zenith Blade on both members, so you do get a little bit of extra damage from the passive, but now Tomo's going to have to flash.
Does cleanse. Now Tomo going to try to get the level up there to get the Arcane Shift, and he is out. Plasma stack. Oh, he gets up. Manui on his pick, though. He overextends for it. Now Yukino is coming over here to clean house. Bramble smash to victory here, and Yukino pulls one back from the brink for Disguise, and that phase rush might just ensure that they get a second. Trevor mounting up. Is he going to be able to get away? Oh my god, that was dirty. He gets one back for him, though. Yukino not going to go down. It's a 2 for 2 on the bot side. Chaos abound.
4 kills already going over the entire map is absolutely wild. Up at the top side, Tenacity still just getting his first couple of minions off the bat, but the big winner in all of this actually going to be looking to be Yukino, right? Those 2 kills making up for the fact that he's not going to be farming so much of his own side of the map early on in this game, whereas yes, Chad's going to take away 2 quadrants from the other side, but those 2 kills when the Faded Ashes come through anyway, and that's going to be giving a lot of time over to Yukino to go for a lot of sparring. But we got to ask here, Mazel, what was going on in Poom and Tomo's head? I do love the fact that Tomo stuck around getting that last minion kill in order to hit level 2, so he didn't have to flash right away, so he was able to counter flash Manui. But it's still a very tough position for Tomo and Poom, who have been so good in so many of their early lanes.
Yeah, and you'll take that all day for CCG. I think being able to punish this bot side continuously will be something they can look at now that there's no summoner spells down there as well. I love that you mentioned, though, really quick, going back to it, the Faded Ashes for Yukino. He's going a little bit more of that damage start here. He'll also have a lot more speed of increase clear to his his side, and I think being able to keep up in some regard against Chad, who will just start hard farming super fast, is super big, but he's looking top.
And also not spotted until he rounds this corner, so Crimson will be A-okay overall. Yukino's like, huh, that was weird. He moved away as soon as I stepped out of his bush. I wonder if there's a ward here. Turns out there was. Chad will have a little bit of a experience advantage just because he does have more of those early camps. However, Yukino will be able to recoup a lot of that relatively easily in this game due to so many opportunities to go back into his own side of the jungle. Disguised, as we look towards the bottom side of the map, it's important to note that Tomo got no kills and no assists, so he's still just sitting on a Doran's Blade compared to Minui, who has an entire recurve bow and a longsword on top of it. Who still wants to fight anyway?
Engage here for the 2v2. Gonna get a decent amount of damage with the Essence Flux, but yeah, I mean, you get chunked 10 times out of 10 if you get the multi-chain CC on you. Trevor will pick up that kill.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Poom, you were just down like 1,000 gold of combat stats at least. And yeah, I know Israel's a good champion, but he is not 1,000 gold at 5 minutes better than this Kaisa. That, you gotta scratch your head at that one. Didn't make a whole lot of sense, and it is going to really put DSG on the back foot for a lot of the rest of this early game, because Trevor and Minui are just going to be way stronger than they have any right to be.
And I love to see that for CCG because it gives them a point of power on bottom side to play around. And we actually see Chad pathing down towards that way now as well. Dragon has spawned. We will have the grubs spawning here soon. Want to see what the priority on objectives is going to look like. Looks like Chad wants to go towards top side.
Yeah, Chad also, once again, opting for this Dark Seal relatively early on. Having a lot of faith in his own play to actually make sure that that build is worthwhile. But Disguised, it doesn't look like they're nearly as interested in the grubs this time around, as instead we see Yukino going down towards the bottom side. The pink is there, and Tomo almost dead.
Oh, they got the combo there as well. Now they have Minui very, very low with Yukino coming over the wall. There's the flash bramble smash again, and he's on a killing spree. That's a murderous tree that we're seeing witnessed right in front of our eyes. He's looking for another one. He wants to give a kill over the bot side. He's going to know. Take it with the sapling, and a double kill goes over 4-0 for Yukino.
That's a lot of gold going into this Maokai, but even with the Leandris coming through, it's not as though he's going to be doing oppressive amounts of damage. So DSG really is kind of bailing themselves out of some of the mistakes that we were seeing their bottom lane make earlier on. And now, with the grubs going over towards CCG, this Lila is still going to be farming up a Storm, and we'll have a lot of freedom to potentially play for the Dragon, because just as we saw in the first game, it was not traded right away.
Not immediately. I think that's a big thing to keep an eye on as well. I do love that Chad is just kind of opting into what Lilia does best and just clearing as much as possible, take advantage of the sides of the map that you can. And now he'll be back down towards this bottom side, taking the Scuttle Crab and the Dragon.
Yeah, we take a look as there's no real contest coming through from DSG. Yukino, the richest player on the map, and it's not particularly close. 600 gold up on Minui, who has the second most gold in the game. So DSG, the big thing that I'm a little bit worried about in this game for them is we saw that they really liked playing around the one-item spikes in the last game. And now, this time, their one-item spikes on this Ezreal in particular are going to be pushed back relatively far. He's just down so much gold in comparison to Minui. And there's not, again, like we touched on earlier, Mazel, there's not the same kind of sideline pressure that Young is going to be able to put on this game as he was able to do on the Tristana.
Not as simple as just pushing in mid lane and letting Yukino have his way with the jungle. Chad continuing to clear is about 10 CS over Yukino as a whole. You will have, at least for DSG side, the bot side respawning, maybe it redeploys out towards this side as Leandris has been completed for him. A lot of strength now with the AP Maokai early stats.
Yeah, the Leandris will do quite a bit of damage at this point in the game, and it will be very annoying to deal with later on. However, Maokais normally don't go full AP. You see it every now and then, but most of the time it's oftentimes like, hey, what if we went Warmog second? And it's like, okay, I guess. Like, that is still going to give you a lot of effective HP in all of these fights. However, I keep looking up towards the top side, and normally we don't talk about it a lot, but we're seeing these massive waves get bounced back and forth into Nasty, doing a decent job making sure he's never really actually having to fight Crimson, which is really good for Disguise, because as long as the Nasty isn't falling really far behind, he's going to be this massive problem later on in the game. We have seen so many crazy Camille plays over the years from so many different players, and just having Tenacity as strong as he is will allow him to take a lot of control later on. And Tomo, I just love the fact that he's also just nickel and diming Minui and Trevor every single time they miss some of these abilities.
And just a little thing to kind of keep an eye on. It has been interesting because at least the last couple series we've seen, especially starting off with the TLC series, people have been willing to just kind of blind pick things into Crimson. And him being the kind of counter pick king to some extent coming through from Tier 3, I really want to see him utilize some of these and make it to where it's not as easy to just say, I want to blind pick some things into you, right? And where you've already seen twice in a row, Tenacity has been willing to do that this series.
And I think it's really important whenever you have someone who's known as his counter picker that the counter picks pay dividends, right? We saw that the Jax, it got a lot of kills last game, but it was consistently behind Tenacity in terms of money that had on the board because he lost a lot of plates, he lost a lot of CS throughout the course of the game, and so far he's got a small lead going into this Camille, but Camille's the kind of character that you oftentimes see as a counterpick herself. So when the counterpick is just coming out ahead as a blind pick, it really says, one, a lot about how strong Tenacity is on this character, but it also says a lot about how strong we can expect it to be later on.
That'll be something we have to keep a side eye on. We are starting to get movement, though, because Grubby's Episode 2 has spawned. DSG will be first and foremost there. They want to deny Grubageddon against CCG. They'll start it up now. They do have Crimson moving from CCG, and they might want to contest this. Bot lane is moving up as well.
Everybody starts to come up. Minui's going to be a little bit late, but he is Kaisa, so he's going to be able to join a little bit later on. I love how Puma is just aggressively standing there.
Oh, yeah, just going to go in now. Trevor tries to go, but all the flashes out. Whoa. Now spiraling despair onto CCG, and it might just be literal, not figurative. As Shochi goes in, he's executed by Tenacity. Now Crimson trying to make good of it, but his axes won't swing fast enough, and he just goes down to Tomo. A double kill goes back to CCG, but that's holistically a win for DSG.
A beautiful play coming out from DSG, immediately jumping down on top of Chad, and Chad could do nothing in that last fight. He still has a flash, he still has ultimate available, because he was completely taken off guard by everything that DSG was able to throw at him. Another kill coming through, and we're going to take a look at this one yet again. Watch how Trevor goes in, and then immediately DSG just jumps on top of Chad. Look at that. Boom just flashes right on in. The solar flare is there. The true shot barrage lands on top of him as well, and he just goes down almost instantly. Tenacity slingshots himself right on top of the backline at the same time, and like you called out, Crimson is here. He can take down one member with the swinging axes, but only one member is small price to pay for everything that DSG picked up.
1,000 gold lead now for DSG, and we ain't done yet. Back onto the map and back for another objective. A dragon is spawning now.
They gave over the first dragon in this game. They had 4 consecutive dragons in the last game. The Ocean Soul didn't make a big difference, but DSG saying, yeah, we could be hitting the dragon first, or we could take down Shochi.
Yeah, Shochi, unfortunately, is completely caught. And we'll see who gets the kill here. Are they going to give a 6th one to Yukino? It looks like it might just go over to Tomo this time around, who's slowly but surely getting himself into the game. We have first item spikes across the board.
Yeah, and DSG, they're not really worried about the pressure up in the top side or in the mid lane because Young already has the loons completed. He can clear out this wave here, and that does mean that DSG will be taking down this dragon. Now, the cross-map play coming out from CCG, they're going to be taking away this blue buff, which is, you know, small win coming through here, but it is going to be at the cost of the bottom lane turret, which will be going over to Tomo as he picks up more and more plates. And they're not going to necessarily be snowballing even more of the top side of the map as Crimson gets a plate or two for himself, but it's, again, going to be traded for Tomo on the bottom side of the map, and it does feel as though CCG a little bit too cautious in trying to make something happen in the top lane.
They're going to collapse over here on the top side, try to punish Tenacity.
Oh, it's so late.
They are going to get him at the end potentially here. They're going to try to get the combos. Chad is jungling beautifully here by juggling. And now Crimson will claim that one and the turret here in the end.
I like that CCG eventually go for it, but it comes so late in the play. DSG gets the entire bottom lane turret. They're still pushing here in the mid lane. And it's very lucky for CCG that all this time that they spent on the top side of the map isn't responded to by even more from Disguise. They had an opportunity to potentially go for a dive on Manui in the mid lane if they just knew that CCG were still going for the dive in the top side.
They're going to get the Rift Herald by CCG. Kino is out here trying to contest it, baby. He's got a Nature's Grasp there, too. They found the Killer Instinct over to Young. He was not expecting it whatsoever. Now he's going to spawn.
He's alive!
How is he still alive? The shielding comes in insanely clutch. He's still kicking it, but it's CCG that'll be kicking a couple bodies into the dirt here. Tenacity goes on the side. Now Shochi in some trouble. He's being excisioned from the team, and Atomo, he's popping off now. He's looking for the flash play and gets it. That'll be a double kill going over, and more going to DSG time and time again.
And Ace just comes through as a minion, executes Young at the very end of all that play. But hey, they get so much more off of that, and Tomo still left alone here in the mid lane, taking a huge chunk off of this mid lane turret at the same time. Tenacity up on the top side, uncontested, because Crimson ends up going down. DSG is getting every little bit. I mean, the shielding absolutely nuts in this last play. Like you were calling out, as the shield does come through, everybody on CCG just assumes he's dead. The Fear landing on top of Manui means he can't do the damage, and he's just able to walk on out. And the fact that the last HP is the only one that matters comes up huge for Young and the rest of this team fight, because he's able to throw out these snipes from a long way away, able to get even more damage on these different members, and even save Tenacity's life by just blowing up Olaf in that last fight.
The last damage from Tenacity is so insane. The Trinity Force coming in huge there. Now CCG, they are on the back foot heavily. Now Yukino is 7-1 on the Maokai. It's actually impressive how they've been able to carve away a little bit of this advantage. But CCG, I want to point out a couple of the strengths they have. They'll be getting to second items here sooner rather than later. And I still think they have a lot of promise if they can target select right, get Tomo out of these fights, get Young out of these fights, and make sure to finish them off.
Yeah. I also want to point out, as we get another look at the gold, Tomo, he was so far behind where Manui was earlier in the game. We have another fight.
We can't even talk about it because Chad is just getting taken off this earth as Young goes now. He does get the kill, but now Yukino and the rest of DSG just get pounced on by CCG, and that's exactly what I was just talking about.
Really good teleport, but this is one of those things that you oftentimes look at, is how much are those teleports going to cost you. Tenacity in the bottom side of the map will do a ton of damage to the structure all by himself. The Hex Tech portals might mean that Manui is flanking, but Tenacity can probably kill him.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Tenacity, they have families, man! He's gonna not get out of this one though. Shochi makes her to flash to avenge his teammate. Tenacity though, making quick work of Manui.
Crimson will get the topside turret, so it will be a little bit more going over to CCG, as the gold lead will shrink by about 500 gold, but DSG not content with all of that, as Yukino, he's got the Warmogs, he's got Mobius built into his kit at this point.
He's running, man! He's going, he's got the distance.
No Ragnarok.
Look at Tomo. Tomo's going the D. Okay, he's gonna stop. Yukino is not gonna chase any further in the end. There is a turret there for Crimson to go over to.
Look, that's a psychotic play coming out from Yukino. You got to respect it, right? He's like, I'm going to flash this wall. I am so fast on this Maokai. But now DSG, they have to start adjusting their play towards the other side of the map, because we do have a Hextech Dragon spawning in just 20 seconds. CCG are going to be the first ones here. Young does have the teleport, though, and it is going to be difficult to maintain control as the saplings will slowly wrest control of space back away. It's Tenacity.
They want to try to get him. They have the CC chain with the calling going. The lilting lullaby on top of it all as well. Tenacity is gone. Now that will make this a 4v5 in favor of CCG.
Playing too fast coming out from Disguise, and that means that the rest of the team is going to have to play a little bit more carefully around this. They have a lot of control. They have some good bursts coming through. The CCG bringing on the Dragon too quickly.
No, he's going in with the Nature's Grasp. Over on Manui, though, is the target selection for DSG. They will back off there as they lose the Dragon. Engage from Poom might be on the table. He does not have ultimate. They have the Death Wall here to use. The re-engage from CCG. Trevor getting denied there as the spiraling despair comes down. Poom is just going to have to burn his flash out. Things going a little bit wide both ways, but the entire time Tomo's been pushing mid lane, so DSG just need to stop the backs here as they will take a tier 2 there in mid.
Oh my gosh, even still hunting Chad right now. Poom does not have the War Monk, so you can't just mog on them the entire time, but DSG narrowly avoid getting punished for their split decisions yet again. CCG trying to take them down there, but Nasty will be getting the top lane turret. The mid lane turret also goes down to Tomo, and so even with the dragon going over, Disguise maintain a little bit of a lead even after Nasty gets picked. And this is one of the things that Disguise have been doing so well in this series, is just controlling where all of the waves are, making sure that even if CCG finds some members, they're not going to be getting more off the plate.
And that's the punishing thing, because CCG, they are not backing down from this one. This is a much different game than that game number 1. It feels a lot more similar to some of the big pop-up moments we've seen from CCG, but it is consistently DSG clawing away a little bit more, time and time again. We're going to be getting second, third items, getting close here for DSG, especially Tomo, and that will be so difficult to deal with because they just don't have access to him unless they find the big engage from Trevor or from Chad if he can get the little lilting lullaby.
And this is something that Tomo has done so well, and something that Diamond is giving him a lot of credit for, is to quote Diamond again, Tomo is probably the best AD carry in the league at just looking really sexy and trying to get people to dive onto him and then killing them as soon as the dive actually comes through. And that's something that Tomo on this Ezreal is going to have so much freedom to do in all of these fights with the Arcane Shift, with the Flash, with the Cleanse still available. It's not going to take just Trevor getting on top of him. It's going to take even more pressure coming out from the rest of the team. And so far, Shochi and Minui, like, they're doing all right for themselves. Shochi actually the second richest member in the game. But it's not as though he's going to be able to consistently get the culling or the auto attacks down onto an Ezreal.
Yeah. Looking at the map right now, CCG were spotted going into topside to try to get tenacity. The rest of DSG have been waiting this entire time for them to come back down towards this mid lane. They won't be able to pull the trigger there as CCG take the safe route down into mid lane. This is somewhere CCG really got to stick to their mettle and find a little bit of sustained fighting here for themselves, because Crimson is still massive if he can get onto the right targets as well, but DSG just have such good heal tools, and now they can just move forward as well.
They have so much vision control at the same time. Yukino just walking directly up to the bush around the Raptors, and Minui, yeah, it's like, cool, I know you know I know you're here, so like, I don't care. I'm going to take away even more of the vision. Once this is gone, it's going to be so difficult for CCG to continue checking all of these angles. And if you don't have control of those angles, Trevor doesn't have opportunity to go for the flangles.
Yeah. Gotta have those flangles, man. They're important. Yeah. We are getting at least the Hydra completed for Tenacity. We also just got the Rallies for Chad. Oh. Crimson is the play right now, though, and DSG collapsing onto him. They'll have a nice CC chain. He has the Ragnarok and the Ghost coming up soon, but not going to pop it just yet. Going for the fight, trying to get Young. He gets the trade. Now Chad coming in. He wants to get a lilting lullaby. They get the Hextech ultimatum onto him, though. They've got Minui on Killer Instinct. Look at Minui. He's popping off with Shochi now. Shochi locked down by Yukino. He's got to get the damage done and get out. Now he's running away like the little tree he is, but Shochi will lock him down into the dirt just like the stump cut from the tree. And now it is DSG on the back foot, where CCG cut that lead again.
So many buttons committed onto Crimson on this Olaf, and he just does not care about so many of them. DSG fall down a little bit in that last play, and Shochi in particular being a big winner of that. Minui also going to be getting himself this bottom lane structure, and so the gold lead for DSG once again rapidly disappearing as they're not hitting us, right? Okay, they are going to be leaving that, but it is going to be CCG continuing to chip away at the gold lead, but by spending so much time on the map, they're going to be late to get to this dragon.
Yeah, dragon is spawning in about 25 seconds. The back's coming through. They do have the Hex Gates to give them a little bit of speed getting back onto the map, but they got to get the wave states under tow here. It'll be DSG who are first out onto this side of the map as well, and look to get a little bit of vision around there too.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage going out to just make sure that CCG are not hitting the Baron. We know they're not, but DSG did not know what we know, and that does mean that DSG is like, hey, well, they're not hitting the Baron, we don't see them around here, that must mean this dragon is free, and Tomo will be picking this up by himself as the rest of CCG at least think about starting to hit the Baron, but that is going to be a tie-up on the Dragons. No one really going to be threatening to soul this game, and DSG can continue to just jockey for position around the top side of the map. Crucially, the waves in the top side and the bottom side, I believe, the top side is going to be pushing, but the bottom side is going to be pushing for DSG. So both sides will need to send people off towards the sides in order to pick up these waves to make sure that they aren't on a timer.
And we're about at an even game state now, all said and done. Yes, objectives going even as well in that regard. Kind of holistically, except for one tower. Now, also Manui, big importance, has completed third item as well. Some big item spikes coming online for both teams. And that's where we have to kind of refocus into what these team fights are going to look like for both sides. The entrances for CCG, if they can get them, they go all in and they go all out. For DSG, it's a little bit more susceptible to some of those entrances, but very strong as a whole.
Yeah, a couple mystic shots, and Yukino's just like, hey, I thought we were doing this. No, just kidding. It's just letting you showcase how the Warbox works. At the same time, though, like you said, DSG, the big reason why that last fight in the bottom side went so wrong was because Tomo was focused on hitting Crimson, and CCG came from the other side where Crimson was not, which means that Tomo just kind of got dogged on in that last fight. So DSG, I mean, they're giving up a lot of HP from Yukino. A little bit surprised that Manui not looking to just go for an execute there. I feel like he could have taken him down almost instantly.
And just the Warmog's really that tankiness provided for Yukino right now, but you are also getting the Steric's third item completed for Crimson. We're able to get the rapid fire there for Shochi. We've got some big item spikes, and a little bit more so than their opposition, actually.
Yeah. Ooh. A lot of damage onto Chad. The Zenith Blade barely missing out there as DSG, now that they know that Chad is taking all this damage, actually looking to start up the Baron once again. Yukino going to be hitting it, but he doesn't have any support from the rest of his team. They're just kind of hanging around.
Like, are they going to step up, maybe? Chad doesn't have a lot of health to work with here. They are just going to full commit onto it now as well. The rest of CCG going to try to come over here. They're on vision, though. Boom, just going to pull the trigger. They just want it all in now as well. And Trevor is gone. Nature's Grass coming across. Yukino is still doing the Baron this whole entire time. Chad doesn't really have an entrance here. Nice W's, at least the Void Seekers coming out from Manui. Trying to get another one here. Not going to get the cooldown reset. Chad in the pit. Chad doesn't get it. It's Tomo out of everybody that gets the rally cry Baron buff. But now they're like fish in a barrel. And Crimson wants to come here. No! It's Tenacity that takes Manui out with the Hextech Ultimatum! And then CCG trying to fight their way out of this one. They have not been able to get a single person down from Disguised, and they have now found themselves in Alcove Gaming desperate territory.
You gotta wait for Yukino to mog his way up. He's got so much HP in a couple of seconds. This is so easy.
Shochi has an entrance maybe on the side. Crimson gonna fight tooth and nail over there on the other one, but he doesn't get it. And now it's Shochi locked out too, severing both from distance. And after everything is said and done, the dust clears and Disguise stepping over the dead body of CCG.
Trevor here waiting for potentially another long flank, but no opportunity going to be giving from Disguise. Instead, they take away some camps. Tenacity up in the top side, playing on the edge of what was possible when they actually go for that 3v2 up on the top side. But now Trevor potentially looking for Tenacity in this next fight.
It's just taking the turret in between two people right now. Going to take the hook shot over, and now Tenacity trying to find an entrance into an exit, at least. He will Hextech Ultimatum over Chad. Now Chad in some trouble here, too. He gets the Lilting Lullaby in time. Chad still down. It's the 1-for-1 trade in a 1v3 for Tenacity.
Remember what we were saying about Tenacity is going to be a problem later on in the game, even in the 1v3 finding a kill, and that does mean that the rest of his team has so much freedom on the rest of the map. Tomo pushing the mid lane, Young pushing the bottom lane. These lane assignments creating so much pressure as they now send everybody down towards the bottom side to try and deal with Crimson, who has to use the Ragnarok, and that does mean that this bottom lane turret is long gone.
Boom was waiting. He was like stutter stepping to try to get Crimson down. They will end up taking him out in the end, and it's Poom that gets the kill as well. They have this Baron buff crash here coming down, and that's an inhib gone. Manui's going to have to complete that back, but they've already done the lasting damage.
We'll see how much more Disguise get. They do get a stun briefly onto Shochi, but it looks like they might be trying to end the game. They have Tenacity up in a couple seconds, who will be able to teleport and join the rest of his team.
Try to find the siege here. TP coming in now as well from Tenacity. He has that Hex Tickle. Manui's just gone. Manui has just disappeared. He might be a magic act at this point because CCG have disappeared off of Summoner's Rift. They're going to go down once again. Their last Nexus turret falls. Shochi, the only remaining defender, but an ace makes it guaranteed. And DSG will put CCG in their place and rise to 3-2 on the season.
In a 2-0 fashion as well. The Skies, it took them a little while to figure out exactly how to play every single one of these moments. We even got to see some issues in their early game coming down from the bottom side of the map, but they nonetheless, when all these players are on the same page, it is too difficult for CCG to stand up to them. As we get to take another look, so much damage getting put out by Tomo in that last game. There's Ezreal, an absolute monster across the entire map, and only dying once. Pretty good stuff coming out from this guy.
And just like the last gold graph, just extreme uphilling towards the end and very quick into the game. That's something we have to look forward to for DSG, because I felt like this series was a little bit of a check-in on what we can expect from these teams going forward in the rest of the split as we crest over that halfway mark. And DSG, when they have a lead, they know how to close it.
Yeah, really good stuff overall coming out from DSG. Excited to see what else they can do, as, like you said, we're cresting the halfway mark. They are pretty firmly in a position where they can expect themselves to be in playoffs, but they can't ride on their laurels just quite yet. Really looking forward to see what else they can do and if they can continue to find themselves on the same page.
Well, we'll see and get to talk to one of them, Yukino, afterwards, as well as we will have a little bit of a break before we have our Rally Cry post-game interview. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm joined by none other than Disguise Yukino, as what a smashing series, a 2-0 victory. I'll just have to ask outright, man, and you talked to me a little bit about before, 4-0 to start off on a Maokai. What is your mindset? What are you trying to do after that point?
I mean, like, I was on Maokai, so it's kind of really hard to do anything. So I was kind of just like saying, okay, guys, I got like 4-3 kills, like the bot lane's in sync, like I'll just like repay you guys with bot lane, because some messed up stuff happened level 1. I don't know what happened, but it was like a fiesta.
A little bit crazy on the bot end of it, but hey, you guys come out with a pretty clean victory all in all. Now, this is the marking of the over halfway point of the split. You guys have gotten 5 games in. I want to get a check-in on how you've been feeling with the team itself coming into the league itself. Obviously, we hadn't seen you at this level since your time on 100 Thieves, and it's been really, really awesome to see you grow back into the role. But what has the roster been like around you, and kind of the growing pains, or if maybe the lessons learned?
I mean, when I was first told the team, like with Tomo, like replacing Minui, I was like, because like we have experiences before in Champs Q, and I always thought like he's like a really talented player. Like I didn't really watch his LCS games, but the games I had of him in Champs Q are like really fun. So like we have a lot of talented people, but yeah, there's a lot of strong voices in the comms. Like it's just like whoever has like the strongest voice, like it feels like for our team environment, like it's the cold mid.
Okay. So do you have any further information on that, or like at least in terms of strategies? Are you guys all cooking in the kitchen, or is there somebody that's like kind of behind everything?
I mean, we're all cooking, but like Poom is kind of like leading the comms on like what to do with the map. Like I'm still kind of new, so I kind of like listen to him most of the time. But like if I see something that's good, like I'm gonna like scream at my team, and be like, listen to me, like don't do this. So yeah, a lot of strong voices.
Well, I want to talk about you a little bit more specifically, because it's been really nice to see your re-entrance, but also a lot of the praise that we've been seeing you get from your peers, but also from people around the community itself. And how has this growth been for you? What have you been working on, or at least what do you feel like you've been improving on the most yourself personally?
Just like a lot of like my map play, because like a lot of our players have like LCS experience before, so I'm just like learning under them. They're like kind of like teaching me everything. Sometimes I get like, yelled at if I'm like not at like the right place at like the right time, but like we're working on it.
Hey, it's all about working on it. That's why we're a developmental league. What has been your favorite memory, at least so far, with the squad, if you have one, with Disguised?
Favorite memory?
So far.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really have one.
Okay, not yet. It's when you win the championship,
right?
It'll
not
be
yet.
later.
It's when we win. It's for playoffs. Yeah.
I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here before I let you go.
I mean, I gotta shout out the Disguised Toast Patreon, but I also want to shout out my peers and like a lot of like the people that support me over the years. That's kind of all.
I appreciate you so much for coming in and chatting with me. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you more as season goes on. But appreciate you stepping in, and we will talk to you next time. That is it for our interview. We're going to step away for a little break, and we'll be right back with our second series of the day. Don't you dare miss it. It's the Battle of the PCs. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and we're here on the kickoff of week number 5. We already got our first series done and dusted at 2-0 by Disguise, but now we enter the PC Octagon. I don't know. I was going to try to come up with some cool name. It is a battle between FearX Starforge and FlyQuest NZXT. It's going to be a lot of fun, Joshi.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be telling us quite a bit in particular about how Fear are going to be looking come playoffs. We know that this team is one that should be making the playoffs later on, but so far they've had a fairly easy split, whereas now they're going to be going up against FlyQuest, currently in 4th, 2-1, several series behind a lot of the other teams who are currently in the league, but we know that FlyQuest is one of these teams that is going to be contending for the championship.
And we see the standings here in front of us now, as well as we get to see DSG make a little bit of a room. I do believe they have the 3 games now, so be moving up there eventually. But this one's important just for the fact of the matter of FearX Starforge losing makes a big difference between them catching up to Dragonsteel or not. And at this point, Dragonsteel been kind of running away with the split, so that does matter to some extent. But it's also a moment of proving. I think FearX Starforge has been a team everybody's had their eye on a little bit. A lot of LCS experience on this roster. FlyQuest Challengers, a lot of will-be LCS experience and some prior
Hopefully.
LCS experience on there. So it makes this one a lot of fun.
Yeah, and as we look into this last series, I am really, in particular, curious to see how we're going to be seeing FearX Starforge try to dismantle the top side of the map. One of the things that we did see from Dragonsteel when they were able to beat up FlyQuest NZXT was the fact that Dragonsteel was consistently putting pressure down onto Surdy. However, we know that Philip is both one of the solo killingest and solo killedist players that we've seen in Challengers League in a long time. He gets so many 1v1s and so many duels. However, Surdy has typically been getting the better of him historically.
And I know talking to Surdy, he was having all the fun on solo queue, right? But he's also been trying to take a little bit of a backseat to that to try to focus and rest a little bit because solo queue is daunting. And I want to see if that's maybe gone a little bit his way here and see if he can find some strength in his own right. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at these rosters, though, because it's FearX Starforge first to bat. Again, we already talked about it. So much LCS experience here, but a roster that is looking to punch up in the top echelons of NACL.
Yeah, I can't help but notice that XU and Instinct are wearing the same watch. You know, I
Don't
feel
worry
like
about it. You're looking into it too much, man. You're looking into it too much.
It's okay. They still got the fat stacks coming through. Starforge really helping out in that one, and I can't wait to see what it is that they do. There's a lot of strong players on this team, and I think the biggest happy surprise for me has been how well Instinct has been playing so far this split.
It's really impressive, honestly, with a lot of the entrances he's had. Now, the other PC brand on the other side, FlyQuest NZXT Challengers, will be represented by some would-be hopefuls to the LCS. No smiles, though, except for Chime, but everybody definitely no smiles because it's all business as they look to try to upset Dragonsteel's reign so far. They did take that early loss, but this roster is looking for a championship again.
And I think hearing from Surdy historically has probably been the best gauge of how this team thinks of themselves. Anything less than first place is a bit of a disappointment for FlyQuest NZXT. Seeing how well they're actually going to be able to play in this upcoming series should continue to build up on the success that they have seen in the past. I definitely look at FearX Starforge as a team that can potentially challenge for the championship, but is probably going to have to go through FlyQuest at some point during the playoffs at the very least. And again, even with the pressure that we've seen some teams put up against FlyQuest, only one of them has actually been able to take a series off of them.
Now we get into it for our first game of this second series. Couldn't be more excited as 2 top table teams going to be going at it. We have FearX Starforge on the blue side for this first one, with FlyQuest on the red side. The primo ban of the TF towards Surdy. Easy taking off because that is a terrifying pick in his hands. The Tristana is the answer.
Yeah, we know that Surdy says that he's the best Twisted Fate. We also know that Surdy says he's the best Camille in the West. And so seeing these champions come through is always going to be fascinating. And you can tell that FlyQuest very, very quick with all their bans. They seem to have everything still in their prep. They know exactly what it is that Starforge is going to be doing. It's like, yeah, we're going to take these off the table. It is interesting to see that Tristana has already been banned because it oftentimes means that the Corki will go uncontested if it is something that FearX Starforge do want to pick up in the first rotation.
I do really like
Ooh.
the Rumble ban here in the end. A little bit of flexibility provided there in the jungle as well if it goes there. But the full-on AD focus by FlyQuest so far. We'll see if they want to also follow that up with any of these big profile junglers that are still on the table. If they want to take away the Zyras, things like that. But that could be just kind of go with the big guns in game number 1 for this one as well.
Yeah. I mean, Corki is the only real champion that's like absolutely ludicrous right now, and so FlyQuest is going to be daring Blaze all of the play in this game, and Starforge are going to be obliging. However, I kind of look at this one as FlyQuest challengers. They see the Corki already picked up, and now it's on Bradley to decide what it is that he wants to play into it. The typical answer has been Tristana for Reach the Globe for several patches at this point. However, there are going to be a couple opportunities here. We know that Bradley has played a variety of different things, and none of them are going to be coming through right away because it is going to be the Leona and the Karthus.
Not yet. Not yet. We'll see if it actually does. The Karthus, pretty big pickup for Shaden. Does adapt the style of play for FlyQuest, at least as a whole. But we'll see what the answer is going to be in the jungle. Still, obviously, the Zyras, the Brands, Lilia still available for them. I want to see this double marksman pickup locked in, though, for FearX Starforge. They go ahead with the Zeri.
A lot of range coming through from Starforge already, and with the Alistair potentially being hovered and locked in for Winsome, you do have a lot of tools to at least create space for the rest of the backline of Fear. Whereas on FlyQuest, it's a relatively low range composition so far. You really are relying on a lot of this upcoming burst, and with the Lucian currently being hovered, we have seen this as an option that some people have been taking into the Corki, and it does look as though something is very likely to go over to Bradley. We know that he was the first person, I believe, to play Ezreal in the mid lane in this year's Challengers League.
I am so happy to see Bradley back in his home in mid lane, obviously known as a top laner. 2 Chains Bradley from his time on Team Liquid Challengers. But it really has been a renaissance, it feels like, for him. He feels a lot more comfortable in the mid lane when you talk to him as well. We immediately get into the second phase of bans, though, and we get those AP junglers taken away by FlyQuest because FXS did not take it early. It is the Zyra already. The Vayne is the ban over here towards this top lane matchup.
Yeah, we definitely know that Surdy loves himself some ranged top lane in solo queue right now. The Vayne has been something he has been tearing it up on, and so FlyQuest, I'm kind of expecting another AP jungle ban. The Nidalee is something that XU is good at. The Brand is a little bit more meta at the moment, and there's definitely lots of physical damage coming through, but instead it is going to be the Maokai. And it definitely feels as though they are once again kind of daring Fear to pick some of these very strong picks that are still available for themselves. In particular, the Nidalee and the Brand are both things we know that XEO has played in the past.
I like the Jax ban towards Surdy. Just trying to take away any of these side laning pressures, it feels like, from Surdy is a good idea. But there is the blind Renekton we've seen time and time again, and Surdy will be picking that one up.
Yeah, interesting to see that the Marksman is the last thing still available. Philip going to be going back onto the Gragas, a classic counter pick to the Renekton. Not quite as good nowadays as it used to be, since they have been punching Gragas directly in the sustain, so he doesn't have the same kind of ability to just stay in the top lane for forever. And you can more easily attack his mana pool than you used to be able to. But FlyQuest, they are going to be hovering at least the Nidalee. It will be selected. Somebody tweet at Rafa, let him know that his boy is playing his champion right now, and we'll get him right here in a couple of moments. But FlyQuest, I mean, now that they have the Marksman as the last pick still available, this is where you have to come up with something a little bit interesting, a little bit off the wall, in order to throw that wrinkle into all of these games.
Yeah, I would love to see some spice thrown into the last bit here, but it does feel like XU is going to have a lot of strength on the Nidalee to be aggressive and to push up into Shaden. That Kai'Sa does give you a lot of entrance, at least into the backline, into priority targets. But those entrances are going to be hard to find. Now, Sajed, obviously coming off a Rookie of the Split performance last split, going to be heavy-handed here with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, really interesting to see this coming through. FlyQuest does have a fairly low range once fights are actually starting, but they do have the ability to alpha strike really hard. The Requiem plus the Culling plus the poke coming out from Sajed can really poke out the members of Starforge very aggressively. However, there's a lot of sustain on the side of Starforge, with the passive coming from Gragas, the heals from Nidalee, and of course, a little bit of extra sustain coming out from the Alistar as well. It's actually very difficult to get a lot of pressure down in this long-term poke. They're going to be poking right on back, and so I really Starforge have set themselves up for success with this.
It's All about these jungle matchups, though, and where we see XU take priority in that setup, because Shaden, you can be aggressive on the Karthus. We don't see it very often, but you can be aggressive. But I want to see how he plays around these lanes, especially because we have to see some proactivity from the side of your X Starforge, and I think there's going to be a lot of safety into going into late game team fights for FlyQuest challengers in a little bit of the same vein.
Yeah, it's really tough right now looking at the FlyQuest Challengers composition, because it feels as though the bottom lane is a little bit tough for them to build priority, and Zeri's going to be pushing very quickly if they want to. The top lane is one where Surdy can build a lead up against Philip. The biggest thing that we're going to having to be watching the top side is how late Philip actually gets his first recall off, and if he does it by choice or if he's forced to do so, just because the Gragas relies so much on the mana. But the mid lane is maybe the only place where FlyQuest can consistently get priority in order to help out Shaden. And Karthus, with no priority in the lanes, is really going to be struggling.
Yeah, that's the most difficult part coming into this one. But we are finally into it. We are into game number 1 of our second series of the day. 2 of 2 here in this best of 3. As we come to it now, who you got in this one? FXS or FlyQuest Challengers?
Yeah, hold on. I'm messaging Rafa right now.
Let that man sleep.
All right.
I don't know.
No,
That sleep at 3
absolutely
p.m. is a little bit.
It is a little bit late in the day, you know, especially for the East Coast players, I know, where it is already 6 p.m. on the East Coast, you know. He is going to be coming through very quickly. But we know that FlyQuest Challengers, as they are going to be going into this series, it is difficult to call anyone a favorite against FlyQuest. But this draft alone, I definitely look at Fearx Starforge as saying, I like their draft. They have the tools to be proactive. They have the lanes to be proactive as well. And XU is one of these players that is now going to be having a lot of pressure put on him. I know there's been a lot of questions about how good he actually was in LCS, but I think the biggest thing I can say in favor of XU is that he didn't have the strongest laners, and he still had nearly as many wins on the Dignitas roster as the Cloud9 roster did.
Yeah. I think things don't always go according to plan for a lot of our call-ups from an ACL. We were just talking about Young last time around. I didn't have the best stint on Golden Guardians, but learned a lot from it. XU also talking about learning a lot on how he can play his game. And I know talking to him coming into this season, into this split with all the chaos in the offseason, it was really about finding his voice and finding a lot of the proactivity through him. So I'm glad that he's able to grab this Nidalee and maybe find a little bit of that leadership with some leads. But on the other side, it's been a FlyQuest Challengers team. It's been a FlyQuest organization who, at this point, I feel like has become another one of the pillars of development here in our league. And it really has been cool to see all the talent that has come from this.
Really good knockup there for Winsome to stop the engage coming through, even as the level 2 is there. But to echo off that point, FlyQuest has really picked up where 100 Thieves stopped, and then Cloud9 well before that. You know, with Cloud9, who had an incredible program for a while, then Team Liquid and 100 Thieves are competing for it, and now it's FlyQuest is really the dominant player in a lot of ways in the developmental leagues coming here in the LCS. And you look across at this roster, and I see at least, actually, pretty much everybody on this roster I could see having an opportunity to play LCS come 2025.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And they already grabbed the championship last split, so already started in the right direction. And Bradley may be looking for a reuniting of him and another trophy here back in the league.
True. 3 chains sounds even better than 2 chains. You know?
I couldn't imagine. I don't think the neck can hold that much weight.
We'll see. It's like Chubby Bunny, but with necklaces.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll see how well he can do that. As XU does pick up the Gromp. Shaden does clear a little bit faster than the Nidalee, but is definitely tougher to play in all of these skirmishes. As soon as XU does get in, if he lands one spear, suddenly everything can change on its head as they grapple.
I love this. Oh, Shaden that ends up getting it. Karthus coming down the top. And this is some of that aggressive play you can see from the Karthus, where you do feel confident enough. If you have vision or knowledge, you can kind of play up as well.
Yeah, but Surdy needs to be very careful now as XU coming around, cutting the wave. Surdy does not have a lot of rage to play with.
He doesn't. He has flash. He does get body slammed in first blood. XU and FXS off to the races.
And this is one of the major ways that you can play around FlyQuest, is knowing that Sturdy loves to play on the edge of what is possible, really trying to style on a lot of his opponents. He's going to take a lot of aggressive trades. That means it's going to be low HP, is going to be gankable for a lot of other teams. And when Shane instantly pans down towards the opposite side of the map, well, it just means that Philip and XU able to go for a clean dive up on the top side, and there's not a lot that Sturdy can do about it.
Really, really good combination from Philip and XU. Just heads up play around the map state as well. See that consistently come through, and XU getting the lead is massive. He will now come out with Sork boots as well. Faded Ashes did get completed for Shaden, so have a little bit of strength on his clear. But we have objectives coming up now, Joshi. I want to see if Fear X Starforge want to push the pedal to the metal in that regard.
Yeah, with the first dragon spawning being a Chemtech, it means that, hey, we're going to get a good soul. We're not going to be cursed to have yet another Chemtech. However, Shaden going to be clearing towards the top side of the map, and XU moving down towards the bottom side. This wave is coming in for his bottom lane, and so he's going for the fabled lane gank.
See if
doesn't
Cougar
get spotted.
Country...
Oh, there he is.
Oh, I think he got spotted.
Yeah, Cougar
He's just going to
Country,
try to force it. They have signs up
Isn't that
down
the same
there.
thing that, like, Disguise was watching for a long time?
Oh, my God. If you know, you know. As that dragon did end up spotting, there is a little bit of vision gain, though, that side with the crab taken by Shaden, so maybe not feeling as confident. But XU has gone for the long gank, and we said it was Cougar Country. Well, those signs ain't going to help you this time. Those claws sink deep, a chime burning the flash. It's the double knock-up, though, and the headbutt. Look at Winsome, man. The man's a flying trapeze artist here. They will end up getting one back, though, with the overextension. Instinct goes down to Sajed.
That turret did so much damage. Shaden on the top side of the map. Lucky for Starforge, he's not level 6 just quite yet. He is so close. Come on, one more minion. He's so close to level 6, but it's not going to be in time. Philip does actually get the recall off. But still, we do see Starforge coming out even in that trade in the bottom side of the map. XU gets himself a little bit more gold at the same time. But he is starting to fall behind in terms of farm, considering how quickly this Karthus can take control of all of the map. And now XU is going to be starting up, hitting the grubs, hoping to get some of you Twitch chatters on his side.
I love that they're just always Twitch chatters.
Well, yeah. Have you seen what they look like? That's how I picture Twitch chat.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey. Now you know what Joshi thinks of you, Twitch chat.
Oh, yeah.
I did want to point... Oh, okay, never mind. We get the engage from Winsome in mid lane. Re-engage not going to go through with the Zenith Blade. Bradley taking a ton of damage from him. Blaze Olive, though. And now XU coming over. Almost hits the spear onto Bradley. Nothing else going to come of it, though.
Yeah. You can tell that Bradley is a bit more of a psycho in the mid lane than he ever was in the top side. You know, he just kind of goes for things like, what if I could get an extra auto attack here? Like, oh no, I've been hit by spells. Who could have foreseen this happening? That was definitely a spot where Bradley was like, oh no, I can't believe you would hit me after all of the things I was trying to do. But overall, we are going to be seeing small lead for Starforge, as a narrow dodge on the spear from Bradley does mean he survives there. But even just having a lead going into FlyQuest at all at this point of the game is very impressive, considering how strong all of their laners really are. And in particular, I want to give a shout out to Philip. Yes, they got the early dive onto Surdy, they traded the flashes, but this Gragas isn't supposed to have a good time to be renekton yet.
Yeah, well, Surdy get a body slam boop back to him. A little boop on the snoot for the crocodile. And now we do have especially level 6 for Shaden out on the map. Got to be a little bit more careful with the health bar trades here for FXS.
Yeah, you do not want to go low with the Requiem still available. He does have the Dark Harvest, is right as told us all. That is a scaling one, not like the Electrocute, which is the damage now one. But either way, with all the pressure that Starforge has started to put on, the poke that they're going to be doing later on in the game is going to be creating a lot of issues for FlyQuest challengers, as they don't really have the same kind of range to deal with. You're really going to be forcing Sajed to go a bit more of a magic damage build, which kind of cuts into the fact that this Karthus is supposed to be the solo magic damage dealer for the team, but now he's going to be competing with Sajed, and magic resist coming out for Fear Starforge is going to actually be worth something.
I will say there's going to be a point in these fights where FlyQuest are just going to have to turn. and they're gonna have to find like a big slice and dice backline with Killer Instinct on top of it, and try to find like an instant burst damage kind of pick off against FXS, and that makes the fight a lot more consistent for them.
I was waiting to see if Philip was going to do anything, but instead going to be backing away from that one. Winsome does come up. But with Winsome here in the mid lane, Bradley, you know, tickled Blaze Olive's butt just a little bit more, but now he's got to be very careful because Winsome can hop over this wall.
He's very low.
Or not.
The Rocket Barrage is going to do a lot there as XU moves out on the map. They are trying to collapse over this bot side. They will have vision on it for FlyQuest, though, so they will be able to move away in time. Nothing else going to come of it down here. And return to farming. Which honestly, Shaden doesn't really have much to go farming to.
Yeah, he just clears out everything so quickly. Bradley stuck around.
No. Doesn't?
So greedy.
Okay, Winsome is the big ticket here. Dash out, though, and Winsome a little bit behind the play. Shaden is on the other side, tries to use a wall of pain to slow them down. XU going to burn the flash as he goes the wrong way there. Chime now going in with the Zenith Blade as Winsome going to burn his splash now too. Chime wants to go for it. He doesn't have his ulti though, can't follow through. And a Blaze Olive will detract the rest of the team on the side.
Very respectful flash coming out from XU, knowing that they had taken a little bit too long, not going to be able to get anything further off the play there in the mid lane, just saying, hey, I don't want to take any risks, I want to make sure that I can get away with this one. But Blaze Olive still in the mid lane, pushing around this newcomer and just saying, hey, it's okay, you know, you can try and come into my lane, but I've been here since before you were born, and it is too difficult for Bradley to get much of anything.
Gotta check the birth certificates there.
Nope.
Oh. Surdy have a little bit of trouble. He does have the rage bar stacked up though, so can get a big heal off of it, just like that, and going all the way in now. But Instinct has made the massive roam, and there he is to clean him up too. A big cleanse burn, but Instinct will take the kill on the big croc.
Did you see that Philip threw the Q backwards after he threw the ultimate? That was some pretty slick stuff coming out from Philip. Baiting Surdy into that one, not expecting that Instinct was going to be right around the corner. This has been the recipe for success. Going up against FlyQuest is prey on the solo Q star. Make sure that Surdy never has an opportunity to take control of the game. We got to see that in our last series, Tenacity still had a lot of jungle attention, but had a pretty big gold lead nonetheless. Whereas if we take a look at this one, Surdy's pretty poor. Doesn't have a whole lot of money in this one. You see that he's down there with his supports.
And you have to remember, these two guys know each other very well, Philip and Surdy. Pretty good friends. Obviously, Philip and them getting a little bit of help from Surdy in terms of some guidance as well in the past. But it's been really cool to see these two guys go hand in hand. Obviously, Philip also against his old organization in FlyQuest. Maybe adding a little bit of fuel to the fire, but he'll be very close to his Rod of Ages now as well.
Yeah. And that will be stacking up, doing quite a bit. But notice that Philip is here on the top side of the map, while the Dragon is going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. He does have teleport, where Sajed on the Kaisa clearly does not. And Surdy, once again, has to respect a potential dive.
Spear not going to connect there. Chime still in a little bit of trouble. Is going to dodge out of the Ultra Shock laser there in the end, and Surdy cleared the wave, so they're just fine there. But the presence has been gained by Fear, as they will just continuously put pressure on this bottom side.
Yeah, it's very difficult for FlyQuest to create pressure on the bottom side, just because this Karthus is not yet doing a whole lot of damage. They're just doing their best to farm over and over again, but XU's taking away the blue buff, and there's nothing for Shaden to take on the other side of the map as the Dragon does spawn. Look at the fact that FlyQuest, their lane assignments were a little bit odd for a while there, right? Sending Sajed up towards the top side, potentially trying to match Instinct, just meant that it takes them too long to rotate down.
They're forcing this.
But they're trying anyway.
They walked over a control ward there. They're trying to force this fight, but the Dragon's already going down. Now Bradley dodging out of Winsome's main. Engaged there. TP coming through. Solar Flare and Zenith Blade will go a little bit wide. Philip has a massive flank. FXS just need to poke them down. And they do indeed. They will move Philip over the wall, though, and back away in the end. They got what they came for in evening up the Dragons.
Both teleports end up being committed, but FlyQuest get absolutely nothing from it, whereas Fear walk away with the Dragon for themselves. And now, also a pretty good lane assignments coming through for the side of Starforge. This is really where it becomes incredibly difficult for the Renekton to try and play into the Gragas. The Gragas already having the tier mostly stacked, as well as his Rod of Ages starting to stack up as well, whereas Surdy does not even have a completed item. This is not a lane that FlyQuest are going to be winning at all, and we've been seeing that Instinct and Winsome's had some pretty sick, nasty plays, and now it's cut out a little bit.
Gonna headbutt Sajet away. I don't know if he's gonna be getting away from this one though. Oh, Shade's gonna flash for the wall of pain, and Sajet will pick that cow up.
And that is going to be a kill going over to Sajet. His second kill going over towards the rookie of the split. But still a very tough map state for the rest of FlyQuest. They're not even going to be looking to pick up this Rift Herald right now just because they don't feel strong enough to go for anything.
Not too much presence now as XU is taking the blue buff. We'll have help from Winsome, but Chime was there as well. Blue buff secured as, Shaden doesn't have a way out. Yeah, Shaden is one auto attack dead. Killer Instinct over on the side on the Blaze Olive. Requiem, not enough just yet. Not able to pump out the damage. FlyQuest lose a body.
Yeah, Philip gonna have to flash away from that, use the body slam to go in, and Surtees is going to slice and dice his way out for sure. And ultimately, Fears, they lose the blue buff, but they do end up getting a kill onto Shane. They lose Winsome. Overall, it's still Fear X Starforge who are feeling stronger around this Rift Herald. They will be starting it up at this point. And with all the experience that we still have on this roster, how strong they're looking, how effective their early game plan has been, you definitely have to favor them from this position. The range being one of the best stats that you could possibly have in League of Legends. Not something you can really do something about. Rapid Fire Cannon only gives you one extra auto attack, but Instinct is going to be consistently outranging Bradley's Sajet in the upcoming fights.
It's going to be really hard to deal with, as we see. They do take the Rift Herald on top of it all, so they'll have some standing gold to take down. We're looking at mid or bot, as you do see XU coming down towards bot side of the map. They don't have the body bump here, but I think that's also where you could bring in the conversation of, like, this is the over halfway point for Fear X Starforge, and yes, we're one game behind for FlyQuest Challengers, but it's really a temperature check of, is this team the real deal for Fear? And we've seen them be able to take some massive series already early into the split.
So far, the answer definitely seems like yes, coming out from Fear. Just how strong this game has actually looked. However, whenever I see games like this, whenever I look at games like this where you have a team who is supposed to be the underdog on paper, fighting some bleeds, I always think about how Team Liquid versus T1 has gone so far.
Okay, they got the re-engage there. Oh, Chime. Let's go. Yeah, they actually get the tempo play on a Chime, who it was actually FlyQuest who were looking to make that play outright in the first place. Now, they are going to collapse here with some pings for help towards mid lane. The Rift Herald play is available, and there it is.
Yeah. I mean, this is starting to look like, the Team Liquid versus T1 that we really like to see, right? When they just absolutely dismantled T1 in one of their games that we actually got to see recently, the international performances. And now they're going to be crashing the Rift Herald into another turret. That's a lot more pressure out on the board. And they're not looking to be giving FlyQuest any opportunity back in this game whatsoever. They're just winning every interaction across the board. As Bradley does have to be a little bit careful as Philip and XU are in the area, but they're not interested in trying to make anything happen there either. It's just Fear X Starforge coming out ahead everywhere, and with their resets coming through shortly, they should be ready for this upcoming Dragon as well.
And you have to remember, Fear just took a massive loss against Supernova. Like, it was not pretty. It was an 0-2. And this is not a team I expect to go down quietly in that way, so a bit of a revenge tour for them here in this series as a whole, but it's also a split that they've been so strong, but they still want more out of themselves. When you talk to these players, they are not satisfied with a lot of the performance that they've had so far, and they want to push up the tempo in that regard.
They're pushing the tempo in this game once again as they are ready to fight for this Dragon. Blazeolve doesn't yet have the Murm on it as Bradley, where's the pulling? Not coming out just quite yet, but it's still a lot of pressure that FlyQuest can put on the game. And Winsome coming at it a bit of an odd angle in this one. He knows he's on a ward. He knows that there's a lot of members of FlyQuest here, so I'm curious to see how he's going to try and get into this fight.
And that's why from the draft, I still wanted to see proactivity from Fear X Starforge, because FlyQuest do have a lot of strength in the team fights later on. It does come down to execution. Obviously, the entrances from Sajet are going to be super important, but the Requiem, as time goes on, just gets so difficult to deal with as well. It'll be a Dragon seeded over to the side of Fear X Starforge.
Yeah, there's just not really a contest coming out from FlyQuest whatsoever. It is just going to be Fear taking more control of the game. You start to have to ask where the entrance is into the game for FlyQuest, because Fear is not giving them any opportunities, right? When I asked how Winston was going to get in the fight, well, the answer is he was just going to walk in, right? Nobody was going to stop him whatsoever. And when Alistar is able to do that, it becomes a really big issue. We talked a little bit about how FlyQuest has some burst opportunities later on in the game, but if Starforge is not even going to let them find a fight, they're not even going to let them chip down the health bars, it doesn't matter how much burst you have, it's never going to come to fruition.
And those entrances into the fights get so much more difficult when you're taking spears and things along those lines. We're going to be getting really close to second items now for Fear, as well as FlyQuest already having completed their second item for Sajed. He does have the Static Shiv and the Gwynsu's combo, pretty strong as he does, but it's still going to be a while for anything to happen on the map. And honestly, that's a state of the game that FlyQuest are pretty okay with the way that this early game has gone.
Yeah. I mean, we're really waiting for Sajed to get the Masher's Tooth completed so that his W is on a short cooldown every time he lands it.
6
looks
levels
like
on it.
FlyQuest, yeah, it looks like FlyQuest will be picking up this bottom lane turret, as Bradley will be getting the money for that, but... Bradley?
Okay.
Okay.
Blaze Olive just going to use the Valkyrie to get out. Corgis are notoriously speedy. Sajed, we just talked about him hitting that 2-item spike, and he goes straight into the grave. Kill over to XU as well, so now 2-0-3 on 2 items for the Nidalee.
Yeah, to quote Diamond again, a little bit too sexy there for Sajed. A little bit too far forward, not able to get anything around, and so it's just very naturally, they're just jumping right on top with AD carry. That's not a mistake that FlyQuest can be affording to make, as Fear, they're now taking total control of the northern quadrant of the jungle, and Surdy needs to be very careful. He does have a flank, but the difference between a flank and just getting attacked yourself is a very thin line.
Skates canceled there in the end, but XU finally taking that one. Instinct just walks straight into the croc. But Surdy realizes that he has teammates right behind him. Does have a little bit of vision to play around up there, but it is a full collapse over on top side right now by Fear.
FlyQuest try to go for XU, get the flash.
That was a solar flare used, so long distance engaged down. Sajed was very willing to follow that with the killer instinct. Now maybe the replay by FXS as they bring a Blaze Olive up here. This is all 5 members, and they have Bradley nowhere near with the TP available. He's going to come in now. Surdy has to flash away and burn the dominance defensively.
The teleport comes through from Bradley as well, and Fear are no way going to be backing away. Oh, the Spirit barely not tagging Surdy. They're creating even more pressure, but the pressure is just going to be mounting, and FlyQuest can do nothing about it. They're still sticking everybody around, but what's the plan here?
Time apparently wants to just go in on the engage there. You got a Blaze Olive in behind the flank from the Corgi. I didn't know they were so ruthless here, Joshi. My God, he's flashing forward, and that's a hungry boy. You better feed him some good kibble, as that's a huge play by Fear XS on the side of the play, and now they move towards the Baron potentially.
I mean, we saw the idea coming through from FlyQuest, but it didn't work at all, and now it's going to be a huge issue. FlyQuest, they tried to get Surdy to teleport in, but the turret just goes down far too quickly, and there is no contest, as the Rally Cry Baron buff will get picked up here by Fear X Starforge, and they are just not giving any opportunities for their opponents to get back into the game. Now we'll see how much more of a gold lead they can really build up off of this power play, because they have another dragon they can play for. They have inner turrets that they can grab as well, and all the ranges they have drafted for themselves are perfectly setting themselves up to find the first win in this series.
And I'll just say XU looking flashy, you know, Instinct having some good times, damage from Blaze Olive, great. Man, Philip being able to stabilize the top side against Surdy's Renekton has been the key to the game to me so far, and he is having massive influences in these fights as well to set up for the rest of his team.
And we'll see exactly how well he can actually close out this game. Some flash body slams have been great. Some of the barrels have been really good. Winsome being very aggressive, but it doesn't matter. He takes no damage as long as the support item is still available. And then he just uses the Warmogs and just stands in front of everybody, looks really good doing so, and it becomes very difficult for anyone on FlyQuest to do anything. He just goes Bradley.
Oh my God, the AoE as well, Instinct popping the Lightning Crash. Solar Flare got popped in return there. They're trying to siege this tier 2 down here. Winsome doing a wonderful job of blocking any incoming damage as they go for another engage on bot side. A spear isn't going to hit in the end. XU just has to hit a couple of them. He's got the Void Crystal now, so he just airs through their health bars. Philip the entire time was taking a mid tier 2, so that'll be multiple structures burning now against FlyQuest.
He's got the Fimbulwinter, he's got the Warden's Mail completed. Now Fear X Starforge can beat themselves another Hex Tech Dragon at the same time. This is looking completely over here for the side of Fear X Starforge. They have taken everything. A strong draft, some strong early game plans. They shut down the important members that they needed to of FlyQuest. Now all they need to do is close things out. They still have a minute left of their Rally Cry Baron buff as well, so they can pick up another inner turret on the top side. That's already where you see their members headed.
Philip already has 3 items with the Frozen Heart completed there as well. Blaze Olive's just going to outright kill Surdy, getting kited to hell, and a solo bolo plus a thumbs up from the FXS mid laner.
What a great wiggle coming through from Blaze Olive. Every single time Sturdy was looking to turn around, and Blaze Olive would be like, nope, going to be dancing a little bit, those little feet doing everything they need to. And now, with Sturdy already dead, no teleport, no flash, it's going to be on FlyQuest to try and mount a defense with the Baron buff. Means that these minions are going to do so much damage.
At about 30 seconds left on that Rally Cry Baron buff. They are also trying to push mid with Philip. You're going to get that tier 2, so all outer towers are down now. Philip's going to get the ire of Sajed, but they're on to the Nexus, or at least the inhib turret. Soon the Nexus turrets, I'm sure, as they're trying to take that one out. Winston going to give his body to the cause. The cannon minion might be enough. Instinct going over the wall. Oh, they are able to get the cannon minion with the culling there for Bradley, so the turret will not fall just yet.
That's all right. The next wave should be enough. Shime?
I'm with all the way ham there. Need to be a little careful as he burns his flash out of there. Instinct will step up to take the turret. Now the rest of Fear X Starforge are stepping up. And in the battle of PCs, Starforge reigns supreme in this game number 1 so far, but it truly has been a step up to their potential as a team with so much LCS experience.
As another inhibitor goes down, you gotta ask what the clapback will be like from FlyQuest challengers. Will there be one, or will Fear X Starforge just close this one out cleanly? Will they take the series from the position? Because I think the biggest thing as we're watching this series is that Fear are not just winning. They are winning in a dominant fashion. There has been no real opportunities for FlyQuest to do anything because Fear have shut down every single opportunity for FlyQuest to try and find their way in. Shaden, yes, he's level 13, but XU's level 15 already. Shaden's still just sitting on 2 items where XU's on his 3rd already. This Karthus pick that FlyQuest really prioritized early in the series and early in the draft order has done nothing for them.
And you have to remember, this is not like a new roster for FlyQuest. Bradley, yes, of course, but I think this roster has those highest of expectations for themselves, especially with the fact that they're sticking a majority of members back from the championship run.
So anything less than first place, they're going to have to start thinking about that a little bit further, as now Starforge looking to potentially close things out. Winsome looking very menacing. He just runs at everyone, but you got Super Minions in the mid lane, Super Minions in the top lane, and Fear X Starforge just one fight away from closing out Game 1.
Over 10,000 gold in the lead. The wave clear is pretty strong, at least from FlyQuest, but you got to find different entrances in some way, shape, or form as Philip pressuring over this mid lane. The wave is coming in crashing. They also have double Super Minions in the top side right now that they need to deal with for FlyQuest as the last turret and the inhibs is going to be the target here. They do take it down now. The fight after Surdy going to go down very low here already before even getting an entrance into the fight. He's trying to heal up. He's going down though, and a double kill for Instinct. Are they looking to give him a penta? Give him a penta, damn it! He's got a quadra. He wants it. They're going to give it to him. No, Bradley! Bradley, you son of a gun! I swear, Instinct is looking for it. He's hunting it. The Ultra Shock Laser. He can't get it. One more auto. Give him the damn penta! Penta kill!
Honestly, what a statement way to end Game 1 there as Instinct chases down Bradley for the last kill. That game was not close in any way. Fear X Starforge stamping that one, sending it directly back to sender. There's not a whole lot left to say about this one. Fear X Starforge just completely winning that from the draft towards the end. We'll take another look at that last replay to see just exactly how Instinct was able to get that pentakill.
Yeah, I definitely want to take a little bit of an introspective look here because it was a holistic performance from Fear X Starforge, but it was all the pieces coming together.
Everything coming through from Fear X Starforge just setting themselves up perfectly, right? We saw yet another good barrel as Phillip just making sure that Bradley could not participate in this fight at all, and we get to see their range advantage like we were talking about from the very beginning, coming through from Instinct, making sure that he could chase down every single one of these members, and they could not do anything about it. And then, you know, even here, Bradley still having the colon, gets a lot of damage down, but what do you know? Zarya's pretty good whenever you have access to any of these walls. So ultimately, Bradley turning around, he probably could have kept running, but he's like, you know, we gotta try. We gotta try.
I'm glad that he made him work for it at least, because if he doesn't dodge out of that, he's definitely going down and losing the penta. But that will be a pentakill in Instinct's name, and a very dominant game number 1 from FearX Starforge. The battle of the PCs continues, though, after a short little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. We are here neck deep into our first day of week number 5. I'm Azel. I'm joined by Joshi and Fear X Starforge. They are built different, literally. And they will take 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
And honestly, it was one of the most dominant wins we've seen in a long time, right? This is the kind of gameplay that we oftentimes look at some of the best teams in League of Legends playing, not just what we tend to see from Challengers League. They had total control everywhere across the map. They had a plan early on in the game, they executed on that plan, and then from there, they just never let their opponents get back in.
Execute. They're really close. I don't know. They're really close. No, it was a really dominating game from, I felt like the get-go. Especially the NACL getting a kill early there as well, having a lot of presence on the map, but it was really a holistic effort. But this is also a situation where that game got a bit out of hand early, and maybe FlyQuest caught a little bit unawares in some regards, as I think we're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown, and we can actually see a little bit of the working out of that lead incrementally getting bigger.
Yeah, it just is a classic game where the gold lead starts and it never really stops. You get the dragons, you get everything that you could possibly ask for, and this is kind of what happens when you have a lot of games where you're playing double marksman in the mid lane. Neither one has a ton of playmaking ability, so it's mostly just which of them does more damage, and in this game it was a Blaze Olive the entire game, and so that just meant that it was very difficult for a lot of the members of FlyQuest Challengers to try and find their way back in. Also, Winsome had some of the biggest balls I've ever seen. You just, every single time someone would walk up, you'd be like, no, back up.
Some of the headbutts as well were just super huge. Not even just the headbutt pulverized combos, but it really was getting Winsome unlocked and kind of moving him around the map and being a point of pressure. But again, I got to go back to what I talked to in the game itself. We know Surdy to be a huge threat on this team. He's not the only threat, but he's a huge threat. And the fact that Philip was able to take the Gragas into the blind Renekton by Surdy and kind of hold him down with a little bit of help of XU. It was massive because then Philip just had the say in that matchup the entire game.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've been waiting to kind of see whenever there's a lot of opportunities, or whenever people are like blind picking Renekton and Gragas exists as a champion. Like, a lot of people forget, it's like, yes, levels like 1 through 5 are not very fun as the Gragas, but after that, Gragas just destroys Renekton, and there's not a lot that the Renekton can really do about it. And as long as you can make the first couple of levels not suck as hard, it's just going to be winning the entire time through. We'll take another look because we are in Fearless Draft here, Mazel, and none of these champions are playable for the rest of the series.
That is the biggest thing here, is we have some very high-ticket items. It feels like taking off the shelves here by this one, and I think the fact of the matter is the FlyQuest camp is going to be a little upsetty spaghetti that they lose a lot of these pieces, but the ADC pool for me is still a little bit open in some regards. And as we get into draft number 2 for this one, this is an expected bounce back from FlyQuest Challengers. If it's anything different, I think that's where we start asking real questions. But I expect this series to go to 3. We'll see what their first answers are going to be on the blue side this time around. They are going to ban away the Vi. It's answered to by the TF on the side of FXS.
The biggest question is going to be Tristana. Tristana was banned away last game, and it is not banned so far this game, and you know that Fear either has to ban it, which they do, or is going to say they could have a counter pick available to it, but also going to be seeing the LeBlanc ban coming through at the same time. Not going to be letting a Blaze Olive play that one in this game. And so, as we look at how this goes for the rest of it, the big thing that I'm going to be looking at is how do the counter picks actually shake out? Now that we've had a lot of the major big ticket mid laners taken off the table, how does that affect how these teams are going to be playing around the mid lane? Yone is really kind of the last very meta mid laner that we've been seeing.
I like the Zyra ban here, actually, as the last slink in, because I think the AP jungler is going to take a little bit more priority because the likes of Brand is still on the table, the Lilia. It is going to be the Rumble with a little bit of that flexibility added to it, but those picks I just stated are still very much on the table. This is another pick that was very much on the table, and a lot of setup potential there with the Ashe.
Yeah, the Ashe, very strong character. We've been seeing how effectively you can actually use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow because it's on such a low cooldown. And of course, it is flexible between the AD carry and the support as needed. But Fear I almost forgot that, like, Rumble's like, oh yeah, this character is incredibly good and incredibly meta-defining. It turns out there's not a lot. Also, I'm so happy, Mazel, Skarner has basically disappeared from the meta, finally. So it is going to be
That's what
Ashe and
happens when you
Ezreal.
get nerfed into the ground over and over again.
It only took like 4 or 5 consecutive patches of just nerfs. But now we get the Ezreal and the Hui, a very strong backline damage composition coming out from Fear X Starforge, and now FlyQuest Challengers, they're going to need to try and find a way to disrupt that or outrange it. Ashe is okay at that, but like it's really focused on trying to pick people out with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and I feel as though FlyQuest Challengers now needs to pivot to really focus on trying to get some of these picks to come through.
If you can get ahead as the Ashe and you get your spikes, you can have a decent amount of say in the fights, but the Orianna is going to have a lot of team fights set up for FlyQuest.
But I look at this and be like, but what if we just don't team fight, right? Like, I look at this composition coming out from FlyQuest Challengers where they have a lot of say over how team fights start, but Fear X Starforge, they now have an opportunity to pick some very strong side laners coming through. I know Philip is not necessarily known for just absolutely running side lanes, but it is the kind of thing where this is the composition where you can showcase a lot of scouts, you can showcase a lot of GMs at the higher levels. Like, yeah, we can play a variety of different styles, and now Fear X Starforge going to be leaning directly in to the same kind of play that FlyQuest Challengers seems to be building composition directly around.
Taking the rest of the high tier engaged supports in bottom lane. We'll see if we do get to go to game 3 what those support pools look like now. But the Rel Nautilus, a traditional combo now, at least at this point, in both sides getting a lot of engage in their own right. It is the Vayne. Lock away by Fear X Starforge yet again for another game.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of surprise coming through there. Naturally, FlyQuest Challengers will not be having the same kind of ability to counterpick, but the Urgot ban, very interesting coming through. It sounds like Philip might have been playing a little bit more Urgot while I've been away.
You know, hey, we dip our 8 toes, you know.
Yeah.
I love the Camille though, and again, they're using this whole second phase to just hyper focus on Asserti, because if Philip can get another matchup where he just holds the line at that point, it'll be really strong for Fear.
Yeah. I got to give a shout out to Philip as well, once again, for how he played last game as the Malphite going to be coming through.
Rock solid.
I mean, what is that? Like opening Gnar? Like, cool. What an awesome power pick. I mean, every top laner is pretty much a Gnar enjoy. It's just the champion that you can kind of always play. But as the Malphite ban does come through, the Cassante is picked up here for Philip. It's like, is Gnar really what we're protecting?
I like the Cassante though, because you get a lot of entrance into the backline, but also just a lot of stability in the fights itself. It is going to be the double lock-in of giving Shaden the fist of power and then backing it up with a lightning ball of a heckin' time for Surdy in the top side.
A lightning ball of a heckin' time. I love it. And now it is going to be the kind of classic counterpick for Surdy. He loves playing all these range stops. He loves creating a lot of pressure up there. And now the last pick to come through is going to be a jungler here for XU. Looks like it is going to be a Sejuani. So just going to be going head on into everything that FlyQuest Challengers is going to be drafting for. I'm a little bit worried looking at this once again, because I feel as though FlyQuest Challengers just has a better composition for playing the kind of game that Fear X Starforge has opted into, right? They have Handshook. We are going to be going for a lot of team fights, but it is going to be on FlyQuest Challengers who have all these really big buttons. That means it's going to be on FlyQuest to just use them at the right time.
And it's also about just making sure that you're at least a little bit in an advantage, because if you are, you will have easy flank accesses with the Kennen. And I do like that they're going for more of this team fight aspect. Realize that they can just try to hands diff them in these 5-on-5s because of the strength that we've seen this roster represent individually. And now they're going to be looking to lean into that.
Yeah. The other major thing that I'm looking at is Cleanse loses a lot of value when there is this much crowd control coming out from FlyQuest Challengers, right? Like every single member on the team has the ability to throw out a stun, and that does mean that Instinct has to be very careful. The Arcane Shift will only get you out of one of those, and now FlyQuest going to be moving out in force on the bottom side of the map, potentially trying to catch out someone on Starforge, just being a little bit too cheeky.
Which PC is going to run smoother? Will it be NZXT Starforge. FlyQuest or
Very
Fear.
cheeky.
We'll see 5-on-5 potentially going on here.
Oh.
They are just taking the full-on engage onto Chime now, who's getting very, very low. Flash out of Philip, though. That'll be the first summoner spell there. Another flash coming out from Fear X Starforge. So far, FlyQuest winning the level 1.
Yeah, just seeing the fact that Winsome's crash down got stuck by Chime with that hook, drastically changing how that level 1 fight was going to go. Getting a couple of flashes early on, particularly Phillips, is going to make the top side very difficult for Fearx Starforge to actually try and navigate. Now FlyQuest challengers are going to be running at it with a bit of an advantage. I know the game plan last time was we are going to dive Surdy. That's going to be a very tough game plan to try and recreate.
That's very true. That's very true. That's going to be difficult to navigate as well. I love that we don't need no AP jungler. We're going straight with the facilitation for XU here. Going to have a lot of say on the engages. Shaden on the other side has a lot of weight on his shoulders on the Viego, the reset city, needing to have a ticket for one. With Shaden's name on it there. He will have a lot of options around the rest of the team, but he's the one you got to look for going forward.
Yeah. Shade is also the kind of player who we know has magnificent hands, but is oftentimes, if some of the early game plans or some of the early pathing doesn't go his way, tends to kind of shut down. This has been a criticism we've leveled towards him for years at this point. And I'm curious to see what ends up happening on this Viego now that he knows there's a couple players who do not have flash. The bottom lane, for the Jed and Chime, is going to be pushing. It looks like they will be getting a second wave crash. Maybe a 3-wave crash to make sure that Instinct and Winsome are going to be coming back out early on in the game, and that is exactly where Shaden is going to be coming down to try and interrupt some of the natural farming that Fearx Starforge love doing.
Shaden will be a little bit ahead of XU in terms of the clear, but both junglers heading down towards the bottom side as quickly as possible. You might know him from his time on C9 Academy, but I feel like he definitely cut his teeth on EG. Obviously now not an organization anymore, but was pegged at least to be the next LCS jungler there in them, and was taking time in LCS. And I think it's been a dominant track record for him, but as you said, trying to make that consistency the key has been the biggest conversation.
Yeah. Also seeing right now Bradley doing a really good job. Even though the trade comes back from Blaze Olive, this Orianna is really pushing around the Hui in the top side, or in the mid lane. And the top side, Philip, with no flash, and in this melee versus range matchup, is struggling quite a bit to find a footing. So FlyQuest Challengers already up 300 gold just off of the laning prowess alone, and the ability for FlyQuest to take control of some of these topside lanes. And now, as XU going to be going for the topside Scuttle Crab, it might not be completely free as they're sending Chime up towards the mid lane as well to potentially help get even more priority.
Blaze all a little bit behind, tried to get up to the minion, didn't expect a second person to be coming out of the jungle there, and the Blaze Olive gonna have to burn his flash in mid lane. That Scuttle Crab was secured by XU, and now he found a gank on top side. Surdy in trouble. Surdy flashing over to his teammate, but the flash in return from XU gets him first blood yet again.
Oh, that's really tough. We were looking at this game plan up on the top side. You shut Surdy down, and that makes the top side so much easier. Philip on this Cassante, we've seen how effective this champion is. Even despite rounds and rounds of nerfs towards Cassante, still hasn't been Skarnered, but FlyQuest Challengers overall, all of the early leads they were building for themselves has largely evaporated. It really is just in the mid lane where Bradley still has the lead up against a Blaze Olive. Also the bot lane, we haven't talked about that. Instinct just down a wave and a half.
He's down pretty far. Being a little bit, maybe a little wary after burning his flash at that level 1 setup, and Chime will be visiting down here yet again, trying to maybe punish him. They are going to get this crash in the end. Dragon is coming up on the table, but we saw a little hesitancy here in this series so far to just start with that one up on command.
Yeah. Not really surprising. Most people have been focusing their early pathing around the grubs a little bit more than the dragon these days, just because it gives a lot of experience, especially for the first one that you end up taking. But FlyQuest Challengers, they got to feel bad about the fact that it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I was like, ah. There seems to be a disconnect with the way that Surdy and Shaden want to play the game today in terms of where you can path around, how much pressure Surdy can put down. I mean, one of the major things, do you remember Wicked?
Yes.
Yeah. He had a very famous saying, if you just play solo queue as though the jungler is never there, you're going to be right most of the time.
True.
And that is definitely something that Surdy has kind of taken to heart, at least in the way that he has been playing the solo queue. But solo queue is not 5. Solo queue is not Challengers League, where it's like, if Surdy plays around the jungle not being there most of the time, what if we just were?
Hey, and they've been able to quell the beast, it feels like.
Oh, man.
Speaking of, Bradley stepping up big after that game number 1. He finds a kill in mid lane. Meanwhile, FlyQuest already starting up the grubs.
Yeah. And that is all 3 lanes here, Mazel, having a massive lead. They're going to be starting up the grubs, like we said. The first one giving over a lot of experience at the same time, but here they're looking to try to do something, but Bradley's level 6, you guys.
Yeah. Surdy and Bradley are level 6. Oh, FlyQuest are the ones backing off a bit. Enchanted Crystal
Arrow.
Arrow coming across, and here comes the combo. And you asked for the wombo, you're going to get it. It's going to be a kill over to Shaden, who's going for more. Flashing over, crash down combo. Now XU's caught out a little bit. Shaden still having the Heartbreaker, not available to him.
Oh, nice.
Is not going to be able to follow up as Philip takes an all-out into him. And it's Instinct in the end that takes a kill, which is huge. A Blaze Olive has now collapsed. And FlyQuest, they've overextended. Surdy gonna give his life here, and it's a Blaze Olive that comes up with a kill too.
Oh man, FlyQuest just going in different directions in that last fight after saying, is this fight still done? No, I guess not. Fearx Starforge come out with more money, and now Bradley, I don't know if you're allowed to be here.
3v2, yeah, you're completely caught in the middle of it, maybe with your pants down too. Bradley spiraling despair hits, and a Blaze Olive hits a double kill now, 2 in a row at least. True shot barrage coming across Jaden. No, he's not level 6 and he has no escape. A Blaze Olive RKO's FlyQuest out of nowhere.
A complete turnaround of the play, and now FlyQuest, their top side of the map, which has continued to build up a massive CS lead across the top lane and the mid lane. They're down gold, they're losing these plates, everything is going up in favor of Fearx Starforge, and just as you called out, Blaze Olive suddenly with 3 kills off of that last play. That's completely ridiculous. I thought it was done when Philip pulled Chime over the wall.
Wow. We also have an 8-minute convergence completed for XU after all that chaos early. It was all started off punishing a Blaze Olive in the pit lane. They got a kill onto him. And all of that afterwards now leads to a small advantage for FXS. We are moving back down towards this dragon pit here with a little bit of vision and a lot of bodies.
Yeah, we can't completely ignore the fact that the CS lead is still building up. We'll take another look at this fight. This is the second part of the fight, and Bradley just has no flash at this position. Doesn't have the ultimate at all, and as XU throws the ultimate out towards Shaden immediately after, watch how he goes to hit the blast cone as well, making sure that Shaden has nothing to play for at all. Really heads-up play coming through from their members of Fearx Starforge. Now they just got to make sure that they can play these lanes, because as much as we've talked about how much of a collapse the top side has been for FlyQuest, their lanes are still up 20 CS in every position except for the jungle.
That's what has consistently been able to keep them afloat in this one. It might be the lifeline they need, because once they get going in these fights, in these team fights, it is very, very good.
Chime.
They are playing with vision around here. Blaze Olive in a lot of trouble. The shockwave goes a bit wide. Sajed has been caught in between all of it. Severing Bolt from distance. Not going to be enough damage there. Chime, now the one in trouble. Doesn't have level 6. Winsome neither having level 6. Heartbreaker comes through. And that ticket, it's just been purchased. We're going to Reset City for Shaden as he's taking another one down. He'll clean up a Blaze Olive with a shutdown. We said he's got all the weight on his shoulders, and that man is bench pressing it.
Oh man, and Shaden just absolutely turning around that last play. It looked like it could have gone well, but again, being on different pages, Fearx Starforge end up falling down. Another plate goes over to Surdy at the same time. The first dragon of the game going to be going over to FlyQuest Challengers. They also have more grubs to play for here in less than a minute, and so FlyQuest Challengers, I mean, they make good on some of their earlier mistakes, but it does ask questions on how effectively Fearx Starforge can actually play. We're taking a look at the fact that all these plates going down, that's 2 in the mid lane, 2 in the bottom lane. FlyQuest Challengers just continuing to take control of all of these laning phases, and we have to ask, where was this in game 1?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question, but glad we're getting it here. as this is kind of the expected side of FlyQuest and ZXT.
This is a tough dive.
It is. They certainly might be looking for it. But no, they have a ton of damage here with the all-out as well. Certainly going to burn his flash. Now popping the Slicing Maelstrom to stop them from coming in. Oh, no, XU. He gets caught over there in the side. Now they do end up getting the flash out of FlyQuest because Shaden forced to pull away. Separate ult. It's enough. Oh, my goodness. A Blaze Olive comes up big, and now they'll move into the grubs.
That kill needed to come through for Fearix Starforge because the mid lane is getting pressured by Bradley. The bottom lane is still being pressured by Sajed. He has the arrow because he went to throw it out at all because FlyQuest, they don't look like they're done with this.
Shaden is all by himself on that side of the map, though Bradley does have Shockwave back available. The grubs will be stopped in the end. 2 were gotten, so Might's still on the table for FlyQuest if they want to move over to it.
And it looks like it should be going over towards FlyQuest. They just need to start it up, but they don't feel confident doing so. They don't know where everybody is. And Sajed, not going to be able to get this entire turret before Philip is able to teleport in. Does not have the ultimate, so Sajed should feel pretty safe about just wailing away on this turret.
He's so
One more?
strong, too. Like, even just having the Berserker Greaves gives you so much potential to chase down. He gets first turret. He's up like 30 CS on Instinct as well, just because he was kind of left to his own devices down there. And now he'll be able to go back on the map and be very proactive with these Enchanted Crystal Arrows.
It's honestly kind of wild to see how far ahead FlyQuest challengers are. Oh.
Here it goes. Wait, oh.
Okay. Neat. Well, the grubs still haven't been finished by FlyQuest. They still only have 3 of them. And they're running out of time to actually pick up the last one. Looks like they are not that worried about getting all the Twitch chat on their side. Sorry, guys. FlyQuest have more important things to do. But I do want to show off this gold graph real quick, as it has been a bit of a roller coaster throughout. You get to see where Fearix Starforge had their big fight, and then you also get to see pretty much exactly like a minute and a half later where FlyQuest challengers did the exact reverse to Fearix Starforge. And now, with just 2,000 gold in the lead, FlyQuest challengers can set themselves up. They've gotten so many plates as well.
It's so many plates, it's so much CS. Like, they are just consistently ahead in all regards in this game. And that is a return to the form that we expect from this team, that they expect of themselves. That's why those questions come up from game number 1. Chime is out on a vision-clearing journey with FXS positioned just above the grubs.
Yeah, Shaden finally looking to pick that up about 30 seconds before the Rift Heralds will spawn. So they do make sure that Twitch chat is there, and Blaze Olive needs to be very careful. Alright, he's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about it, everyone.
Everything's fine.
He was very careful. Yeah.
All fine. Rift Herald is coming up, and they already have a ton of presence around there for FlyQuest. I do expect them to try to pull that one out here. Blaze Olive going to look for a play on the Bradley. The flash comes through from Philip to try to get him. Doesn't end up grabbing it. Now Shaden starting up the Rift Herald.
Yeah. We can see all the plate money as well coming through. That's a lot of gold going over to the side of Sajed in that last one, getting all 5 plates completely uncontested down in the bottom side. And now FlyQuest challengers also going to be picking up the Rift Herald. They've gotten most of the neutral objectives for themselves. They lost a couple of those grubs, but they're also now in a perfect position to reset and get ready to fight for this upcoming Cloud Dragon. We've seen some very dominant Dragon plays so far today, and now FlyQuest looking to do something very similar in this game.
And they will have a lot of strength through the Ash. I know that was a question we had in draft, is it going to be kind of more utility focused in the end, not getting resources, but now with all that CS, you have the Kraken Slayer spike now as well, and also a CC chain from Hell that just outright melts the metal down that Rel has, and Winsome is gone.
That's a lot of ultimates being used there, though. That is going to be both Sajed and Chime using their ultimates to make sure that Winsome does die. They do take him down. It looks as though that's enough for a Fearix Starforge to say, yeah, you know, that's enough. We're good.
Bradley get all out here with the combo of XU. They saw him coming from a mile away. Bradley gets the flash out of XU to get the kill.
Wow, I mean, really good play, really good heads-up moment from Philip to just take Bradley right on over the wall towards the rest of his waiting compatriots, but at the same time, Bradley going down there. Doesn't look like it's going to be going for free. The Dragon did go down. Bradley, or excuse me, Surdy not going to be pushing the bottom lane that aggressively, but still, the gold lead 2,500 already in favor of FlyQuest challengers, and Instinct not going to be sticking around to pick up this top side turret either.
Get the back in the reset, I guess, to get back down on the map with the rest of the team. As first items are pretty much fully completed now, almost getting the second items for majority members of FlyQuest challengers. It does beg the question, you see some of those engages working out for Fear, but at a deficit, it just feels like their decision making is so hampered.
Yeah. You also gotta look at how fast Exi is, man. 490 movement speed.
The fast Poro.
That's a very fast Poro. Run!
Oh.
Just run at him.
Bradley in a little bit of trouble. They have Shaden coming, though. Gotta be a little careful. Severing Bolt not gonna hit and get the shockwave back there in the end. Now Shaden looking to be the main aggressor here with Surdy over the side with Slicing Maelstrom. Locked down, though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow came across, though, and Winsome's life is forfeit. Oh, the Trench Slide from the deep! And Shaden goes on a killing spree. Surdy's looking for more. He wants to get the CC lockdown onto Instinct. Gonna end up getting the flash out of him, but that'll be another turret going over the way of FlyQuest.
Yeah, we got to see Fear. Exu just charging right on in, but his ultimate just came up. It was not available for that last fight. It definitely would have killed Bradley if he had it available, but just didn't go for it. Even with all the movement speed in the world, you actually do have to make sure you kill your opponent. So FlyQuest continuing to build up the gold lead off of Fearix Starforce, trying to be a little bit too aggressive. And you're starting to look at a very similar situation, right? FlyQuest challengers did really struggle for a couple moments early on in the game. They had that really terrible fight, but after that, it has really been FlyQuest challengers in total control. And this is a game, like we were talking about before, when everybody's playing double marksman, you don't have the ability to make plays later on in the game because they just do damage, and it's whoever does more damage. But this is definitely one. Bradley and Blaze Olive on the Orianna and the Hui have opportunities for huge plays. So at least there's opportunities for Fearix Starforce to try and come back in these fights, but considering how far down they are in gold, they're going to have to do a lot of lifting of these wallets.
They really are. Put their big pickpocketing spree on display here. Second item, PD got completed for Sajed. They'll get the Rift Herald play in mid lane, also by FlyQuest. A lot of defensive bodies here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come across. Charge is going to come through, try to get a little bit more damage, but the flank goal by a Blaze Olive as they got the CC now onto the double members in front line. Big shockwave back, but it doesn't matter. Chime is now the target. He's putting on his best Spider-Man, but he is down and out. And a Blaze Olive comes in clutch with a flank TP.
Really good play, like you said, from Blaze Olive to shut down the siege of the mid lane, get themselves a little bit of gold back, showcasing there's still a lot more left to play in this game. FlyQuest challengers still definitely in a stronger position, have a little bit more control over where everything is going to be going. And Mazel, our next major objective is going to be this dragon coming up in about a minute and a half, where everyone on FlyQuest should have their flashes back up, except maybe Surdy, right? Surdy looks like it will be up in about 2.5 minutes, but we know that Surdy will have so much control, already has the Leandros completed, and he doesn't necessarily need to be a major damage dealer. He just needs to create a lot of space around the rest of his team.
And that's why I really like this approach from FlyQuest. It's much different from that game number one. We're getting a lot of blind picks, a lot of potential through the solo lanes. This game, it's all about Shaden. And I think that's super big for them to kind of refocus in on and find a lot of success on. They've had a consistent 2K plus lead now for the entire game almost. And they have a big moment coming up as well for the decision-making power of the rest of the game, with a sole point on the line in about 45 seconds.
FlyQuest are already here in control of everything. Shaden, a little far away as we do get the Baron buff spawning, but Philip going to be taking a bit of a harass as he tries to move down towards the bottom side of the map. But FlyQuest, I mean, they're going to pick up where they left off. We're going to be going to pick up the mid lane structure, and Bradley going to make sure that nobody is going to go for a similar flank. And now FlyQuest challengers, I mean, having the Ashe on your team is just OP, man. You just have wall hacks everywhere. Bradley takes some damage, but now they know exactly where everyone on Fearix Starforge is.
I'm going to try to find an entrance here. We do. I look for as many Flangles as possible for Surdy, who's not been looking for one just yet, as he does not have a flash coming out. The Slicing Maelstrom is available. There's the Leandries for Bradley. Has some big item spikes coming through. Fear moving in to try to burn down this dragon. Vision on the side. There is the Arctic Assault coming forward as well, though. No, XU's going to stick onto the dragon. Chime going low. Here comes Surdy, though. Slicing Maelstrom over the top. Spiraling Despair onto all the members of FlyQuest, though. Shaden's still in the pit. It's going to be secured by Instinct in the end. A denial of the soul point in a fight with all their heart for Fear.
Fear X Starforge still staying alive in this game, denying that dragon slows down FlyQuest win conditions quite a bit. But taking a look at this last fight, it starts off really chaotic. You can tell that Starforge is not sure if they're trying to be aggressive or if they're trying to finish off the dragon, but Winsome makes the decision for them. That just means that damage really needs to come through. But Sturdy creates so much space, but crucially, it's not hitting Instinct, it's not hitting a Blaze Olive, but it creates a lot of space for the rest of the team. And funnily enough, like you said, it was not XU who picked up the dragon, it was actually Instinct who grabs it for himself, and Instinct once again staying out of harm's way and doing a ton of damage in these fights.
And I thought that maybe there was going to be a really big turn from Fear there. The Graceful Prison had got out, but I was looking at the Arctic Assault coming forward from XU, but he decides to stick around. I think that's actually really big, even though it was Instinct that secured it. The presence around there to try to deny Shaden is super big, because we already said all of the weight is on Shaden's shoulders. He's on 2 items now, going to be working on his 3rd, and he's gotten a ton of the resources in the early game so far, and we're already way past that.
Arrow?
Why?
Quite land. That will dissuade FlyQuest challengers from doing anything further, but the dragon going over to Starforge is really going to be slowing down a lot of play that FlyQuest challengers wanted to go for. However, I don't know how helpful that really is for Fear. They still have this Ezreal, who will do plenty of damage, but Sajed, with this build, is going to be doing quite a bit to both Philip and XU, and of course, Orianna, one of the craziest scaling team fighters in the entire game.
XU caught out a little bit. He's in a burning Glacial Prison to get his way out of that one. His Instinct was on his way to try to provide a little bit of poke in the choke. Not going to be much more. Instinct, though, needs to be very careful. He's going to Arcane shift his way to the red buff pit.
Everyone's going to be alright, but the gold lead for FlyQuest has dwindled a fair amount. One of the things that we are kind of missing in this game is there's not a ton of side lane power or pressure to come through, because nobody really has like that second character that you oftentimes need to make split pushing work, right? You need someone to either help you or to split push elsewhere on the map, and neither team really has that second character. The Cannon's pretty good, Xante's pretty okay, but neither of them are strong enough to be able to do that at all as Instinct.
Yeah, he overextended last time. Gonna buffer out the depth charge. Does end up getting Winsome locked down. Spiraling Despair has come through now, and they're gonna follow that one all day long. A Blaze Olive on a killing spree now. Surdy looking for his entrance. They still have a nice little front to back if Shaden could get resets, but it means that FlyQuest lose a body and have to back away. Fear now moving forward.
Yeah, Instinct doing a really good job just baiting everyone in and not going down in that last fight. Now it's Fear's turn to actually line up and siege for this mid lane turret. Surdy looking for a flash.
Got the flash. He will be spotted out of the wall now after he threw that shuriken. It does stop them from moving forward. The nice little wave clear from FlyQuest. That is a strength of theirs as well moving forward. But man, a Blaze Olive is putting on the performance of his dreams here in this series so far. First the Corki, and now this way has been intensely impactful.
Just seeing that a Blaze Olive is once again coming up. There was a lot of interesting things happening in the offseason between a Blaze Olive and FlyQuest as well. So very excited to see that he is having this kind of game. Whenever there's offers that you're potentially getting and turning things around, it's got to feel good, right? When you're like, you chose to go with someone else, and now I'm going to beat you anyway. And so Blaze Olive, they're setting themselves up for Fear to actually grab another one of these dragons with a minute left until the next Infernal Dragon. I mean, it's so difficult to walk through all the damage that Hui will be doing, and Bradley's finally trying to set up some spell pushing on the top side of the map, but he's not going to be pushing it in even further, meaning that a Blaze Olive will be ready to fight around the dragon.
The side lane turret taken by Fear X Starforge. Back not completed by Bradley in the end. He's on 2.5 items, really looking for that third item spike for the Orianna. But now that we're at a position where this lead is maintained consistent, but Fear feel a little bit confident on the map, they have the go buttons to really make mispositioning be paid for by FlyQuest. And I think we've seen that taken to advantage of so far, at least. And Dragon spawning now, everybody's hunting before this to try to get the body differential.
Yeah, here goes the teleport from Blaze Olive. True Shot Barrage does a little bit of damage, but you got... Oh!
How did that even happen? The Blaze Olive goes on a rampage, taking Surdy straight out of the team. That is your main team fighting aspect gone. And Dragon, yet again, taken by Fear.
And Philip just once again outplaying Surdy this game, taking him in towards the rest of the team. Doesn't have an opportunity to flash, doesn't have an opportunity to ult, and that just means another Dragon in this mid lane turret being pressured by Fear X Starforge. And the gold lead, which has been hovering around 2,000-3,000 this entire game, is finally under 2,000 and will continue to shrink as mid lane turret falls.
It's happening, Joshi. Fear X Starforge are finding the picks that they need in every way, shape, or form, and that's the execution needed against a top team on paper like FlyQuest Challengers has been, and honestly in execution as well. Had a heck of an early start to the split, but Fear on a bit of a revenge tour from their loss against Supernova the last time around, now feeling very strong as a whole, but FlyQuest want to move around as 5 and find picks.
They still have a bit of a lead, but it definitely has to be shaking their confidence that so many of these setups that they've had have been disrupted by Fear. And now, it feels as though FlyQuest Challengers seems to be trying to set up for the Baron, but the threat is not credible if Sajed and Shaden are on vision. And as they go ahead and back away, they're just getting a little bit more pressure in the side lanes. You are going to be seeing that the bot lane is going to be pushing out for FlyQuest as well towards Fear, so someone will go have to deal with that. But overall, the big question that I have right now, Mazel, is Fear X Starforge have done a really good job at preventing FlyQuest from doing anything. But at what point do they really start taking over the game? Because I still look at this Orianna, and it's going to be a god later in the game.
Oh, yeah. And that's the hardest thing to deal with. Now, this is the kind of pick potential we were talking about. Everything going to be used just to take down Winsome, but look at the damage that's following up. Spiraling Despair has hit on the chime. Now Fear feeling confident to move forward. They've got the follow through. And now Sajed in a lot of trouble. Here comes Surdy over the top to make the difference. Is it going to be enough? Surdy going down, but it's split for a double kill for Sajed. They do have damage with Instinct, but it gets locked down by the Dredge line now as well. A Blaze Olive going to be the only one to defend the honor of Fear as FlyQuest have found the fight.
And Sajed once again just staying alive for so long in these fights. Blaze Olive runs around, still has 9 kills to his name. Bradley is still hunting, but even with all these kills, there's just going to be waves crashing into turrets. They're not going to be getting anything further off of that. As we take another look at this. This is a huge commitment onto Winsome. And I'm actually looking at this and looking at how Fear X Starforge could have come out even further ahead, but the big thing is that Instinct has to spend so much time wailing away on Shaden, who is Rel for a little while. And by the time Instinct comes back in, he's really got to jump immediately out of the fight again as Surdy comes in. Even though Surdy doesn't do a lot of damage all on his own, he creates enough pressure. He takes enough time to go down. This Jed kills the entire front line, and then it's with the Nautilus left. You have no front line, you have no crowd control to play with. It's just Instinct going down because he cannot set anyone up to actually hit.
These fights are so close, but as soon as one thing breaks open, it's a landslide. Now we do get third item, Black Cleaver for Shaden. Big item spikes there. Both mid laners also on 3 items with the Crypt Bloom galore. These next fights are going to be so difficult to navigate. And it is going to be about a minute and a half till that next dragon comes up. Would be soul point for either side, but 3 Infernal Dragons in a row for Fear. There is the Baron to play around on the other side of the map now.
And the big thing as we start looking towards these objectives is just how much power all of these Infernal Dragons will be giving. A percentage increase in the amount of adaptive force that all of your characters have just means that characters like Blaze Olive on the Hui and Instinct's Ezreal just get so strong. Whereas on the other side, like, Sajed likes it, Bradley really likes it, but it's not going to have the same kind of just raw power on the side of FlyQuest since they won't be able to stack up nearly as many of them.
Big things also to recognize, not only are those 3 item spikes coming up for a majority of everybody, but Surdy also has the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he will have the combo of just kind of throw your body in there with the Slicing Maelstrom and buy it all the time.
Just does so little damage at this point in the game, right? It has the Void Staff and the Leandries, like, they're okay as the arrow goes wide. Ooh, Shaden. I mean, if Winsome knew he was there, that could have very easily been a dead Viego. But as we're setting this up, that is going to be no arrow for a little while, and that does mean that Derek Starforge can be setting up around this dragon. Ultimate used from Instinct, so they won't be able to check the Baron, but it's going to be alright as FlyQuest are not setting up for it anyway.
Here, just trying to maintain priority in mid lane. This is a heck of a pressureful moment for both these two teams. A lot of pride on the line for FlyQuest, but a 2-0 on the line for Fear as they move forward. They miss the Glacial Prison, so a couple ultis already gone. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, more importantly, is coming back up. FlyQuest have done a really good job of buying time. Connect on the Phillip there. Triple knockup by the depth charge. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow yet again. Big Shockwave coming back. Ultis are just being thrown across the board. It's like we're watching 2 pirate ships just unload broadsides on each other.
But nobody ends up going down, and now everybody on the side of FlyQuest are going to be moving over towards the Baron, but this is really slow to take, and there's still plenty of time there. Warmog is keeping Winsome and Chime completely healthy in all of these plays, and Instinct will slowly take down the Dragon. That's the third Infernal Dragon as FlyQuest are just now starting.
They're going to force it. They were a little behind the play. Surdy, he still has the big ticket. They need to get Shade in the resets. Fear X Starforge moving in. Engage goes wide from Chime. He is locked down. True Shot Barrage coming out again. Feels like we just saw that, but it's episode 2 now. Now Surdy is all by himself over here, but does have engage potential. FlyQuest forced off of the Baron play and forced off of mid lane are going to lose a tier 2 because of the indecision.
Really good stuff ultimately from Fear X Starforge. Sajed has access to his 3rd arrow. He wants to throw it out, but will not find a target at all in all of that crazy back and forth. Looking a lot like Overwatch, honestly, as you go back and forth waiting for your ultimates to charge up. This time, Sajed still needs to be the player that we look at as the major engage tool coming out for FlyQuest challengers, but the gold lead still remaining steady for so long this game. And Mazel, I'm starting to look at the fact that FlyQuest not able to find any decisive fights. Even though I like their composition better, I still feel as though Starforge are the ones playing with more confidence.
And they have a lot of scaling going their way as well. Not to be said that FlyQuest don't from their side, but it's getting hard to say that a Blaze Olive isn't a sore spot for FlyQuest at this point because he is ridiculous on the way, almost having his Rabadons as well now. And he's very close to that one. But that's the thing about these fights is these teams have opted into where mechanics are going to make the difference. Execution on these 5-on-5s makes the difference. Even if you are ahead, it's still a point where Fear, they find the right targets, they can take it.
Yeah. It's worth noting that the 3 Infernal Dragons already picked up by Fear X Starforge is 9% increased attack damage and AP as they go.
Wants it. They've got Surdy around the flank. He's on a deep flank, and they've already lost Bradley. So now FlyQuest are in such an awkward position. You don't really have an entrance. You've already used the Blast Cone behind the Baron Pit, and Fear are going to take full advantage of that now. Surdy struggling to find an entrance. FlyQuest struggling to maintain a hold on this game. Depth Charge goes in. Surdy getting caught out by Phillip. He wants to find the entrance, but it's FlyQuest looking on to XU. A lot of damage from Sajed. Now you have the collapse from everybody of Fear onto Surdy. They're going to try to get Instinct in the end, but he can't. He doesn't have the damage. He goes golden. The rest of FlyQuest just have to watch as their little lightning is gone.
Instinct not going to be able to do much of anything further. He took way too much damage, had to use both of his summoner spells. That will be another lease on life here for FlyQuest.
Oh, Shane gets the Heartbreaker. Saw it the whole way, and now Phillip in trouble. This might be the little bit of momentum FlyQuest needed, and they'll take another kill, this time going to Sajed.
Oh, it's looking so good for Fear, and then out of nowhere, Shaden makes the big play. Another shockwave gets the Seraphs out of a blaze all of it. Now the Baron in total control of FlyQuest Challengers. XU sells the flash,
He stole
sells the
these
smite.
before. We've seen it time and time again. We even saw it in the LCS. Let's see if he can get in the pit here. Chime trying to deny him. He's on the other side. He's still hovering. Shaden waiting for the fight to kick off. Now
Get
Glacial
down.
Prison going to be used. 2 members down. Fear, they're in the pit. XU, he's not going to get it. It's Shaden that flexes his muscles this time. But Rally Cry, Baron buff aplenty for FlyQuest. They will be lacking 2 bodies.
Oh, the greedy back from Instinct is going to haunt them in this game, as that was potentially the opportunity for Fear X Starforge to just take total control, but instead is FlyQuest. FlyQuest and ZXT, who now have so much money. We're going to see Bradley back away, complete the Rabadons, as Ablaze Olive already has done so as well. But that means, Lennon, we're going to have this major fight in about 50 seconds. And look at where all the flashes are. They are gone. There's no flash on Instinct, Ablaze Olive, Surdy, or Sajed, or Shaden. Every single one of these is a massive opportunity to try and jump on every individual. And so Bradley is going to have to be the person who plays a little bit farther forward on FlyQuest Challengers to create some playmaking opportunities, because he has some safety.
We did also get
And
the
no
Rabadons completed for Ablaze Olive and Seekers now. So he's got a lot of strength in the pocket. Big thing is, though, Sajed did complete his 4th. Also does have the Vamp Scepter. We're getting ready for this one, Joshi.
10 seconds left, and already Fearx Starforge have given up a lot of priority here in the mid lane, but they have total control right now. Surdy, with no flash, cannot get over this wall, would need to use a Blast Cone, which there is one available. Fearx Starforge starting it up right away. It would be a huge increase for their combat power.
They can get this soul, it makes the difference, but if FlyQuest can deny it, it also does. XU, the target right now, has all the CC on him. Surdy has not been spotted out. Philip knows there's something going on. They've already lost Chime, though. Surdy waiting to go in. Surdy not feeling confident. Now front to back is going the way of FlyQuest, though. They've hit resets there for Shaden. Surdy goes in. Now he's golden. Dragon going down. XU, he gets it. That's the Infernal Soul for Fear X Starforge. And now they feel confident. They've got damage from Instinct, but the resets from Shaden are massive. It's Instinct stepping up to the plate. He's trying to hit a home run, but it's Shaden looking to make the difference. Heartbreakers galore, and a triple kill for Shaden.
Shaden once again coming up huge in that fight, but it's XU who lands a smite, securing the Infernal Soul, going over to Fear X Starforge. But these fights are so all over the place. Every single fight, you see people going back and forth, and every single one of these flashes ends up meaning that people end up going down. We'll take another look at this last play, but Philip takes a long time to shift from one side of the fight towards the other, because he knows that Surdy is around the back. He needs to keep Instinct and Ablaze Olive safe, but when Surdy thinks he finds the opportunity, a beautiful arm guard from Ablaze Olive keeps him alive, and XU coming back in, not losing a second 50-50 smite in a row does mean that Instinct has so much more damage, so much more time, and he can just jump on top of Sajed. He picks him up and even lands the Q onto Bradley in the back. And that could have been a huge difference. It does mean that most of Fear X Starforge's base will remain intact, even with Shane the only person left on the map.
The little outplays, the micro moves. That's exactly what we kind of set up in these 5-on-5s, and it's exactly what we're getting. I think Shane might be kicking himself for the smite timing on that one, though, for sure. Times to come if they lose this one. But we will be on full build for Shaden after that massive dump of gold in his inventory.
And now, Fear X Starforge, they have to recognize that the game is still very even. The big thing, though, is that Ablaze Olive, now with no stopwatch or Seeker's arm guard still available, does mean that he has to be very careful in these upcoming fights. But both he and Instinct have their flashes available as the arrow flies by, and Philip, for potentially the first time this game, is getting some alone time with the turret.
Some time with the turret there. Well, it wasn't so sweet because he broke it, but hey, at least he gets some side lane pressure there for Fear X Starforge. They do still have the Infernal Soul to play around. They have a lot of extra damage in their tank there as well. Then the biggest question is, are you going to be able to put up the snuff when the Elder Dragon is the play here as we do crest into full items for Sajed on the Ashe now. Bloodthirster completed.
40 minutes into this game, like you said, very, very full builds for so many members. Sajed already has the complete set. We see it plays all in a very similar plays. Bradley not far behind. But as we start looking towards this next set of plays, it's a minute until the Baron is XU. I mean, he's got warm-ups.
He Arctic assaulted into the dredge line. Now he's in trouble. If you get the reset there for Shaden, it's big. Spiraling Despair coming back across, though. Shaden gets low. Now he's getting another reset there, too. Shaden, with the eyes on the rail, is going to get out of that form there with the Heartbreaker away. But that's a couple dead bodies for Fear, and that means FlyQuest full control over mid lane.
The gold doesn't mean much at this point in the game, but the control of the map that comes with having more members. Philip needs to get out of dodge.
A little bit of trouble there. Luckily the dredge line does hit the wall instead of him, right next to his face. It is FlyQuest feeling a lot safer moving out onto the map now, especially.
And now they're going to be setting up. The big thing is both XU and Winsome will be alive for the Baron. They'll be a little bit late to actually make their way out there, but it doesn't look as though FlyQuest is going to be setting up right away for it anyway, so Fear Starforge will be able to play for it a little bit, but FlyQuest challengers setting up some late game traps in these brushes because they know that there is no vision whatsoever. Fear Starforge has to face check every single one of these bushes.
They're doing Baron on spawn right now. True Shot Barrage will see that it's being done, but it's already burning. Half health XU needing to make another magical steal. He gets hit by the enchanted crystal arrow, and that steal denied by Sajed. Rally Cry, Baron buff secured for FlyQuest in ZXT.
A minute and a half left, though, until the Elder Dragon, which will truly decide the game. Now, FlyQuest challengers, they have the tools to prevent Varric Starforge from ever getting to the Elder Dragon. They have the tools to take away multiple inhibitors right now, but they only have 2.5 minutes of this Baron buff to try and take control of the map, to try and open up the base here of Fear X Starforge. And it's been such slow going. There's so much wave clear coming up from the side of Fear that it's going to be a tall task for FlyQuest to get anything done.
As he realizes there's a lot of people there. We need to back away from that one. Trying to get these lanes pushed out a little bit, but we have Elder Dragon in sub a minute. Massive game-defining fight, but at this point, FlyQuest looking for picks in the in-betweens because they only need one fight to break open the base. I guess either side, really, in that regard.
We're at the point of the game where a single fight wins with just inhibitor turrets as the arrow sails wide again. It's on such a low cooldown that they can try again very shortly. 30 seconds left until the Elder Dragon and FlyQuest have yet to even push up to an inhibitor turret at all with this Baron buff. So, watch for the engages. XU and Sajed both have the tools to take down people from 100 to 0. Almost anyone on the team, if they get caught by either of these ultimates, can go down.
All about who. And that's been the conversation the entire time. Both these two teams knew exactly what they were cooking, and they drafted these compositions. Mechanics on high here as Elder Dragon started up by FlyQuest.
So tough for Spear to actually walk their way in. It's already down to half.
XU can do it. He has the Glacial Prison used onto Chime. Now maybe looking for the entrance into the actual fight. As Enchanted Crystal Arrow came back up again, and Shaden goes godlike. XU now in trouble. Crash down from Shaden. Not going to hit, but the Heartbreaker back. Now re-engaged by Chime. Elder Dragon is still kicking. Now you got XU going down too. The GA has been popped there, but it doesn't matter. You haven't lost the body for FlyQuest, and now you're gaining bodies by taking the souls of Fear. As now Shane might have overextended, Instinct is still very strong. The Elder Dragon does go over to FlyQuest in the end. And now Fear X Starforge try to fight their way out of this one, but they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And the scream of the Elder Dragon wings will just execute them. Back in the mid lane and back to win the game. FlyQuest looking to bring us to 3.
A whole minute in the death chambers for all the members of Fear X Starforge here as FlyQuest and ZXT looking to even up the series in a very long game. So many of these team fights back and forth, and this is where we get to see exactly how these two teams are going to go head-to-head. Fear X Starforge.
With some in a little bit of trouble, does flash away. The turret is the focus, though, crashing into these Nexus turrets, and eventually the Nexus as they do. It's 12,000 gold in the lead, but it's been a tussle and a half by FearX Starforge as FlyQuest will make good on that rough game number 1. They'll find revenge, and we reach the series that we were promised, and we're going to 3.
I look back at this game, and I know that both coaches are going to look at this game. The VOD reviews of this game in particular are going to be very long. There is a lot of opportunities for both teams to find everything that they wanted all at once, but it took them a while to actually do so. But it was FlyQuest Challengers a little bit more clutch. They had a gold lead for most of that game. It just took them a while to actually close that one out. So FlyQuest Challengers will take us to a 3rd game.
Yeah, and I think Shaden getting all the weight on him from draft and being able to execute it was massive, right? Because that first game, it felt like a bit of a rough one across the board for FlyQuest. But picking up the Viego, having the team draft kind of completely around this pick, it worked out because you give this guy the hands check and he will pass it every time.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the classic Shaden champions where even if the early game goes wrong, he just stretches for the opportunities to come back. Really finding instinct around the Baron buff might have been the single biggest play in this game just because of how much it changed the tempo on the board. And Shaden was able to find it.
He was indeed. And what a performance from him. Fear, they definitely gave him a run for their money. There was a lot of opportunities in that one for sure. And like you said, VOD review is going to be a little bit lengthy after that one. But we are going to sit it to a short little break while we get to the culmination of our first day here in Week 5. We'll see you there.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Have a seat. As you know, the NACL is recruiting superheroes for our League of Legends division. So first questions first. What's your superpower?
With my super memory and ability to change other people's memories, I would just be able to walk through wards and you'll just forget that I'm there. You'll always see me on the flank, but you will always wonder how I get there. You'll never know.
My superpower is teleport. I'll be able to instantly go to other places. As a support player, just being able to start a fight, be brave, throw yourself into the enemy team and just being a hero.
I would say I have a lot of superpowers, but my best superpower is just being able to gaslight people. Because, you know, usually you get these support players and they don't know what they're doing and they're always doing the wrong thing. And I'm kind of able to, like, you know, talk to them and coerce them into actually, you know, doing the right play. Not Zyko, though. You know, he's perfect.
I'd say my superpower is just being able to learn fast and take criticism and being able to apply it like very easily. I'm here on the Rift because I'm selfless. I've just been trying to think of the big picture more often because my teammates are really hard on me when it comes to that.
My superpower is that I have super speed. You want to see me run around the world and come back here? You want to see me do it again? I keep the good vibes, so even if I'm 10 deaths, I'm still keeping it together mentally and for everyone on the team.
My superpower for my team is just being, you know, good vibes. There's gonna be some tense situations, but sometimes you just gotta play like it's a normal game, like an everyday game, even though it's like a lot on the line. In these situations, you just gotta have a good, funny guy. I think something that makes me a hero on the Rift is, you know, when my team needs me the most, I perform in the late game situations. In a team fight, I got the ice in my vein. I just love those moments where it's like everyone's dead on your team and they're watching you. They're all watching your last move and, you know, you get to clutch up for them.
Probably invincibility, just because it's cool. I get people top, and because of that, my team will never have to worry about enemy top lane.
My superpower is that I'm the Avatar. I like to bend the elements. I'd like to think I save everyone when they're inting, you know, because that's what superheroes do, especially my jungler.
My superpower is adaptability. I'll adapt to my environment. Need me on a tank? I'm on a tank. Need me on a carry? I'm on a carry. I'll adapt to my environment. I said that the thing that makes me a hero on Drift is I'm always for the boys. Skip a camp to come to a fight, flip a random fight. Someone needs me to be there to protect the stacked wave. I'm for the boys.
Our people will get in touch with your people.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and we're getting into our culmination of day one of week number 5 because FlyQuest in ZXT has woken up in the PC wars, and they have taken a win over Fear X Starforge, and now we'll see, I guess, who has the better PCs here for game number 3. But we got to take a look back into that game number 2. It was officially our longest game of the split so far.
That was a very long game. Games in this meta do not go that long very often. We've been seeing more low 20s than we've even been seeing high 30s. And we made it to the 45-minute mark in this last game. And it really felt as though FlyQuest were struggling so much to actually find their way through. And I really want to put a spotlight in this series on Philip, right? Because even though he's not necessarily putting out a ton of damage in every single one of these games, he's been consistently thwarting everything that it feels as though FlyQuest challengers have been trying to do.
And that's the most difficult part about what that first game brought to us, why so many questions were raised, but I think this was a bit of an answering and honestly adaptation of style for me as well, because that first game we were definitely trying to flex our muscles as FlyQuest challengers a little bit in terms of what the picks were looking like, but this time it was a holistic centered focus on Shaden.
Yeah, and seeing Shaden on one of his classic picks this time around really took control of fights later on in the series. We got to see, just with all the crowd control and all the burst damage that FlyQuest Challengers was putting together, Shaden was not going to let that go silently. He was not going to just let everything happen. He was going to make sure that he was going to be contributing to these fights in a strong way. Couple of clutch smites coming through as well. Really cement Shaden as the MVP of that last game.
Yeah. And to talk a little bit about Fear X Starforge on the other side, I think Blaze Olive had a really, really strong game as well. We were starting to see a little bit of strength as well coming out from the Ezreal for Instinct. But it really is just about trying to shore up some of that early game as well, because there was consistent CS differentials by like 30, like across the board.
There's a lot.
And we're going to eventually take a look at the Band's champions here in our Omega Overdrive 5000 Fearless, as everything that you see on your screen is gone because we do initiate full Fearless here in NACL.
Yeah, in this best of 3, that means that there is going to be 20 champions banned as we go in. Another 6 champions will be banned before we even get our first one picked, and so we really get to see how large champion pools all of our players will get to have. And the biggest one is that this is just about every single one of the engaged supports. I think Rakan is about the only one that really springs to mind as someone's like, yes, this character likes to go in.
We did see the Lovers duo earlier in the day, at least, in our first series. We'll see if that does come up here this time again. But I also look at all the open AP junglers that are still on the table as well and see if we're going to get any of that here. But we're going to be getting into draft here for game number 3. It's pretty much the culmination we expected. I expected this to go to 3. I expected there to be a lot of contest in this one because we have seen Fear have a lot of success when they find strength around XU and kind of facilitating around the map. Also FlyQuest, no slouches in their own right. Champions just last time around, and now keeping majority members and adding Bradley. We're already into it. Blue side for FlyQuest challengers this time around. They ban the Vi and the Rumble.
Interesting. The biggest question is always, I mean, the Rumble is one of these big champions, and then Tristana banned away from Fear X Starforge. Makes sense. You really have to control a lot of these Yordles in this day and age, and so with all of the major AD mid laners kind of taken off the table, there's still opportunities to play like the Jace or the Yone, which come up from time to time, but almost everything else has really been removed from the board. It really kind of stifles a lot of the opportunities that you want to be playing a lot of these AP jungles that you really like. There's a lot of diversity in the jungle, but unfortunately, it's going to come at the cost of champions in the mid lane. That appears to be a no ban coming through from FlyQuest challengers. So you're saying, you know, we've had enough bans already coming through.
Is that what we're going with? I don't know if that's how that works. I feel like, especially in full Fearless, you want to use those bans as much as possible. Let's look like we missed that one here. We'll see if we can get an update on it. It is the Vayne ban into the first pick, LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc has been one of these champions that has been hovering beneath the Korkic Tristana surface for quite a while, and we know how effective this champion can be. It's not a champion I generally associate with Bradley, though he did play it a long time ago. It's not necessarily something that has been on the peak of his play, and the Galio. This is another one of those champions that I know Diamond was talking about. I was like, I can't believe people are playing this character in the support role. Like, this character is just so trash. However, you know, it's got some cool things that it can do. And we also know that Ablaze Olive can play it as well. There's no way. Also, he hasn't hovered Katarina today.
Galio into the trash can like a crumpled up piece of paper.
But, you know, it is an engaged support. It just is not one of the good ones. I do have to note that XU did not hover Katarina at all there, so somebody ping his girlfriend, because that's a big no-no right there. It is going to be a Jinx.
Hey, he's focused. All right, he's gonna lock in.
Yeah, when it comes to Game 3, honey, sorry, it's no longer serious.
It does look like, from what we know, it was a missed ban by FlyQuest. So maybe coming back to haunt them later on, depending on what makes it through. It is the Xayah, and I'm sure the Rakan to follow this up.
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense. It is one of the best engaged supports still left. They pick in the right order so that their splash arts do still line up. Now,
the most
Starforge, yeah, generally when you see a Rakan, Leona is kind of the first answer that a lot of people really look at. However, that's not available right now, and so instead you have to start digging into those pockets to see what you want to do. There's a lot of safety provided by the Thresh, and now we know that this Galio is going to be going mid lane, and I already look at this, and it feels as though FlyQuest challengers have all the proactive tools, right? Fear and Starforge are going to be very much reacting. I find it really tough to play that way.
What? If you have enough reactive tools, maybe it makes it worth it. Like, I don't know. Galio Thresh is a pretty good combination to stay safe.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. We'll see if they can get a little bit more proactive tools to kind of hone that a little bit more in the second phase. We are into that second phase now. The Jax is the priority ban towards Surdy here.
Makes a lot of sense. You just need to make sure that there's not a lot of control up in the top side, because whenever you have all this proactive ability, you always have to make sure that there's no side lane threats coming through at the same time, because they will just chip away at you over and over again. LeBlanc will poke you with her face, and suddenly it becomes very difficult for the rest of Furic Starforge to deal with anything in the side lane. So taking away the Jax and the Camille, what else is a really big split pusher right now?
Let's see the TF, but it was already taken away. The Gnar, there you go. You get a little bit of love there with the Gnar you were talking about being taken off the board.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, because like at this point there are so many bans being levied at particularly the top lanes that it's really hard to kind of think of like, what else do we think of these players playing? I know Philip loves his Wukong historically. Every top laner is very good at Gangplank just because you had to play it so much in the past, but the Poppy ban is going to be coming through more targeted at XU than anything else. So I wonder if that's kind of a return to Zac.
Hey, maybe return to Blob.
Return to Blob.
We're all just a part of the Blob in the grand scheme of things. I do think that this is the moment we get to see the most out of Full Fearless as well. You get to see some really interesting picks come through the last.
Ping Rafa again.
With a classic for him, and something that he's going to have a lot more of the onus on his hands.
Yeah. That's some of the proactivity we were looking to see coming out from Fear X Starforge. Has a lot of early game skirmishing power, and also taking it away from Shaden. Just seeing the LeBlanc and Lee Sin as the incredibly powerful dive buddy system that they have had historically is going to be shutting down a lot of that power, but it is going to be the Aatrox picked up here for Surdy up on the top side, a character that I think a lot of people were surprised didn't become incredibly meta overnight. It was like, hey, what if you just had twice as much healing every single time you ulted? Instead, FlyQuest challengers, I really like the idea of this Nocturne if they do actually lock it in, because it completely shuts down Galio's ability to ult from range.
And you can play around these solo lanes with a lot of safety
given
by the spot lane. It is the Zinzat locked in, so a little bit more of that team fight pressure given by Shaden, but also trying to keep that skirmishing here potential with XU. We'll see what the answer into that Aatrox is going to be for Philip, though.
Yeah. I mean, Gnar is oftentimes one of the things that has been very good into Aatrox. Mordekaiser seems okay in this spot. There's no way. Huh? Is this a Lee Sin top lane?
Lee Sin top? Yo!
I don't know when the last time anybody, not just Philip, has actually played this Lee Sin top lane. Time to do some research.
Oh my goodness, we are cooking here in game number 3. Fear said, we don't want to go mano a mano. We realized last game it didn't work out for us. We want the upper hand. The amount of ins and outs that this team has with the Galio and the Thresh supporting these 2 carries of the Lee Sin and the Kazakhs, that's impressive.
Yeah. I also got to point out that the last time Lee Sin was played top lane was actually not that long ago. It was actually just a couple of weeks ago, played by Castle, and he went 1-5. It was not particularly good, but he did do it. I'm trying to find the last time that Philip actually played the Lee Sin, and I got news for you. This appears to be his first ever competitive game of Lee Sin. So, he's going to be doing it up against one of the best laning top laners we've seen in a long time. He's got to do it with the ponytail.
Oh, this one's going to be a lot of fun. If you like what you see or you like what you hear, make sure you sub to our Twitch. Proceeds do go to players and teams, and you get all those cool emotes. Half of the proceeds do go directly to supporting these players you see in front of us. But let's go ahead and break down the journey that we got here. I think coming into this one, we expected a contested fight. It is a FlyQuest in ZXT, who on paper are trying to re-up in their championship. Just coming off a spring dominating run. Just changing out Bradley, and then Fear. Changing a lot of pieces, and finding a lot of LCS experience to bring down and try to find Promised Land. Now, they are already 3-1, a little bit ahead of FlyQuest, but it has been a series of waking up for FlyQuest, it feels like, so far.
Yeah, FlyQuest Challengers has had some interesting games, right? Game 1, they just got run over. Game 2, they had an incredibly strong early start based on their laning, but this is definitely one where Fear can start to turn things around. The Galio into the LeBlanc is one where if you can get a number of passive procs off on the Galio into the LeBlanc, you can do quite a bit. One of the most successful starts we've actually been seeing from the Galio oftentimes is just rushing that Lich Bane so that you have a ton of damage and you have the movement speed in order to get multiple auto attacks down. However, the lane does not start fun because you are still playing a melee champion into a ranged champion, and even when you go for those Winds of War, they don't do a lot of damage.
That can be really difficult to navigate, but that's where your team fight aspect comes into play later on, and you're going to have to be able to match Bradley in a lot of those ways. The lockdown CC chains are going to be really good for Fear X Starforge, but as we get into it now as well, we want to take a look at the jungle pathings with 2 very aggressive junglers. XU on this Kazakhs, and Shaden on the Xin Zhao will be pathing down towards bot.
Yeah, XU will be spotted out by that ward put down from Bradley, so it's going to be a little bit tough for XU to do much early on in this game, especially since he will not have a whole lot of priority coming from his mid lane until at least the first bat comes through. And so it is going to be Bradley and Shaden who have the ability to be very aggressive in anything that they do try and do. And now, as the game goes longer, the big thing is I actually really worry for XU on this Kazakhs. There are some good targets for him to actually hit, but they're all very mobile, which makes it very difficult for him to stay in on top of the players that he wants to be and get multiple Qs off in order to blow them up.
Just going to take a little bit of a second to look at this top lane, because, man, that's got to be so annoying for Surdy. It's like your whole thing is trying to hit these Q sweet spots, and Lee Sin doesn't like staying in one place very often.
Nope.
We will see a priority gained by Bradley in mid lane, maybe trying to utilize that a little bit, as clears will be coming to a head by both junglers.
Yeah, both finding themselves on the bottom half of the map. Bradley a little bit more free to roam should he want to. But plays all of using all that mana to push in the mid lane, but will not be able to get it full crash, as Bradley will get back there in time. But Philip on this Lee Sin, wow, that's a lot of damage.
Well, he's staying still for a while there. Now Philip in a lot of trouble. Surdy trying to get the play here with a solo is going to get the flash out of Philip.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very forced flash right there. Not a whole lot of opportunity for Philip to do anything, and now as XU comes towards the top side, we have seen the recipe for success. Starts with taking down Surdy, but Philip says, I am too low, Shaden is too close. This is not a fight we can go for.
Shaden following up. Ooh. So goes down. Chime having made his presence known in mid lane. XU stopped the back, so did Shaden. Trying to make the play now. Philip looking to go in with the Sonic Wave follow-up. Shaden in trouble, but his first blood to Surdy. Now XU can fight this one out. He's got the execute damage, but it's not enough. He's not by himself because the minions are there. And now Surdy, able to fight his way out of that one, came away with the first blood.
You can see that everybody was so invested in that. Both supports were on their way towards the top side as well. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Surdy crashes the wave, gets an experience advantage as well going into this one. The FlyQuest, the lead is starting to build up a little bit in the mid lane. However, Instinct and Winsome have been doing a fantastic job down on the bottom side, building a lead there for themselves at the same time, because Chime has spent so much time here in the mid lane trying to make sure that Bradley on this LeBlanc continues to push around to play Olive.
Key presence in mid lane. These two very, very important supports gonna be. Oh, not stop.
Shield.
Nice. A little shield, the magic resist. Oh, he stops it anyways. Dragons are going to be up on the table now as well, about 5.5 minutes in. We have 30 seconds till the grubs are going to be spawning. Feel like Fear X Starforge need to definitely be a bit proactive with this Kha'Zix pick. You don't want to be playing from behind. They already got the first kill and serrated Dirk there for him.
Yeah. Plays Olive.
Nice. Double grand entrance lock in. You get the clone there with the death sentence.
Yeah. So much pressure being applied from both supports here in the mid lane, kind of leaving the AD carries to their own devices in the bottom half of the map, but neither jungler setting up for the grubs on spawn. Instead, a little bit more focused on trying to go for these kills is why XU finds himself in the bottom side of the map, but getting spotted out by that ward does mean there's not an opportunity for anyone to actually be super aggressive, and instead it really is just going to be fairly stable lanes early on, but Surdy fighting a kill up in the top side does limit a lot of Philip's early power by getting these early, they're not Ninja Tabi, steel caps.
There you go, lights.
There we go.
Time. A little bit of trouble. He feels so fluid by going in and out, but now he's in the flashes burnt from two members of FlyQuest Challengers as Fear X Starforge were looking for plays on bottom side. They are going to run into Shaden as well. Meanwhile, we got a mid lane play. Bradley versus a Blaze Olive. Now a Blaze Olive feeling a lot stronger in this matchup with just a couple crystals under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how impactful it would be if you started getting all those passive procs, gets multiple down onto Bradley by catching out the distortion coming through from the LeBlanc, and that does mean that this trade does becomes very heavy in favor of a Blaze Olive. However, he's got to do that multiple times because the range versus melee will slowly build up in favor of Bradley if nothing else is done. As the ward does get committed from Philip up on the top side, that's a lot of his mobility just gone.
It's looking a little rough for the Lee Sin so far, but a lot of team fight impact with a Dragon Rage kick on the right targets if they can get it. But as you see, Surdy having a lot of strength on this Aatrox and be feeling really good. Now, we are getting level 6s for both junglers. The first evolution will be closed for XU. Shaden taking a little bit of time to take these grubbies.
Yeah. I mean, the first one gives over so much towards FlyQuest, and that's all it looks as though he feels safe doing. Rocket stops it back in the bottom lane, but it is still going to be more members of Fear X Starforge here in the top side of the map. So the first grub, all that Shaden is able to pick up, and XU going to grab some for himself because it plays Olive, even though he doesn't necessarily have a ton of priority, he doesn't necessarily need the priority in order to move.
It's just, it's really difficult to move around in general, I feel like. And now, I was curious that we gave up a little bit of presence, even though with Winsome out on the map makes it a little bit more difficult, I guess, to navigate those. But it will be 2 grubs secured by Fear X Starforge, 1 to the side of FlyQuest in ZXT. And so definitely revisited the next time we're going to get those grubs spawn.
Yeah. I'm still just watching this mid lane, right? Because the LeBlanc we know is a champion that has been kind of always either blatantly OP or just like underneath the surface in competitive play, just because you have so much freedom. You have the ability to just take over games in massive ways whenever you actually find these leads. And the Galio counterpick feels as though a Blaze Olive is just like, yeah, that's okay. You're going to be able to do whatever you want, as long as I also get to do whatever I want. And it's... I don't know if that's a fair trade, because LeBlanc is just going to kill Jinx.
Yeah, and you also just have side lane pressure with it. Like as time goes on, you know, especially if those grubs come to fruition for FlyQuest, the turrets will not be very happy with that one. As we do get back to it, though, there's a massive CS differential in mid lane in favor of Bradley. You do have slight CS differentials everywhere else on the top side of the map for FlyQuest. Now Shaden making his face shown down bot side. Not going to be known just yet. Is going to be backing off the end of that one.
A really tough gank path coming through. Also, as XC comes down, one of the things I wasn't sure if we were going to be seeing was what kind of build the Blaze Olive was going to be going for, but now with the Spectre's Cowl and the Bomb Cinder, he doesn't have a lot of damage, and that does mean that almost all of the damage in this game is going to have to be done by instinct, and XU finding people out, but as we already identified, XU's going to have a tough time like actually getting on top of people and staying on top of them so that he can kill them. It actually makes me wonder if Wings Evolve becomes a lot better, despite the fact that it's not something you tend to go for very often on Kha'Zix, at least in solo queue, because there, you're generally going Claws and Spikes.
Yeah. And I feel like the strength of their composition is kind of what we labeled out from draft as well, is they have a lot of ins and outs. They have a lot of peel as well to follow through with that. So if they can get in, get a kill, get out, that's huge for them. But sustained fights are going to be a little bit more difficult unless Instinct is set up for success in that, right? And that's where we can start talking a little bit about the entrance of Sajet and Instinct into these, because so far the game has been all about the moving pieces of these solo lanes and as well as the junglers, but they're going to have a lot of say in these team fights, and especially the way that the movement around the team fights are dictated.
I worry that Instinct won't have as much control as Blaze Olive. Needs to be a bit careful.
He's in amount of trouble.
Okay.
Bradley. He is a chicken. It's fine.
Yeah. But I'm not sure that Instinct will have the opportunity to do the damage that he really wants to, because, I mean, Shaden is playing Xin Zhao, and there's also LeBlanc on the other side, which means that, one, the target that you're going to be hitting quite a bit, you're not going to actually be able to do a lot of damage to, and two, you have to be very careful about your positioning, so you don't even get to hit the characters that you want to all the time, just because of how much damage you're going to be taking from Bradley at the beginning of every single fight. You have to play so carefully, and it just creates so many opportunities to misplay, right? It's one of those things where you have to be very, very aware of where you're moving every single time, and opportunities for misplays are here.
Get moving. Got the movers and shakers of Fear X Starforge in the top side taking down Surdy.
I didn't see how that started, but it is still going to be a kill nonetheless. And Philip, once again, sticking to the game plan. We shut down Surdy. We create opportunities for Philip to be important in these games. We'll get to see a little bit more about his mechanics, as he is now just going to be taking down the first play up in the top side of the map. But overall, it's still going to be traded out for a Dragon to FlyQuest Challengers.
Yeah, it's really difficult to move around the map in a lot of these situations. Winsome has been trying his damnedest to get impact here. We do have double TPs coming down from both teams. It will be Philip going right back over the wall to play back as well. The box pop, but here comes the double distortion dance from Bradley as they get a lot of damage on the backline. This is a fish in a barrel type situation for FlyQuest, as they do make their jumps out.
And FlyQuest don't really need to do anything, as they do get the real Bradley, because Surdy is still up in the top side. He committed the teleport to go towards the top lane, and his team gets the dragon. He gets some more gold. This is just a win all around for FlyQuest. But we take another look at this gank. This is a lane gank. Oh. Wait, did Surdy try and die Philip?
He just got kicked.
Yeah, I mean, really good play coming out from FlyQuest, or from Fear. They just chase him down and have enough damage, land the last Q. Really good heads-up play from Philip. He's done that a couple times with XE as well.
Gonna have a pretty big impact here, because he's a main entrance into the fight. I think a Blaze Olive is going to be a lot of the reactive entrance into the fight as well. There's a references. I do also see a world where, okay, well, we're just getting the burn right now, actually, by XU over here on the Grubs. I was wondering if we saw a world FlyQuest were confident to move forward. They did lose priority in both their solo lanes, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. As long as Fear get the fourth one here, it's fine. They might even stay for more. No, they will end up backing away. And as they fall, that'll be the 4 Grubs for Fear and the 1 for FlyQuest.
There you go. I mean, the Twitch chat has spoken at this point. Now it is going to be Fear X Starforge with a little bit more freedom to play the side lane, but it's so tough for them to actually play the side lane. I think this is more of a denial than anything else because Lee Sin, we'll get to see a little bit of trading back and forth, but the Aatrox will have a lot of freedom, will have a lot of sustain, and being completely resourceless does mean that they can fight for forever. However, FlyQuest, they will be starting up this Rift Herald, and XU looking for a steal potentially, but not going to go for it.
Spotted out on the ward there. Chime popping the quickness now, going in with the double charm, double combos there. Blaze Olive has come into the fight now, but he's pretty tanky, doesn't have a lot of damage. Nice little feather storm there from Sajed, and a double kill comes over for him. Shaden looking over on top side on Philip. He is a slippery son of a gun. Shaden's going to look for him anyways. They have the collapse here with the dive potentially.
Yeah, this is not normally the way this goes. Usually it's the top laner pushing in the wave. And now Philip does have the flash.
Chime is the one stepping up here. Get a little bit of damage on Philip. Nice little grand entrance there, nice. And Surdy knocking him down, but not out. As it will be Philip's escape with the flash.
Forcing the flash, but it's still going to be the top lane turret going down, and FlyQuest starting to build up a big lead. 2 kills going over to Sajed. And that last altercation, we did get to see, we didn't actually have a replay, but Blaze Olive actually going for a teleport flank with no ultimate in that last fight ends up just being a little bit too late because of how aggressively Shaden and Bradley can play together. Hook does not land on Sajed, so he's going to be just fine. And overall, this is another similar situation where FlyQuest challengers about 2,000 gold. But this game is going to be all about ballooning that. It took them a long time to actually find the leads in the last game, but this time they are set up where they still get to make most of the proactive moves on the board.
Yeah, and that's not the position you want to be in for Fear because they have a team that's very much wanting to be in the driver's seat here with a couple of their weaker pieces being the damage sentries. So wanting to find a way to get a little bit of stability in these fights, and that will come with items gained, but we do have a little bit of time for another dragon coming up. FlyQuest definitely want to put the onus on that one to keep on stacking. They also have the Rift Herald available to them if they want to use it as a distraction. Chime not going to get hit by the death sentence there, but Blaze Olive looking for the double taunt is just going to eat it onto Chime now as well. Double as the quickness had come through. They get that Crescent Guard out from Shaden, who's going to follow through. They can't get the damage out. Instinct just can't do anything, but now Shaden overextends too, and if Instinct starts getting excited, that's the difference. Distortion blocked and CC down. That's the flash is coming through, and XU secures the kill in the end. It will not be a trade. It's just in favor of Fear.
A Blaze Olive once again finding a fantastic taunt, locking Bradley in underneath the turret. But now Philip and Surdy going for round 16.
Maybe 17. We'll just keep adding numbers to it eventually as Philip and Surdy continuing this. The lethality, though, I mean, Philip could chase him down. That World Ender going to be popped now, and now Philip's in trouble. He's trying to get the kick away, but he's locked in with the chain, and you're locked in here with me, buddy, says Surdy.
Surdy finding the solo kill there, and it's in perfect time. We've got another dragon spawning in a couple seconds. Both teams have one apiece. We have another infernal dragon this time around. FlyQuest, they are already on the map on the bottom side, and that does mean that Fear Starforge likely going to have to concede this one, as Bradley also going to have some alone time with the bot turret.
Up with all this alone time with the turrets.
Well, people aren't there to defend them.
Oh, we were going to go a little bit more existential than that. But anyways, we're going to get to this dragon setup here for Fear, as they were first in priority here. They need to fight for a little bit of this vision. Ballistic team fight from FlyQuest, very strong. Bradley on a flank. He will be spotted out eventually. Maybe not, as he goes the long way around as well. XU does get his Edge of Night pop. Bradley still not found out. It's FlyQuest first and foremost in this Dragon Pit, but Shaden moving out onto Winsome. XU has a flank opportunity, but Winsome's already gone. Now XU in some trouble as Bradley finally shows his form. And Philip has moved over here as Rift Herald gets popped in mid by Fly.
And FlyQuest has so many tools. Chime.
Whoa. Oh, he's followed up with the Dragon Rage kick there. Chime is making out. Oh, the Mega Death Rocket. As Sajed dodged out of it with the Feather Storm. Don't think it would have mattered anyways. Now Instinct in some trouble as Sajed steps up to take the turret. Re-engaged by Shaden. He's the front and center body here. Blaze Olive going low. Oh, they all just go in. And it was like watching meat in a meat grinder.
They all just died. They all just disappeared. And suddenly, FlyQuest challengers, they found their way back in.
Oh, Instinct gets a little excited off the back of Bradley's overextension there. Dragon's still going to be secured by FlyQuest in CXT, though.
It still feels as though even with a couple of flubs here from Bradley, it is FlyQuest who are just playing a little bit better, and we are seeing that when it comes to brawling in Melee, there are a few champions that do it better than Xin Zhao. Shaden once again finding all these angles necessary. When it looks like he makes a mistake, and then he presses the Crescent Guard, and everything is A-okay. As we see yet again, Furic Starforge falling behind quite a bit in the gold. Without the ability to make the same kind of proactive plays, this looks like it might be FlyQuest going to be going with a much faster game than Game 2.
We have now seen the mantle of carry be transitioned over to Sajed and Instinct. They are the main pieces in all of these fights. Yes, everything else matters as well, but if these two go down, your sustained damage is just gone a lot of the time. So Sajed, 303, our rookie of the split in spring, in FlyQuest championship split. And now they're looking to cut above the rest here again. Continue making a march on in this split as they had the huge flank from Chime. Do have a little bit of the dark pass being blocked out by a million wards. And that ain't dark, and it's not a passage.
It's not going to be able to get anywhere off of that one. Really good pick. Chime sticking around a long time in that bush in order to make the play work, but I mean, I'm looking at the build starting to come through from Shaden. The second item, Randuin's not the most common second item on Xin Zhao, but in this game, there's no magic damage on the other side of the map. So armor
it's so brutal.
Is so good. Would not be surprised if we saw something similar from Surdy at some point as Philip.
You get the kick combo into Surdy. He does have a lot of damage in the back tank if you're wondering why it looked like it was a bit one-sided there. You see Philip able to turn it back around with the eclipse of his own. Is needing to complete that second item now, might be doing so on his way back now. But Surdy is just fine and dandy, and that's why you can talk so highly about this FlyQuest roster and why that first game was such a question mark to us, because not only are they so dominant in a lot of the games we've seen them, it's really been about the confidence they play with.
Yeah.
Speaking of, oh my god, with some, can't catch a break there, but maybe neither can Bradley as a Blaze Olive gets it with the Winds of War over the wall.
I don't know, man. I've seen Bradley play this LeBlanc a couple of times. I feel like this is more common than it's supposed to be. He's just like, what if I got these guys? He's like, what if you didn't? Well,
second item, he's really trying to get to it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Blaze Olive's got his number a couple of times in these, we'll call that one a fight. We'll be generous. But either way, it does feel as though FlyQuest challengers, even with a couple of these flubs, are just in control of the game. It's on players like XU. I'm looking at Philip and XU as these like major damage dealers, because even though Instinct will do more damage than them in the long term, you look at how much damage Instinct can actually do to a lot of these players, and it's not that high just because he's got to be hitting Shaden the whole time.
He's going to hop over the wall as Surdy comes to TPN. Winsome going to burn his flash, but now the Grand Entrance comes through from Chime. Philip over on the top side with the Blaze Olive right behind him. Heroic Entrance still available if they want to go for a deep engage. Backline access is key for Fear onto Fly in a lot of these engages since they are so far behind.
Yeah, it's just so tough for Furic Starforge to do anything because they have still yet to crack their first turret and they're always pushed back. So you're seeing that even though that play for FlyQuest didn't go their way, I mean, they're going to try again. That's one of the big things. When you have so much of these turrets still alive, you're going to take extra turns. It's one of the craziest things that you can do in any game is just take 2 turns back to back. And now Furic Starforge trying to take this first turret will finally end up going down. But it took them 23 minutes into the game, and it's allowing FlyQuest challengers to set up for the Dragon at the same time.
And if they get Soul Point on this Infernal Soul, it just gives them so much breathing room around decision-making on the next one. They will be front and center here, Joshi.
And already, you're seeing that Blaze Olive on the far side of the map is going to be struggling to actually try and play up against Bradley. He's landing consecutive chains. There's both of them, 2 chains.
Shadowflame doing work right now. Second item completed, and he's just breaking the ankles of Blaze Olive here. He wants to chase this one down, too. Still does have the flash available. Distortion forward. Chain going to be flashed out of by Blaze Olive.
That means that he's going to have to back away and will teleport into the fight if they want to go for it. But Bradley can also just move his way down. He's going to be moving all the way down towards the Dragon. The pressure in the mid lane means that we're split pushing the front door.
Riftmaker just got completed from base by a Blaze Olive. He will have the entrance available if they can find the big combo. That's where now also not only backline access, but just making sure you can hit this combo off.
Yeah. Now we're going to be looking to see how you can actually get a Blaze Olive into these fights. As Sturdy on a really big flank angle here. Does get spotted out. No one started the Dragon.
Heavy. They're bringing Blaze Olive over now to try to get everybody on the same side of the board here, Joshi. They got Surdy now. The kick back. They're going to collapse on him, but look at Shaden. He found the fight on no Blaze Olive. Here comes Bradley in time. Surdy made it out alive, but I can't say the same about Fear. They're trying to find a way out, but XU is going to be pushed out of the fight completely. You got to watch Instinct if he can get excited. It's the difference maker, but Sajed stepping forward, dodging out of the death sentence now as well. Back being completed by Blaze Olive, but Fear X Starforge find themselves on the wrong side of the map. They will make it away alive.
That's a lot of ultimates committed from both sides. The Jed still has theirs available, but everyone on Fear X Starforge has committed theirs. And that does mean that this Dragon should be going over, unless XU can get a steal.
Try to get in there. He's done it in the last game. We'll see if he can do it again. Winsome is going to be chained down. Dragon just goes over. That's Soul Point. A Blaze Olive is in there. Look at Instinct. He is the saving grace right now. They're trying to get the excited reset for him, but Surdy's healing up so much, he can't even get him! Nobody's going down today! And FlyQuest have asserted dominance over Fear as Philip gets one back. It's just pity prizes.
Oh no, Bradley looking for even more, just goes in blind, finds XU as well. It's a whole ace coming through for FlyQuest Challengers, and that's enough to get them to start up this Baron buff. FlyQuest Challengers just barely getting by in that last one. Surdy with almost no HP gets himself back up to so much health. And now they're going to be in total control. They get the Dragon, they get the mid lane turret, they get the Baron buff as well. And Bradley all the while is just flip pushing on the side, continuing to make sure that there is more money falling into the FlyQuest coffers.
More money and more problems for Fear X Starforge. We take a look back at that one as it was Fly that secured the Rally Cry Baron buff. Was the Dragon secured also by them?
Yeah, I mean, we get to see Surdy fall so low in this fight just because the taunt does land and Instinct is wailing away, but just comes a little bit too close and suddenly the sweet spots start landing. And Instinct has nothing left to do, just goes down all at once. And that could have been the difference. If Surdy falls, suddenly the reset comes through, suddenly you have opportunities to take down so many of these low HP members of FlyQuest Challengers, but instead they all get to walk away and they're going to be doing so much damage for the rest of the game. It really does feel as though it has been a draft win coming through for FlyQuest Challengers. They figured out some of their issues in the early game. They were able to keep their top side strong the entire time, and now Sajed, the rookie of the split, once again roaring back into action.
He's been massive in this game 3, but so has FlyQuest. Like nothing can stop them now, except maybe an overextension under turret. That sentence not going to connect there in the end. You still have the Baron buff up for a long while, so the siege will not stop anytime soon. And it really has been a holistic effort, but really, as you said, kind of adapting through Shaden in this series as a whole.
Yeah. As the first inhibitor goes down, Chime ults.
Chime's like, I want it. We're going for the smoke. That's a triple toss by Blaze Olive, and Instinct's getting excited now. That's going to be the Feather Storm popped. XU on the wrong side of town, though. And Surdy, with his big flapping wings, was looking to make a play. Gets the flash out of Instinct.
Bradley all the while in the mid lane, taking the mid lane inhibitor turret, and shortly the mid lane inhibitor as well. FlyQuest Challengers just standing tall in all of these fights, and Shaden on this Xin Zhao just taking no damage at all. He's still full HP.
It's so despicably dirty. And now, speaking of that dirt, they're about to dig Fear straight into it. The battle of the PCs, but the Starforge one has stopped running, and NZXT is running perfectly smooth here. They're going to try to take down this last turret. It does fall, and now Fear have fallen into the trap and into the maw of a godlike FlyQuest.
has one last entrance, but it's all nil, as that's a huge comeback victory for FlyQuest as they take it 2-1 over Fear and move their season scoreline to 3-1.
I mean, honestly, looking at this, the biggest thing I was asking is, Fear x Starforge, are they going to show themselves as contenders to come towards the championship? And I definitely feel as though we got to see, yes, they have the opportunity to do what it takes. However, FlyQuest Challengers yet again find themselves a win in this last one, and it was a super strong performance across the entire team. We got to see that FlyQuest Challengers really rallied after such a tough game one and such a slog of a second game that this third one just comes together cleanly.
It's all about keeping that top side of the map safe to some extent. I mean, yes, game 2, maybe not so safe. The Kennen was hurting real bad in lane, but it mattered when it came to a head in the team fights and things like that. But especially in this third game, right? You saw what stability in top lane meant for the rest of the team for FlyQuest. It just enables them to play a lot more fluidly together. And Chime had a masterclass on the Rakan as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these two teams will continue to show up as we get deeper and deeper into the season. Remember, that was the halfway point. We have crossed over for Fear x Starforge. That was their 5th series, whereas FlyQuest, that was their 4th. We're still going to see how effectively they can climb their way towards the top of the standings for the rest of the season.
Oh, I'm so excited. And it was the FlyQuest we were a bit promised. The battle of the PCs is over. You can't turn off your PC just yet because we're going to step away for a short break, and then we'll be back with the post-game interview.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm still Joshi, and I'm joined this time with the victorious AD carry of FlyQuest NZXT, Sajed. Sajed, that was a bit of an interesting series. It started off with a really rough game, and one of the longest games I think I've ever seen you play come through after that. How did you guys come back to just rally so strong in the third game?
Yeah, after the first game, honestly, we had like a discussion. It was a bit heated, and then I think, we kind of all, we realized, this is our series to win, so we started performing a bit better, and honestly, we stopped kind of being vegan, and we just went in. We fought everything. Yeah, enemy team just wanted to fight. They were dropping waves to fight. We kind of matched that, and then we kind of just handscapped them a bit, so.
Yeah. I know in the second game in particular, you guys had these massive lane advantages kind of going in, but I kind of want to go back to something you said where it was a little bit heated. I know that you have a squad that has a lot of strong personalities on it. With so many strong personalities, how do you kind of bring that all together in order to get everybody on the same page?
Yeah, at the end of the day, we have mutual respect for each other. We're all chill with each other. Even if it gets heated, no one will take it personally, and it's better to be on a team where you can say what you want to say, then kind of build it up and just, let it explode randomly. So, we get our problems out there right away after our first loss, then we don't repeat the same mistakes.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, one of the things that we were looking at, Sajed, is we gave you Rookie of the Split last time around, and there was a lot of comparisons to how the growth of your career has been going so far. How do you feel as though you've been living up to that, and do you feel as though you are potentially on track for something even more?
Honestly, last split, I was a bit of a bot. I don't think I really started doing anything until maybe a bit of playoffs. This split, I feel like my overall consistency is higher, and I just want to reach kind of like a new ceiling, but the most important is I want my floor to go up. I want to just keep being as consistent as I can be. And I think this split, like in scrims and even on matches, I feel like my consistency's been up. So, if I could keep that trajectory, who knows, maybe it can go higher.
That's awesome. I love to hear that the consistency has come through. Now, the big other thing is you guys still have a lot of the season left. While some of the teams have already crossed over the halfway point with their 5th series, you guys just completed your 4th. And looking at the rest of your split, it feels as though you've had some of the really strong teams already behind you. How are you guys looking towards the rest of it, and is there any opponents that you're particularly looking forward to playing?
Not really. I think every team is kind of similar. You just play against them. We don't really look at this team might be better, so we'll do something different. We just look, we're gonna play our same game, play the same way. We're not gonna treat a team differently just because we think they're worse or better. And if there's an opponent, I want to play Maryville again. The first time we played Maryville, I think it was like a really unserious match from both sides. People were their subs. People were playing from vacation. I want to play against Scary Jerry. I played against him in finals. I want to play against him again. So we won't see them until playoffs.
I love hearing that you guys are still gunning for it. I definitely think that first series was a little bit unexpected to actually see, but I guess one of the other things is because you guys lost so early, how did that actually affect your psyche going into the rest of the split?
I think for me personally, it just amped me more. I want to win. I'll do more. I don't know how it really affected everyone else. I can just say for myself.
Totally fair. Is there anything else you'd like to say or any shout-outs you'd like to give before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out my brothers. I see them in Twitch chat. Shout out my mom. Shout out Winthrop. That's about it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Zed. Congratulations once again on the win as you find it over Fear X Starforge. We're going to go ahead and let you go, and I'm going to go ahead and bring back Mazel to help close us out for the rest of the day.
Hi.
Hi.
Really awesome stuff from Sajed. Obviously, building up that potential reunion between them and Dragonsteel would be extremely excited, especially with the way that Sajed performed today as well, but I guess the whole FlyQuest team. I love to hear that they just kind of had to recenter themselves after that first one, even if it got a little bit heated there. Now let's take a look at the standings as we see them play out here. FlyQuest will be in that 2nd position now as they knock down Fear X Starforge.
Yeah, and we are also seeing that we're getting a lot of contention towards the bottom side of the standings. Blue Otter, CCG, and AOE still all at serious risk of not making it out of, or not making it to playoffs. But because CCG did drop that series today, they have now moved below Blue Otter with less than half the season left to go. They're going to have to find some of these wins quickly.
That's the hardest thing, as we are getting over the halfway point in a single round robin season where you have 9 games to play. A majority of our teams now have 5 total games played. It's getting down to the wire now. Every single series matters, and you've got to make it into that playoff berth there. So that's a little bit of a look at our standings as said and done. A dragon reigns over us all, just like in House of the Dragon, apparently. And it's been a heck of a day. I think we got a little bit more than maybe we expected from that last series, but it was an interesting day nonetheless, especially with how good Disguised looked.
Yeah, I really feel as though there's... I think one of the things I said at the very beginning of the split was it looked as though FlyQuest was going to be on top, and then we had a bunch of competitive teams right below that. And I definitely look at Disguise as one of them. And now that we actually got to see Fear X Starforge play and really push FlyQuest challengers to a tough third game, it definitely feels as though Fear X Starforge is one of those teams that can potentially contest for the championship. So many teams have been so close, and when you have Fearless Draft, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, who knows, but I'm here along for the ride. It's been a pleasure. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and this has been a wonderful way to kick off week number 5 here in NACL. Now, we are going to be going to raid Biofrost, but tomorrow there's an LCS show match, of course, but we'll be starting right after that, so make sure you tune in for some hype matches. We'll have 3 best of 3s on the docket. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.